And good morning and welcome to the 35th annual USA Powerlifting Open National Championship in Orlando, Florida at the beautiful Hyatt International Convention Center in the Orlando International Airport. I'm Elliot Feldman here bringing you this morning session. We'll be lifting our women 84 kilos and 84 plus. We're ready to light this Roman candle and get it going up on platform 2. And the referees say it is a good lift. Up on platform 1, we're waiting for multi-time world champion Regina Hackney. Clock is not running yet. It is not loaded. Here she comes walking up. So Regina was inducted into the USA Powerlifting Women's Hall of Fame yesterday for her career as an athlete, as a coach, as a referee, as state chairman for South Carolina. And that's how a world champion opens there. A nice, easy opening squat attempt for Regina Hackney there at 75 kilos. Regina's been featured on national TV shows, Montel and so forth, showing that, a woman of advanced experience, we should say, is still competitive and competing and winning on the world stage. Alrighty, platform 1. Deborah Pullen's up on 1 from the great state of Texas, Republic of Texas. 105 kilos, 231 on the bar. And let's see what the referees say about Deb's lift, and it is no good. 3 red lights for depth. So we've seen some amazing battles, some amazing performances here so far this weekend. And yesterday's battle, um, yesterday morning, was an amazing battle between Priscilla Ribic, 14-time world champion, against the up-and-comer from Northeastern University, Kelly. Uh, and Kelsey did an absolutely amazing job. It came right down to the wire. You guys take a look for that on bodybuilding.com. Look for day 2, and you see how amazing that session is. Yesterday morning would be Saturday morning session. But right now we're here watching our 84 and 84 plus kilo women lifting. Up on platform 2. And that took a step there. She lost her balance on an opener. It looked like she was a little uncomfortable there. So again, good morning and welcome. I'm Elliot Feldman. Welcome you here to the 35th annual USA Powerlifting Men's and Women's Open National Championship. We pick our national teams which compete at international events for our sub-junior, junior, open, and masters men's and women's teams. righty now. There we go. All right. Sue Howland's going to be up on 1 in a minute. Right now on 2, we have Karen, I think. All right, now we have Susan Howland up here on platform 1. Multi-time world champion. She is also a great track and field athlete, both as a master and even when she was college age. She will also be the chief referee for our next session with the big boys, the heavyweight men. But right now, Sue Howland's opener, 130 kilos, 286 pounds. For this 60-year-old lifter from Chicago. And there she goes. All right, Laura Stryland's up, also a world champion. You'll hear that a lot today. Multi-time world champion Laura Stryland from Michigan is up, opening at 142.5 kilos, 314 pounds. This is equipped lifting, folks. You're allowed to wear knee wraps, wrist wraps, a belt, and a squat suit in this event. There you go. So for those of you at home that are tuning in, they're checking out that lift either classic or raw, try to explain some of the differences as we go on. Kind of pay attention because there are some strategy differences in lifting equipped versus lifting unequipped. And it looks like did a lot better on this than she did on her first. And no, still depth issue there with her. Or it went up and down on the bar. All right, now Jill Arno, also a world champion, coming up here on 1. And here is Jill Arno, opening at 157.5, 347 pounds. Jill was one of the first few hundred employees at Microsoft years ago back in Seattle. She is originally from Boston, Massachusetts. And there you go. It's 3 white lights. All right, Macy Lambert's up now from Louisiana, 180 kilos, 396 pounds.
Macy Lambert, 397.
And that lift is good for Macy now. Kaylee Jones is up, 17 years old, from Texas, 192.5 pounds, 192.5 kilos, 424 pounds. These weights are a lot heavier than you think or what you know from the gym. Those are 55-pound plates, not 45. So this will be 4 big plates, not 3 at the gym. There she goes. Looks like her wraps are a little bit loose, but she did a great job there. So, for some of you who haven't worn them, don't know that there are some people that like the wraps really tight. Some people don't. Some people like soft wraps. Some people like a stiffer wrap. But almost invariably, every single athlete has their wraps tighter as the meet progresses. So first attempt may be a 5. Second attempt may be a 7 or an 8. And third attempt will be a 10, whatever they consider a 10. So Viviana Flores is up from Texas, 265 kilos on the bar. I mean, that is great right there. It's a 2-to-1 good lift. All right, now back to the top of the order, Regina Hackney, multi-time world champion from South Carolina. She is a Navy wife out of Charleston, South Carolina. Good at 75 kilos, 165 pounds. Now looking to up that 2.5 kilos to 77.5 kilos, 170 pounds for Regina Hackney. Clock is running 20 seconds. Now, some of what's going on here, Regina, because of how good she is and her age ranking, is basically unopposed in this. So what she is going to do, 2.5 kilos is not a normal jump in the squat. It's only 6 pounds. You're normally going to see a 10, 15, 20 kilo jumper oftentimes in this discipline. What Regina's doing is she's only doing just enough to win her class and get her slot for the world championship so she can win another world title. What she is doing is she's putting in attempts of 2.5 kilos increasing so they keep loading the bar, and her minute, because you have 1 minute from the time the bar is called loaded to get your lift off, she's leaving that 1 minute in because the flight, this group of lifters, is so small. And she's just being a great sportsman there and leaving that time in there and helping Deborah Pullen up now from Texas, 105 kilos, 231. She's given her an extra minute to rest. Looked a little bit deeper. I was watching on video instead of live this time. Let's see what the referees say. And still 2-1 now. So she's looking better, but she's still got to get that depth. And what I'll tell you is, when you're getting 3 red lights from the referees, you have to figure out what you need to do, not worry that the referees aren't doing their job properly. That's why we have 3 referees from different angles. If all 3 are saying you're not fitting the standard, then you need to adjust yourself accordingly. Now, something else, referees are not here to criticize you. Don't look at it as that. Referees are here to coach you. A referee's telling you, hey, you're not squatting deep enough. Hey, you're not standing erect enough with your deadlift. Take it as a critique, as coaching, not as a rebuke. Right now we have Laura Donald up, 130 kilo opener from Louisiana. All righty, she did a little bit better that time. She missed this on her opener. She kind of took a couple of steps. She looks a lot better. 2-1 good lift. She doesn't even bother looking at that one red light. Just, I think we have Juanita Torres coming up now on platform 2. We have bar loaded on 1 for Oceana Clemens. Clock is running, 40 seconds for her. You have 1 minute from the time the chief referee, Dana Snow, says that bar is loaded. You have 1 minute to get the squat command. She's now down to 27 seconds. She was good on her opening attempt of 130 kilos, 286 pounds. She's now called for 137.5 pounds, kilos, 303 pounds. All right, it is no lift. So right now, she's got her opener in. And Rebecca is up. All right. Becky Meister looked like she was good there. Bar is loaded for Sue Hallen, multi-time world champion. She's also a great track and field thrower. She was good at 130 kilos, 286. Now looking for 140 kilos, 308 pounds. Folks, this is a 60-year young woman who is still active in multiple sports at a high level. if you're sitting at home, tuning in to watch one of your children lift, take an example here from Regina Hackney and Sue Hallen that you can still be great, you can still be strong, and be older. I want to be better at 60 than I was at 40. And unfortunately, or fortunately, 60's coming up real soon for me. But that is the goal. Right now, my form in all three disciplines, squat, bench, and deadlift, my form is better than it was at 40. So I've achieved that. Now, the attempt is to try and be stronger than I was. Laura Stryland's now up from Michigan, good at 142.5, 314 pounds. She's called for 155 kilos or 341. So you can do your kilo conversion at home, sort of. All you have to do is take the kilo number, and double it, and then add 10%. So 150 kilos times 2 is 300, and 10% is 30, gives you 330 pounds. So 150 kilos, 330 pounds. Right there, Laura Stryland has 3 white lights. She's being coached by USA Powerlifting Board member Josh Rohr and multi-time world champion Gail Moore. All right, we're loading the bar now for Jill Arno, multi-time world champion out of Boston, Massachusetts, good at 157.5. Now called for taking a 5 kilo, 11 pound jump to 162.5, 358 pounds. All righty, Jill did not get that. Sometimes it goes that way. The first one goes easy. The second one doesn't go as easy. She's being coached by World Games participant Joe Capolino.
We have an American record coming up on platform 1. This is Kaylee Jones. Hold on, Kaylee. Hold on. And this is 200 kilos for the 17-year-old.
All right, we're loading the bar now for Kaylee Jones. She was good at 192.5. Jumped to 200 kilos. For Kaylee, as I told you, all you do is double it, take 10%. So she's going at 440. Right now, Macy Lambert is up with the same 440 on platform 2. And Kaylee Jones comes up with it. And it's a good lift. And then Macy, let's see, on video, it looked a little bit high. Let's see if the referees say, no, it's good. 3 white lights. There we go. All right. I do not have the best vantage point ever where I am for the platforms. I'm kind of constrained by my video here. But right now, again, we're loading the bar for Regina Hackney. She put in 80 kilos now. Again, she is not going to take this attempt. She's just going to let the time run out. Just to leave the 1 minute. All right, Viviana Flores is now coming out from the great state of Texas on platform 2.
King of Aggies. Bars loaded for Viviana Flores. Texas A&M.
There you see Zach Cooper.
Texas A&M will be hosting the collegiate
helps with the national coaching program. Viviana Flores is up now, good at 265, coming out for 285 kilos. Guys, this is a 628-pound squat. Now, guys, you may see something very interesting. She is a great squatter. We'll see where she goes for her third attempt. She is well within range of a huge squat, one of the largest female squats in the history of the International Powerlifting Federation. But right now we have Deborah pulling up. She has missed her first 2 attempts. You have 3 attempts in each discipline to record a good lift. If you do not record at least 1 good lift in each of the disciplines, you cannot achieve a total, which means you cannot place in the meet. Hopefully the referees say that Deborah did okay. And let's see what they say. No, again, she was not deep enough. 3 red lights. All righty. So, see how we go there.
You got to squat so the crease in the hip goes below the top of the knee. And once you get your squat command, you can't go down, come up, and back down. It's called a double bounce. Give her a round of applause. She'll get credit for that.
All right, I think we're...
First one.
Something holding us up here on platform 1. But now we have up on platform 2. Martinez is up on platform 2. She's good at 62.5, good at 77.5, good at 92.5. For a young lifter, I like these jumps. They're nice jumps. She gets to hit 1 or 2 that she's really comfortable with, and then you go for something with a bigger jump that allows her to get a little bit of confidence heading into that third. Because let me tell you, folks, when you hit your first squat, you feel great. You miss that first squat, and that doubt starts to creep in. So her coach called a number that she knew that she could hit. On her worst day, hurting, sick, boyfriend just broke up with her, she can come out there and hit that opening attempt. Then he called a good number for the second. Now she's got some real good confidence going into her third attempt. And now Juanita Torres, 16 years old, is up. She's called for 127.5, I believe. And again, we're talking about squats that are almost 300 pounds right here. And it is no good. Turned down for depth. So she'll be credited with her second attempt of 120 kilos. We're now loading platform 1 for Asiana Clemens from Louisiana. She was good at 130, called for 137.5, which she missed, and is now retaking 137.5, 303 pounds.
303 pounds from the Big Easy, Louisiana. Bars loaded on to Taylor Potboy.
And is no good. All right, so she'll be credited with her opening attempt of 130 kilos. You make it a long day for yourself when you only hit 1 squat. Makes it hard to remain competitive because, in general, the lifter who records the most successful lifts is going to win the meet. It is rare to see somebody. Let's see what she did here. Let's see what Taylor did. And it's 3 white lights, nice and deep. It's very difficult to win a meet having only 4 or 5 successful lifts. Generally, you have to be in the 7 to 8 range to win the meet, and oftentimes 9. All right, we're loading platform 1 now for Sue Hallen. It's good at 130 kilos, good at 140 kilos, now called for 150 kilos, which, as I use in my example, is, everybody knows, 330 kilos. It's 150, double it to 300, take 10% of that, which is 30 pounds, gives you 330 pounds for Sue Hallen's 150 kilo third attempt for this world champion.
She's being handled by Alex
All right, so again, as I was saying earlier, Sue is going to be up.
Illinois.
Sue will be your chief referee in this afternoon session for the big boys, but right now she's up with 330 pounds, 150 kilos. Wow, that is just absolutely textbook form right there.
Three white lights, lift is good.
That is awesome.
Alex Gallant.
All righty. We have Cameron Alfred up on platform 2.
No more changes. Light B, platform 1, no more changes to your opener.
Wow, it's going to be interesting to see what the referees say. From our angle, it looked a little bit high to me here. 2-1, there you go. As I said, a little bit high. 2-1 means a little bit high. 3 red lights means very high. You can kind of take it, it's sort of like rating a restaurant in reverse. Or 3 whites means great, 2 whites means okay, 1 white means you got to try to work on that. But right now, Laura Stryland's up on platform 1, taking a 162.5 kilo third attempt. Let's see what the referees say here. It looked like a little bit of a struggle, more than her second. And she gets 3 white lights. Melissa Reyes is up now. 190 kilo, 418 pound, third attempt. And it's a good lift.
One intense individual. Gillardo. Multi-time IPF world champion, Massachusetts, Gillardo. 3.
All right, Jill just couldn't get down there, and she knew. She backed off. She's going to win this championship and represent USA again at the Worlds in October. Right now, we have Macy Lambert back up on platform 1. Wow, it's coming out a lot heavier than her second attempt did. Let's see what she does here, though. She's a strong girl.
This is Kaylee looking to break her own Teen 2 American.
Wow, yeah, it came out looking a little bit heavier than I would have wanted. Kaylee Jones is coming up now trying to break her own American record. 210 kilos, 463 for this 17-year-old girl from the great state of Texas.
163 pounds. The bar is loaded. American record. Platform 1, American record. Platform 2, both American record attempts. Ladies and gentlemen, platform 1, American record.
And that is awesome. And there is an American record for Kaylee Jones.
644.8 pounds.
That is just amazing. Now,
This is an American record attempt for Viviana Flores. Give me a round of applause.
Viviana
for
Flores.
644 pounds.
this is 644 pounds. This is one of the heaviest squats by a female in the history of IPF ever for any age group, and she is a high school girl. Oh my goodness gracious.
Ladies and gentlemen,
And there it is, 2 white lights, a new American record for Viviana Flores, 644 pounds, one of the greatest squats in the history of the IPF. You just saw it right here.
ladies and gentlemen, 7 years, bars loaded. 7 years ago, this young lady crashed her ride. She went down
Jill Ellenbaus is up now, 100 kilos, 200 pounds.
She has come back and she says powerlifting has saved her life. Give her a round of applause.
Now, Jill came to us. She had a very serious motorcycle accident, laid virtually dead in a bed for 4 days till she came back to life. And she said that powerlifting has saved her life, and that's why she's here. It's gotten her back to health. She found us after her tragedy, and it's kind of made it into a victory for her, and certainly for us because we enjoy having her here. And now Samantha Heimer's up now, opening attempt 152.5 kilos from Texas. Some of the best high school lifters in the history of this sport come out of the great state of Texas. And it's Kurt Saint-Remain, our great sub-junior, junior world team coach that brings a lot of these Texas high school athletes to this event. He recruits them, brings them in, and teaches them how we do things. Hannah Henry's up 107.5. From my adopted state of Pennsylvania, where I am state chair, and she did very well. Bars loaded, platform 2, Hannah Brown from Nebraska, 167.5 kilos, 369. Well, I'll tell you, our director, producer, Trey Cunningham has just outdone himself. Look at that shot right there, how clear that picture is. You're not going to see a better picture anywhere. Fox Sports 1, CBS Sports, ESPN, just unbelievable. And we just keep adding every meet. But here she goes. She's trying to add to her title right now. Let's see what Hannah did. And the referees say 3 white lights. Now, we're loading the bar for Sarah Bolin out of, I believe, Seattle. 140 kilos, 308.
Sarah hails from Seattle, Washington. Part of Seattle Strength and Power.
She's getting a deep breath of air there. There you go. So to describe to you, what Sarah's doing is she's taking in a lot of air. So did you see the weight that lifters wear? And guys, I'm Elliot Feldman. I've just been joined by my good buddy Gary Grant. How do you feel today after lifting yesterday?
I got hit by an F-250 Ford pickup yesterday.
Is that all it was?
Yeah.
I thought it was a 350 diesel. But
It was dark in color. I think it was navy blue or black. I couldn't tell.
I thought it was a dually with a hitch in the bed.
Oh man!
It really gave it to you, buddy.
Yeah.
So anyway, going back to what I was saying, I just was starting to say when you came up. We were talking about. Got Lacey Winters up here. Lacey is a real up-and-comer. She may be upwards of almost 500 pounds in the deadlift today. And guys, if you have a daughter, do you have a daughter, Gary?
Nope.
All right.
Nope.
I have a stepdaughter. Who's
Granddaughters.
Cool. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
But if you have a daughter or a granddaughter, you want her to grow up to be somebody like Lacey Winters.
Yep.
Right?
Wisconsin has a great tradition in powerlifting.
Oh,
she's a Wisconsin native.
We have some great coaches up there. We have Joe Lewis up there. The Mocs are up there. Some of the great high school teams are up there. But anyway, so you want her to grow up to be like a Lacey Winters, right? She's strong. She's smart. She's a self-determining woman. Beautiful. Has the whole package, right? All right. So let's say, and white is no good. 2 reds. Now we have Sarah.
She had a little double pump on that one.
Yep. Sarah Roddick's up out of where? What
another
state?
Wisconsin product.
Wisconsin.
Yep. Her husband lifted yesterday. I believe he medaled in the 93 kilo class open division.
Yep. And he's pushing up on almost an 800-pound squat, which is just ridiculous.
Phenomenal.
Just ridiculous.
No lift there for Sarah.
In the 93 kilo class.
Yeah. There was some fantastic lifting yesterday. At one time we had Newt Douglas trying 8:0 something
8:04
on platform 1 and platform 2. There was a high 700 going on at the same time to close out the meet in the squats yesterday. in the 93 kilo class.
And I think, was that her husband, or was that there was someone following him? I can't remember.
It was Mr. Brady from Alaska.
Oh, Shane Brady.
Yeah, Shane Brady. Yeah.
Or as I like to call him, the White Wayne Brady. But we don't. Shane's great, and I want to give a shout out to Shane's twin brother. My gosh, I need more coffee.
Yeah.
Twin brother Chance. Chance, we miss you. We want to see you. Come on back. But right now we got Claire McKenzie up here, 23 years old from the state of Texas, 207.5 pounds, 457 years old. You know what I feel like? What's going on right here now? Because I've been by myself this morning. I'm used to normally having somebody with me. I feel like a high school kid who could never get a date.
Yeah.
Right? And now I get the most beautiful girl at the prom, and I don't even know what to say. So for those of you out here, I just want to let you know, Gary Grant has long blonde locks.
Oh, yeah, right.
Full pouty lips.
You know, you and I are twins on top, just about.
We are definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm not as famous as you, Elliot. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if famous would necessarily be the word. Is Al Capone famous or infamous?
Well, infamous.
So Camila Todd's up now from Louisiana.
This is her opening attempt.
You know, what I got to tell you is it takes a lot of darn hard work to be thought of this poorly. Yeah. I'm just telling you. So let's see.
Well, at least when I come up here with you, Elliot, it's fun. It's been since the Arnold since we've done this last.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Kendall Foss is a lifter, 20-year-old out of Texas. Wisconsin and Texas on the female side have been well represented this weekend. It's really good to see. Great to see.
And Louisiana, now, pardon me, guys, I keep forgetting this young lady's name, so don't hold it against me. But at high school nationals, a girl from Louisiana hit the highest female squat in IPF history. She comes out, I'm on the jury, and I'm like, they load the bar, and I'm looking at it going, this is almost 700 pounds for a high school freshman.
Wow.
Or sophomore, and I'd never even heard of her. Now, she's been lifting down there in Louisiana and came up. It's just going to be ridiculous seeing how she progresses. Hopefully, the hardest thing for us, though, as you know, is continued engagement with the high school athletes. They get away from the team environment, which is so important, and move off on their own to college or real life, and it gets a lot harder to train. As you know, you've trained with the Jackals guys, right?
Yes.
Jackals Gym. It's a lot easier when you're training with a bunch of international competitors.
Yep.
Now, right now, speaking of international competitors, we've got Monet Bland up here opening with 230 kilos, 507. And again, you're talking about somebody, you want your daughter to grow up to be somebody? This is Dr. Monet Bland.
Yep. And she's come across, she does Raw also. You'll see her at Raw Nationals.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. She's a very versatile athlete, great athlete.
Andrea Page is up. Wow, she is. Look at that big smile. Gives you a little nod. Bam, 490 pounds just like that.
Yep. There's a lot of good squatting going on this morning. I came in a little bit late because I was recovering from my truck accident.
Oh, my God.
It would have been real easy just to lay up in the room, you know, and Gino had talked to me about coming down and maybe giving him some relief during the bench presses. So I can't get in much trouble there. I get in more trouble up here with you than I do out there.
Well, yeah, you definitely do. Because I'm an instigator. You got no one instigating you down there. All right, now, up on platform 1, we have Natalie Hansen coming up. And I hate to say Natalie came out of nowhere, but she kind of did. She was an unequipped lifter. And then we kind of talked her into gear. She trained with Priscilla Ribic and Larry Maley, Ryan Carrillo, also Shane Brady, right?
Yep.
So, and we got her into gear, and now all of a sudden, she's one of the top 3 in her weight class in the world. Look at that smile.
Very good. Nice, easy lift. Easy opener for Natalie.
Now, here's another great lifter. Rebecca Holcomb's up 573.
Oh, and she took a step back, too, and she locked
she
it
was
out.
a little bit high. Becky is a better squatter than that.
Yeah. Sometimes that opener, you just there's probably been a delay since her warm-up.
Oh, yeah, there may have been.
You know, your mind just kind of, you're thinking of a lot of things when you're up there addressing that opener and you forget to go deep.
Oh,
you know, and then a little bit of a blip at the top there, perhaps because it was so easy. She came up with it so fast, lost her balance a little bit.
All right, now real quick, Jill Ellenbass is coming up here talking about you getting hit by a truck.
Yeah.
She actually got into powerlifting because she had her racing bike or a little sport bike and got into a horrible accident, was near death, in a coma,
Wow.
you know, basically brain dead, which unfortunately, you know,
I'm
a
that
lot
all
of us,
the
a lot of
time.
us kind of suffer from that.
Yeah.
So, and then here she is squatting at the national championship, 231 pounds.
Nice and deep on that one.
37 years old, Texas, the lift is good.
But it's interesting what you say about thinking, right, about the thought. So
Yep.
yesterday we saw an amazing battle with Priscilla Ribic. And if you tune into that, we have some amazing video of that battle. There's a great third shot before Priscilla comes out for her third deadlift. But it's interesting, on her third squat, which she did not make, she went out there thinking, I got to get back, I got to get back, I got to get my hips back. And what did she do? She stumbled back. She didn't stumble backwards, but she got her weight too far back.
Oh, I didn't
she said
see that.
She said I shouldn't have thought about it.
Sure. Yeah. Just let nature take its course.
Right. So, folks, even the best female lifter in the history of the sport tells you has those same issues as you.
Yep,
so
they make
she
mistakes
battles
too.
through the same things.
Yep.
Anna Henry's up here now.
She's basically lifting raw there. Knee sleeves and
Yeah, nothing.
singlet.
Belt's not even tight.
Yep.
Oh, so what I was saying before when we saw Sarah Boland, Sarah's coming up now, right?
Yeah.
So watch what Sarah does. She takes that deep breath, really sucks in the air very visibly beforehand. So all the lifters wear a belt, and everybody thinks out there that it's to hold your back tight. But what that belt really is for, right, to get that belt tight, get that air into your lungs, be able to push out into the belt, do what's known as a Valsalva movement. That is where the support for the low back comes.
Right.
Right? Is that the way
From
Brad
the
teaches
inside.
you guys?
From the inside.
From
Yeah,
the inside.
it
The
puts
belt is not
pressure.
holding you in. Your muscles are pushing into the belt to hold you in. Much the way an offensive lineman, if you watch them take that punch from the defensive end,
Yeah.
right? It's that same movement. If you watch, that's not a big fat belly. That's them pushing out, and that's a lot of that is muscle from them pushing out into that self-created Valsalva movement. Now watch
Yeah.
her, and she'll push out into her belt in the bottom. She gets that air. She pushes. And oftentimes you will hear a squatter say, I lost my air in the bottom.
Oh, okay.
Right? When they come off, what happened? I lost my air.
Yeah.
So one of the things, you remember Rob Wagner.
Oh,
Rob
yeah.
was my coach. So on certain, obviously not on my work sets, but on some of my, like you would have me do pause squats and literally sit down in the bottom and draw another breath.
Yep.
Blow out and pull in another breath in the bottom so I could get used to that if anything goes wrong. Because you got to not only practice for when everything goes right, you got to practice for when things go wrong, right?
Yep. I've done that on the bench press occasionally.
Lost your air,
Yeah.
and then your arch collapses.
Oh,
and then-
everything goes
right.
south.
Because again, it's about bracing your spine, and you lose that air, your spine is unbraced, and then you fall apart now here.
Yep.
All right, let's see White. Well, she just makes it look so easy. Give us a smile.
All right, Lacey Winters here,
Here's
another
Lacey.
20-year-old, Will, Wisconsin. We talked about her before.
187
Nice
and a half,
young talent.
413.
A little high on that one, I
A
think.
little bit, let's see.
Yeah.
I mean, she's way strong enough for that.
Wisconsin, 413.4.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's high. You know, and the funny thing is too is you see these women. They're so serious, and they're great about their training. A lot of them, you know, are tougher in the gym than the guys are.
Oh, yeah.
Right? You tell them to do 10 sets of 3, they do 10 sets of 3. Tell a guy to do 10 sets of 3, you're lucky if you get 7. Right?
Yeah.
Complaining, my back hurts, my knee hurts.
Yeah, something, yeah.
They'll tell you, and even when I worked in orthopedics, the female athletes that we worked with would do every bit of therapy that we gave them. The guys, you were lucky if they did it once or twice a week.
Right.
All right, so right now, Michelle Grapple from New York City is up. Her actual name is Mikel, but it's spelled like Michelle.
Okay.
So she just gets used to it, but it's Mikel Grapple.
Easy lift for her. 2 whites over there.
And here's Sarah Roddick, whose husband lifted yesterday, squatted almost 800. She's got 192 pounds, 424.
I think she hit it that time. We'll see. Her husband,
Yep.
he's probably feeling it this morning too, but he's probably full of adrenaline just like she is.
Yeah.
Because as a coach, you know how that goes.
I,
It's
I,
just
I,
as-
I was talking to Matt. He's having a little trouble moving around
Oh.
today.
he probably got hit by a Dodge Ram.
Yeah. You know, and here's the thing. He did great. I think he took silver. Did he take
I
silver
think
or bronze?
silver or bronze.
Silver or bronze.
Yeah.
Great. He's really only been in the sport like 2 or 3 years. He's approaching numbers that will put him almost on the medal stand at Open Worlds. And he comes off and he's upset. He's already thinking about what he can do. We were discussing his next strategies for how to increase. We're talking about building his bench. So he's already the next morning not basking in the glow, but getting ready for the next shot at the spotlight.
Yep.
Right now, Rachel's up. Rachel Dennis.
You know, you're not that old, Elliot. You can see all the way over there and see who that is. I can't.
I know. Well, you know, it's so funny because you say that, but it was interesting. You know, I played baseball. And
Sure.
One of the things that made it great, because I went through testing, was the eyesight.
Yep.
Then I had ridiculous, literally as a pitch was
15,
coming in.
20?
Well, normal 20 at 20, 2012.
Or 20,
But
20.
but not just that. Normally, you track things in flight, and you actually see them in chunks. You don't actually see the entire ball.
Okay.
Right? You don't see the whole flight. Whether it's a pass, whether it's I don't care if it's a lacrosse ball, you pick it up at different spots. So the average person, even the average major league player, sees the ball twice. A few inches out of the hand, and then about half the way to the plate. I actually had a third shot at it.
Nice.
So I saw it 3 times. So anyway, the point being is now I have like average, like it's just weird.
Still have youthful vision. Let's
Well,
say
you
that.
don't realize
Yeah.
sometimes the gifts that you have until you lose
Oh,
them.
yeah. Yeah. My son has 2015.
Yeah.
So when we duck hunt, I just kind of hang out,
Let him.
shoot back up, and he sees all the
Dad,
birds.
you see that
Yeah,
fuzzy
yeah.
thing over there? Shoot at that.
Yeah. Don't you see those 3 ducks out there?
Yeah.
No.
Claire
Just
McKenzie.
let me know when I need to shoot.
Claire McKenzie, 220.
All right.
Camilla Todd was good, 2-1. Claire McKenzie's up. 485.
These loaders and spotters have been outstanding all weekend. This meet has moved as fast as any that I've seen all weekend long.
Well, Robert Keller has done a great job with this meet here, the 35th annual USA Powerlifting Open National Championship down here in Orlando, the Hyatt International Convention Center. And these are the same spotters and loaders he always uses, so he's very familiar with these guys.
Good. Yep, I seen Monet has loaded 250 kilos on the bar, 551 pounds. That's a 20-kilo jump. But we'll go to Andrea first.
You know, and again, Andrea Page is up now, 235. And again, let's see. She gave us a real big smile after her first. Let's see if she gives us a huge smile after her second. Monet's coming out on platform 1. We'll see her in a moment.
Monet's in the 84-kilo class. Not sure what Andrea.
84 plus.
84 plus.
84
okay.
plus. I think that's the way we have them divided. Look at that. Look at no.
Just about.
No.
5 spotters on that one. They were
All right,
nice
look
kick.
at Monet.
She's got that little bit of forward lean. Drops the hips down. A 44-pound jump made that look good.
Yep.
Made it very, very nice.
There you go. 250 kilos, 551. It's interesting about Monet. Her nickname, we call her Superstar. Right? And I didn't. Her teammates started it. And but the reason is because she's the anti-superstar. She
Very
is
humble.
so not that. It's not even humble. It's almost beyond humble.
Minnesota Nice, are you saying,
Yeah,
perhaps?
like Minnesota
Yeah,
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rebecca Holcomb now is the lifter. Missed 260 kilos on her opening attempt. Took a 2.5 kilo increase, perhaps to help her get the weight down.
Yeah,
Thinking
and
of
again,
her-
earlier I was saying, and you weren't here as I was talking to myself, as I often do. That lifting equipped is different than lifting raw, and sometimes you will need that extra weight to help you get down in that suit or get down in the bench press. It
Yep.
doesn't help you putting more weight on the bar in the deadlift.
No,
No, gravity does not work better for you.
no, that was a good lift for her. Now Natalie Hansen's taking a 15 kilo jump.
265 kilos, 584. So it's a 33, as I was teaching you guys at home. 15 kilos, double it. 30 pounds, 10%. 33-pound jump. Look at her do that.
Oh yeah, comes up with that smile.
Her hip, she was high on her one hip. Not high for the squat, but her left hip is higher than her right hip.
Okay.
And she doesn't usually look like that.
3 white lights on that one.
You know-
That she's pushing her limit right there.
Yeah.
You know, I could see a 5-kilo jump perhaps. We'll see.
Be interesting to see. Again, Natalie only has to do a certain amount to win this meet, right? So her goal, more than dominating and doing her best at this meet, is to win this meet, stay healthy, get back into training for the World Championships coming up in November in Pilsen, Czech Republic.
Okay, is Monet perhaps her next closest competitor? I didn't look at any of the seedings or anything for today.
Probably. I don't know where Monet's bench is now, but Monet's a great puller.
I have the roster up in my room.
And it's funny in this sport because we've had people, there's a big turnover when you think somebody's dominating, and then somebody jumps up and they get competition. And I'll tell you what, that breeds excitement not only in the sport, but also for the athletes themselves. If you check any great athlete, they almost always have someone else they're going against.
Right.
Bird, Magic, things like that. And it really, it helps both athletes.
Here's Jill on her third final attempt. Took a 5-kilo increase. Takes it plenty deep. Loaders did a nice job on that one. I was watching boxing last night for a little while, and they were talking about that Campbell. He's a 140-pounder, and he's already looking at the 147-pound class to see who's up there, because boxers, championship fighters always look up. They don't look down to see who they can beat up. They look up to see who can challenge them and who they can challenge.
Why are you taking a shot at Roy Jones Jr.?
Is he a 147-pounder?
No, I didn't mean that.
Oh.
But he always looks for oftentimes the guy he can
beat. Oh, well, I don't know.
If there's any Roy Jones Jr. fans out there.
Yeah, call us. Call Elliot.
Call us, I'll take the call.
I don't know who Roy Jones Jr.
Yeah.
Whoop.
Yeah.
We have a lifter on platform 2 that just took a spill, and there's a lip over there that's obviously nearly 4 inches high. It's 3 inches plus the carpet, because there's 2 3/4-inch plywood under there.
Yep.
I turned my ankle on that coming off last week or last.
Yeah,
yesterday.
it's a hard thing, and it's hard to see.
I want to give Joe Arpaia a shout out. When we do meets in Minnesota on a high level that he does, 8x8 platform.
Yeah, which is within the rules.
Yep, it's really nice. And then your weights, everything's on the same level. All your plate holders and the spotters are at the same level. They don't have to be a little bit lower and step on the lip. It's really nice. I appreciate
I think it's great.
Yep.
It also looks cleaner.
Yep.
It makes us look, bring us in line kind of with weightlifting.
Right.
Where weightlifting has a giant platform and it really exposes you, and it kind of, I hate to say minimizes, but makes the athlete look kind of smaller, and it increases the battle. Like it's more of they're on the stage, like the Broadway show.
Yeah. You're also spiritual there, Elliot.
I don't know.
All this, that grand thing you're telling me about. Yeah, I'm just meat and potatoes, Minnesota.
It comes from the peat and the scotch. That's where it comes from. No, I didn't. I had one beer last night. I talk like that, guys. It's my stand-up routine. Trust me, I was in bed early last night.
All right, Sarah Bolin is lifter. These lifters are really testing their limits now in their third attempts. It's fun to see these battles because it's perhaps PRs, state record attempts, things like that they've gone. Their second attempts are usually right at their limit, perhaps 98%, and then they either make or miss that one, but perhaps most of the time make it, and then they come out for that third attempt and try to better themselves, which is very, very good.
And Hannah Brown's up here, 190-kilo third attempt. All right, so we're going to see Hannah, and then we'll see Lacey in a moment. All righty.
Well, we'll see what the judges say over there for Hannah.
And it's 2-1 good. So Lacey Winters is up 187 kilos, 413.
Load the bar for Rachel Dennis, platform 2.
Depth looked good. We'll see what the judges say here. 2 white lights. Lift is good.
She's coming off holding her.
I noticed that last time too. Her left hip.
Same thing. Yeah, I hope that's not an issue.
Yeah.
She's been working very hard. She's pushing up on a 500-pound deadlift. which is just a huge monster deadlift.
You know, perhaps in raw lifting, she might not be able to perform at that level, but with the gear
Yeah, it
and
helps.
holding things tight, she can still compete.
Yeah, even though she might be tweaked a little bit. And the Rachel Dennis out of New York City's up.
Finish one up. Let's go 3 for 3. South Brooklyn Weightlifting Club.
She is a very good, she's a brand new national referee, does a very, very good job. The majority of our elite athletes are also referees and give back to the sport.
Come on. Look at that battle. Oh,
Yeah,
just about.
she just lost it. All right, here's Sarah Roddick up 202.5, 446 pounds. You know, we're seeing more and more of this too, couples in the sport. They didn't meet in the sport. They came into the sport together.
Oh, okay.
Coached by Mr. Roddick.
And
No,
no, she's high on the
That
side, and
umbrella.
she's high. She comes off shaking her head.
Up for Claire
All right,
McKenzie.
her,
Single Faust on deck.
he's going over, husband's going over to the jury table to try and appeal it, but you know, I can't say I would necessarily agree. So this afternoon I sit on the jury, so I swap out. I do
Sure.
one on the live stream and then on the jury because it's really too tiring to do but one just for the whole day.
Yeah.
So what you look at on the jury when somebody comes over, it's not so much whether you agree with the referee or not, but do you feel that the call was egregious enough to change? And while I might say that was in, I can't say it was definitively in, that every referee in the world would call that as in,
Okay.
right?
Yep.
And that kind of goes through your mind. So all three members of the jury have to agree, and so they may all say, yeah, I would have called it bad, or I would have called it good too, but I would never criticize the referees for calling that bad.
Okay.
If that makes sense. Claire McKenzie, 227.5, 501.
Boy, she dropped that quickly.
And that's 5. Look at that big smile.
Yeah. Made
Now-
easy work of that.
227 doesn't really mean anything for European lifters, but she's coming off so excited because it's 500 pounds.
Sure. Oh,
right?
yeah.
So for European, 225 would mean something and might come off as that excited. 227.5, they hit. It's nothing because I'm over 225.
Sure.
So they do the breaks, the 230, the 240,
Okay.
whatever it is. So 500-pound bench means nothing to them.
Over the years, I've learned to think in kilos,
I know, so do I.
and it sure confuses people when you're warming up because you ask for 130, and then you have to convert it for them, and something in the whatever range, you know.
But it makes it easier when you're coaching if you don't have to convert.
Right.
And the best American coaches, like a James Townsend, like a Kurt St. Romain, like a Larry Maley, don't think in pounds and convert. They think in kilos.
Yep.
Mike Zawalinski, people like that.
I ask my lifters, tell me in kilos, what do you want? You know. So when we plan in kilos.
Right. But you have to think in kilos. Okay, I want to go up 20 pounds. No. We want to go up 10 kilos.
Right.
Or 12.5 kilos.
All right, Monet's back. Asked for 257.5. That'd be a 7.5 kilo jump from her.
567.
Second.
She's, every time I see her, she's getting better and better.
Yep. She's tall also.
And I've seen her perform, and she did not come out here as a great performer. She's worked into this, right? I mean, she's producing world-class numbers now, but it was not an easy road.
Right.
I mean, some lifters it was an easier road.
Yeah,
Okay,
they've
And-
got a gift. Yeah,
but
a
you
lot of
still
them
have to
a
work
gift.
hard. Like a Natalie Hansen came out and was very gifted. She is a super hard worker. And so you have some lifters like that, and then you have Monet up, who's just hard working. Now Rebecca Holcomb's up now, 277.5, 6'11". She is a big squatter. That's why when she missed that 260, I was like, well, that's not her. She's a great squatter.
Yeah.
She's 6'11". She is known. Becky Holcomb is known as a squatter.
Monet hits depth over here on one. Becky makes.
I think she's a
see
little
what-
high. Not 2-1.
got two white lights.
It is now. What I will tell you is it is exceptionally hard doing the two largest female categories and the two largest male categories because the dimensions of the joints and the muscles and everything changes so much. It is very, very hard to tell depth, much harder than it is on the smaller lifters.
Yep. Monet got 3 white lights on her final squat at
And
567.
That is amazing.
Her smile was the biggest I've seen today.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Now they'll take a few minutes off and set up the bench presses.
On platform 2. Wait. At platform 1, we have. Okay, so with Natalie Hansen here, this would be, you can only set world records at international meets. So Natalie Hansen is now taking 270 kilos, 595. And I think the first time she really ever competed in gear was Open Nationals in San Antonio a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
I don't believe she even qualified in gear. I think she hit her qualifying meet raw
Okay.
and then came in and put gear on.
Yep. She's adapted very, very well.
Oh,
That's an
yeah.
understatement. Plenty deep. Look at that. Look at
Look at that
that.
smile. I have really never seen her in a bad mood.
No.
She comes in, she's just very consistently happy. She trains hard. She is one of the toughest competitors in the whole IPF. Forget USA. Here comes a replay of this. Now look, watch. Now watch her start coming up. Watch her start breaking in. There she goes.
Yeah.
See, she knows.
She knew it.
She knew. Once she got
Yeah.
through that little sticking point, that transition level where your hips got to stay back.
Yep.
She got
Oh,
that
yeah.
smile. Yeah, let's see that again, Trey. Would you please, buddy? That's Trey,
Just
Trey
Pay
Cunningham,
attention
our
to
director.
how her setup goes. Like, oh, it didn't show it come out of the rack, but when she took it out of the rack, she owned it. You know, that's a big thing. When you take it out of that rack and it feels like you can handle it, that's part of the mental battle. And if you win that part of the battle, then you've got a shot.
Yeah, and when you watch the best squatters, they have very minimal motion coming out of the rack.
Right.
I almost do.
Step and step.
Well, I mean, even before that, even just
Oh.
picking it up, it's just, me, it's just a slight, or most guys, even Natalie does the same thing, right? Monet does the same thing. It's really just a slight flexing of the knees.
Right.
There's no hip action, there's no back action. You're totally vertical, and you just kind of do just a little kind of leg press, and just straight up,
Yep.
and then step, step.
Yep. That's what I try to do with the minimal weight I have on.
Yeah, and I tell people,
People I coach too, I try to encourage them. The less motion, you have some kids that come in when they start out at step, 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 maybe even a 4-step back, and they're this far, 3 feet from the rack.
I tell people this:
yeah.
if you can step out 3 or 4 steps, you don't have enough weight on your back. Okay, because I'm telling you right now, Natalie could not have taken 4 steps back with
Right.
that. It's not even costing yourself.
Right.
Because it's not the amount of energy. You just literally cannot walk like that with a weight that's heavy.
You know, if I had a microphone, I'd like to go back. If we could be mobile and interview Natalie after that squat, see
Oh,
what
yeah.
she has to say. That would be fun. That was awesome. All right, we're going to take a little break. All right.
Supplements, accessories, apparel, shoes, jewelry, shoes. At SSP Nutrition.
We'd like. 4. Testing 1, 2. All right, welcome back, everybody. We're back at our bench press this morning, 84 kilo class and 84 plus kilo class, 35th Annual USA Powerlifting Championships. I'm Gary Grahn, and I expect Elliot Feldman to join me soon here, but of course he's away talking to somebody. But we have Juanita Torres as our lifter, 16-year-old out of Texas. She's in the 84 plus kilo class, 137 pounds on the bar.
Loaded on 1, loaded on 2. Juanita and Deborah.
All right, Juanita. Like I mentioned before, Texas and Wisconsin are very well represented this weekend. Lifters take the bar at arm's length in the bench press, wait for the start command. They bring it down to their chest, bring it to a complete stop. The head judge gives them the press command. They lock it out and they get the rack command, and it's a good lift. Deborah Pullen is now the lifter, 57 kilos, 126 pounds. That lift is a good lift. On platform 1, we have 2 platforms going on at the same time. Our loaders and spotters are very good, so it's a fast-paced meet. So it's very hard to keep up with both. And unlike Elliot, he can see the far screen to tell who the lifter is. I'm unable to do that, so I'll just wait with you folks that are watching and see who the lifter is when it comes up on the bottom of the screen. Regina Hackney is our lifter. Yesterday she was inducted into the Women's Hall of Fame, USA Powerlifting Hall of Fame. Her opening attempt is 137 pounds. Regina is 78 years young, from South Carolina, as you can see.
She doesn't take any guff whatsoever.
Takes that lift off in her Inzer bench shirt. Locks that out. Looked fairly easy for her. She's got some room to move up then. 3 white lights for Regina. It's on platform 1.
Love the bar for Laurel on 1. And loaded. And Cameron on 2. Laurel on 1, Cameron
Laurel
on 2.
Donald is our lifter,
Cameron's on
137
Louisiana.
pounds also. She's a 17-year-old from Louisiana in the 84 kilo class,
Louisiana.
Teen 2 division. She has a Titan shirt on.
Loaded.
Oh, makes that look very easy.
Laurel's lift on platform 1 is good.
Platform 2, Cameron Alford, another teenager from Louisiana in the 84 plus kilo class, 154 pounds. She has a little bit narrower grip. You can see that the ring is showing on the right side, so she perhaps has a little bit of an imbalance. Probably she's making up for a little bit of weakness in her left arm, and then has more of the bar outside her right hand to help balance things out. That was a very nice lockout. Everything was even on that. Sue Hallen is our lifter on platform 1. Veteran lifter, 84 plus kilo class. She is an M3, hails from Illinois, multi-time world competitor. Lord knows how many championships she's garnered in her career. 187 pound opener. She's lifting without a bench shirt today. Easy opener for Sue.
Here goes Taylor, 22-year-old from Wisconsin on platform 2. Alex Gilwan.
Taylor Podboy, lifter from Wisconsin in the junior division, 20 to 23-year-olds. 170.9 pounds.
Bars loaded, Kaylee Sharps, platform 1.
Taylor gets set, has her lift off. Gets her feet planted.
198 pounds for Kaylee.
Thinking this is going to be a pretty easy lift for her. She held that bar up there with ease for quite some time, but had a little bit of a battle there.
Taylor Podboy, lift is good.
Lift is good. Kaylee Jones now, another teen lifter from Texas, 90 kilos on the bar, and an easy opener for her. Kaylee smoked that. She's got a lot of room. She'll be well over 100 kilos by the end of the day. Laura Stryland Steerland is the lifter from Michigan on platform 1. We'll get back to her. Macy Lambert is the lifter on platform 2. 84 plus kilo category, team division, 16 to 17 year old, 187 pounds for Macy.
She's coached by Gina Stapleton and Josh Moore and handled by
Easy opener over there on platform 2. All right, back to platform 1 for Laura. Laura's a world team member. She was world champion last year over in Estonia, Masters Worlds. Easy opener for Laura, 242 pounds, 3 white lights. I believe she was 3 for 3 in the squats this morning.
we're loading the bar for Jill Arno.
I came on board a little bit late.
The bar is loaded, Jill Arno.
Jill Arnault is the next lifter on platform 1.
Handled by Joseph
She's in the 84 plus kilo class. Another multi-time world championship competitor in the Masters division. Jill's from Massachusetts, 242 pounds.
That order straight. Come on, Jill. 242 for Arno.
Easy opener for Jill.
For Jill, 3 white lights. Here comes
On platform
Melissa
2,
Ray, 214
sitting up with her good arch,
18 years old, got an ouch.
Melissa Reyes from Texas in the Team 1 division, which is 18 and 19 year olds. This is 200 and I believe it was 14 pounds. Having trouble getting it down to her chest. If she would just push that thing a little bit towards her stomach, I think she'd get the command, but the judge told him to take the bar. I think when she brought it out, she was a little bit out of position, so when she brought it down, she missed that sweet spot. That can happen with these bench shirts. She'll come back and get that on her second attempt. All right, Arciana Clemens is next lifter on platform 1, 115 pounds, her second attempt. Makes easy work of that. She's got a lot of room. A lot of room to take a jump there. Perhaps as much as 5 kilos, maybe more. Over on platform 2, Rebecca Meister is the lifter. She's an M1 division, 242 pounds on the bar. See Slingshot, one of our sponsors there on the screen. Want to thank them. Our many sponsors. We have SSP, A7 Grips, My Macro Plus. A lot of great sponsors with us today. And have been with us all weekend. Good lift over there on platform 2. Deborah Pullen is now the lifter on platform 1, 137 pounds. She's an M3, which is a 50 to 59 year age group. She's in the 84 plus kilo class. This is first flight bench press, morning session. Deborah has a very narrow grip. Perhaps she has some shoulder issues, but the narrow grip usually recruits more of the tricep in the pressing movement. She brings that up, and there was a little bit of downward movement on the bar. When she brought it off her chest, it kind of stopped and went down a little bit, and all 3 judges gave her red lights for that. Viviana Flores is now the lifter on platform 2, 270 pound opening attempts over there. She's in the junior division, 20 to 23 year olds. It's a very nice opening attempt on the bench press for this junior lifter. Looks like she's going to have a real nice short stroke here. Brings it down to her chest. Oh yeah, made that look easy. She's got a lot of room over there for some increases, which I'm sure we'll see. All right, Regina Hackney is now the lifter on platform 1. Her second attempt. She's gone up to 148 pounds, took a 5 kilo jump. Yesterday when they were doing her Hall of Fame presentation, they said that she has so many records or has set so many in her powerlifting career that they're too numerous to even mention. I don't know. It would be literally hundreds, I'm sure. Very nice lockout there. Lift is good. 3 white lights for Regina. Liliana Martinez is lifter on platform 2, 137 pounds. Teen division, 16, 17-year-olds. 84 plus kilo class. We have Laurel Donald on the bench on platform number 1. We'll get to her in a second. She's attempting 154 pounds. Lift is good on platform 2.
Liliana Martinez, lift is good.
For Liliana, that was a good lift. Laurel Donald, 2 white lights on her lift.
Lift is good.
Did get a yellow card. Perhaps her head came off the bench a little bit from the head judge. There's usually some little technicality there.
Juanita Torres, 148 pounds.
All right, Sue Hallen is the lifter on platform 1, 95 kilos, 209 pounds on the bar. Sue is an 84 plus kilo lifter. M3, Masters 3. Juanita Torres is up on platform 2. She is on your screen at this time. Another teen, 16, 17-year-old. These kids are the future of our sport here, and they're at Nationals today, 35th Annual USA Powerlifting National Championships equipped. Nice battle over there for her. That's a good lift. Now Sue is has that locked out. She's lifting raw, like I mentioned before. Left hand was just a little bit behind, but she was able to come through with a full lockout. She had taken a 10-kilo jump. Makes that lift good. 209 pounds with a pause raw at 60 plus years old. Platform 2, Noemi Cavarubier, 165 pounds on the bar. Another teen from Texas, 16, 17-year-old. We switch back to platform 1. That is not Sue Hallen. Not sure who it was, but I'll let you know.
Sue Hallen, but it was somebody else.
Gino just repeated what I said.
I believe it was Kaylee Jones.
There's a replay. Here's Naomi's. Watch if there's a little.
Yeah, I know.
I believe she got 2 red lights on that. All right, Kaylee Jones was the lifter on platform 1 and was successful.
Lift is good.
So what's going on here so far? What did I
Well, we're
miss?
into our second attempts on the bench press, and they're just mowing them down.
Wow, it's good.
Yeah, we've had a few missed lifts on some technicalities, but they're strong enough so far. You know how that is on first and second attempts. So
Oh yeah.
they're getting it going. Jill Arnault is the next lifter on platform 1. She's asked for 259 pounds. Over on platform 2, Cameron Alford has asked for 165. She's in the 84 plus kilo class. Another female lifter from Louisiana, Teen 1. That's 18 and 19-year-olds. She does that narrow grip also. There's been a handful of those today, Elliot. You
Narrow.
don't see that very often, but we have a couple.
Yeah, and then here's Jill with a more wide, not
Yep.
max grip, but certainly close to it.
Yep, covering those lines for sure.
Yep.
There was a lifter earlier on platform 2 that was favoring inside the rings by about 2 to 3 inches with her right hand and covering with her left. And I'm sure she was compensating a little bit. We'll talk about that when she comes up again. You'll see
Yeah,
it.
let me know because
Yeah.
I mean some lifters do it intentionally.
Yeah.
Again, Priscilla Ribick had a period where she was having a shoulder issue, and the rings are 81 centimeters apart, but basically the rule says that's just on there so you can know where it is in the referees. By rule, you can kind of take that 81 centimeters wherever you want, so you can call for the bar to be marked. And there was a period where she was shifted off to one side because she was having a shoulder problem
Sure.
intentionally.
I shift one finger
Do you?
myself. Yeah.
And you know you do it.
Yeah, because my right side is weaker.
There you go.
So I shift left with my left, or right with my left finger. I just move on over and. All right, who was that on platform 2?
It looks like, was that Taylor? Was that Taylor? I
I'm
couldn't
not sure.
tell.
Laura
Yeah, it
Stryland
was
just
Taylor.
made. Laura just made 264 pounds on platform 1.
It looks like Reyes is up on platform 2.
Yep, Arciana Clemens on platform 1.
All right.
Platform
Louisiana,
2 is ready to go.
Louisiana and Texas.
But this is Reyes. She missed this on her opener. She had a little bit downward movement, I believe, on it.
Yep, there she is, Texas. Melissa Reyes. 97.5. You know, and sometimes, too, in equipped lifting, you may open too light, right? So you got to do a lot of work to try to get it down.
Yeah, this is the one she couldn't get it down to her chest. That's right.
Yeah, and this is...
She missed her belly. She needs to push it further south. See if she would go... There, she got
There
it.
she goes.
Yeah.
Wow.
A little bounce
Yeah,
there.
she
We'll
got
see.
2 different spots, right off her chest and then at the transition point.
Okay.
I'm shocked that she got the one white light on that.
Yep.
And sometimes it misses, too, because as a referee, what we're told is the benefit of the doubt always goes to the lifter. So if you're not sure of what you saw or you literally didn't see it because you were blocked, that should go to the lifter.
Right. Arciana's lift was good there with 60 kilos. Now Deborah Pullen is the next lifter, 65 kilos on the bar. Over to Macy Lambert, 97.5. That's 214 pounds over on platform 2.
And there's, you know, so as a referee, like I always try to make the instantaneous choice, and I don't even want to think about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good lift or it's a bad lift. If I have to think about it, it's a good lift. That's the way I go in my head.
So your finger's always on the white light.
Well, I tell people that it's always a white lift until it's a red.
Right.
There were referees who told us, and I've scolded referees who say, no, you have to show me it's good. No. You have to do something wrong.
Right.
How do you demonstrate positivity?
Right.
You can only demonstrate negativity, really, right? It's
Yep.
easier to tell when somebody does something wrong than when somebody does something right.
There's a narrow grip. Look at that.
And unfortunately, the world as a whole, the way it's set up, responds to negativity more than it does to positive, right? You get yelled at for doing mistakes, and you don't really ever get called out and complimented for doing the right thing.
Right.
So you can do the right thing 1,000 times, the wrong thing once, and what do you get attracted to?
Oh, yeah.
You get attention for the wrong thing.
Yeah. Rebecca Meister is the lifter over there.
So I'm just telling you, if your kids, when they do right stuff, compliment them instead
Right.
of just yelling at them when they do the wrong thing.
Or my employees, yeah.
Or employees. Because, hey, look, even adults want attention.
Oh, yeah.
So they'll do whatever they can. So if you reinforce negative, it's
Yeah.
going to be negative. That's the same thing in this sport, right? So,
Yep.
boy, it looks like that bar is not on the same rack height. Look at that. Look at that.
I think that we're on for a picture here, Elliot.
Are
Look
we
at
on
that.
for a picture?
Yep. All right.
If I'd known, I would have combed my hair.
Me too.
No, I mean my hair.
Oh, the one?
The one, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I look like a beluga whale in that picture, but that's okay. I'm full.
That's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, that we got to make that a tradition. We'll do it at the Arnold next spring.
There we go.
All right. Viviana Flores is the lifter, 292 pounds. Junior lifter. That's a very good lift. 84 plus kilo class. Easy lockout. Wow.
That was easy. That was beautiful.
She'll be three plus on her next attempt.
I mean, that is a textbook lift right there.
Yep.
Everything's even, and you pull your elbows in. You don't flare them. A lot of people in the gym, you see them flare their elbows. Watch how most of them pull their elbows in as if they're doing a lat pull down on the lat machine, more so than bodybuilders that flare their elbows wide.
Yep. Laurel had a little trouble there, and the loaders,
Yep.
spotters did a nice job of catching that one. She'll get credited with 70 kilos.
I mean, one of the things that pulling those elbows in does allows you to keep a tight back and a base in your
Keeps
upper
your
back
arch.
to push from.
Yep.
Right? Your elbows flare, and the first thing that happens, and you can do this at home, right? Try to turn and pull your elbows in. Feel how tight your back is?
Oh, yeah.
Now, flip your elbows out and feel what happens to your back. Loosens those lats and those traps. It allows you to have a good base to push from. Liliana Martinez is up now, 65 kilo, third attempt out of the great state of Texas.
Got her purple katana on. She got nice up on that belly.
Wow, that was
Hit that
easy.
high spot. Yeah, that's
That
a great.
was
That was
easy.
textbook bench there. Sue Hallen.
100 kilos, 220.
See how her elbows are tucked in too, lifting raw.
Yeah.
That's, great technique. Weight was just a little bit too heavy, but she gets credited with 209 pounds. That was 220.
Now she's lifting here raw on the
Right.
bench. My assumption is that when she goes to the World Championship, she will be wearing the
Right.
shirt.
Oh, yeah.
It's hard to remain competitive in the bench press that way.
Juanita Torres is the lifter. Trying 148 pounds again. 16-year-old out of Texas.
Now let's see what happens on this one. See if she does. Didn't she kind of lose control of the bar a little bit? Yeah, it's that
Yeah,
same.
down
It's
her
that
move,
same
yeah.
thing, man.
Yeah.
That's a training issue. All right, Kaylee Jones is up now 107.5. She had a great day squatting. Wow, it's just
Ooh.
off to the side.
These
Wow.
lifters are testing their limits like they always do on their third attempts. Perhaps trying PRs, trying to set records. Got to get them credit. Got to give them credit for going to the next level, or trying to get to that next level.
Right, and not every missed lift is a bad lift. The lifter didn't do anything wrong, and the call isn't wrong. Like sometimes within the flow of a meet, you got to put in a number that you just have. That number has to be that number.
Right.
For whatever reason, right? Gary, you coach a
Yeah.
lot, and the flow of the meet and the competition forces you to put that number in regardless. Now, you don't put in a 30-pound PR, 30-kilo PR on the bench to try to get ahead. I mean, that's just crazy.
Nope.
But let's see right here with Jill
Well,
Arno.
you know perhaps what your competition is lifted, so you know what number you need to keep up with them. But that you also have to know what your limits are. So you push right up against that, knowing that you're on schedule to put together a total that should be what you want or what you need in the end. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But so there would be, well, I'll give you an example. There was a lifter that was being coached at an international meet and didn't feel comfortable putting in a 2.5-kilo PR on the bench to try to move into the medal contention. Now, folks at home, Gary is speechless here because Gary is actually speechless.
2.5 kilo was
Yes, PR.
tentative about
Yeah.
that.
It never done, 2.5 kilos.
Wow.
Would not refuse to put it in. That's unusual. That's unusual for this sport.
Yeah. I would,
Most people would be like, it's 20 pounds over your PR. Put it in. No, we're not.
yeah.
No, we're not going
Yeah.
a 20-pound or a 10-kilo,
Yep.
PR. But 2.5, especially in equipped lifting, jack that shirt a little bit, man.
Yeah.
There you go.
Laura, 3 for 3. American record for Laura Starlin, 276 pounds.
Again, she's been a world champion. She's a great lifter.
Yep.
Who do we have here? Is this Taylor? Is Taylor Podboy?
Yep.
Podby, actually.
I don't lift very much, but last year in Estonia, the top bench presser in my age group and weight class, I was a little bit lighter than he was, and on his second attempt, he missed, or on his opener, he missed 147.5, which was way over my PR.
Right.
And when I made my second attempt, he was still to come up for his second and
Right.
try that 147 over. But I thought, well, if something happens and he makes it but then doesn't make his third, and I happen to make it on my third, however, I got buried by it. But at least I gave it a shot.
No, but you're thinking ahead, and there's a strategy involved in
Yeah.
that. Look, and I tell
Yep.
people all the time, you just got to lift within what you can lift.
Yep.
And so I was telling a story yesterday about Jason Beck, who was a USA powerlifting great, been a national team member multiple times. His first open national win was because the two lifters ahead of him in the 90 kilos both did not record a total.
Oh,
And from then on, he went on to
Yep.
be a multi-time silver medalist at the Open Worlds, but that was his start. So, again, lift within yourself, and you kind of force other people to make mistakes.
all right. Melissa Reyes needs this to stay in the competition.
I always describe this a lot of times as being like NASCAR, where you kind of draft behind somebody, let them do the heavy lifting, literally, and
Yep.
just stay right behind them.
There, she got that good pop off the bottom. We'll see if the judges give her white lights over there. They do. 3 white lights, so she remains in the competition.
And that's when Kelsey and Priscilla were lifting yesterday. They kind of stayed neck and neck, and like who's going to take the lead and who's going to be, as to what goes on, who's doing the heavy work. And sometimes you let the other person do the heavy work and make the mistakes and think they're ahead, and then you just smash them in the end.
Yeah. How many kilos separated them at the end?
Well, it became a bit because Kelsey only got the 1 bench in, and then Priscilla came back with a bench that was just about, right in the same range. They squatted right in the same range, and Priscilla is the best female deadlifter in the history of the sport.
Sure.
And Kelsey, while she's a great deadlifter, is not at that level yet.
Not
so
yet. Yeah. Yep.
But she just did an amazing job. She's only been in sport 2 years.
Wow.
2.5 years.
Yeah.
I first saw her. I was chief referee at New Jersey State meet in East Brunswick, which is not East Brunswick. East Brunswick, which is where New Brunswick, where Rutgers University is. So she's one of the side spotters, loading deadlift. Man, she was moving. I'm like, maybe this girl can lift a little bit. And I didn't find she was already lifting, but she was not very accomplished at that point. But you could just see her determination and that fierceness, even in the way she was loading, that she was built for this sport. Hannah Henry's up now from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, 132. We have several states that are not technically states.
Oh.
Right? No, they're not. I mean, there's, Texas is a Commonwealth. Oh, gosh, I'm really falling down on my civics here. There's a couple of other states. Texas is a republic.
Okay.
As those of you who know Texas well, it is definitely its own place, right? And it is the Republic
What about
of Texas.
Alaska?
Alaska is definitely the last frontier.
Okay.
And I don't think that will ever be, I hate to say conquered because that's a really bad, but it's Alaska will always win. It's like the great white north of Canada. That's going to win.
Yeah.
The Sahara Desert will always win. As a matter of fact, the Sahara Desert is growing and encroaching on inhabited parts of the world. It's the inhabited parts of the world are not encroaching on the Sahara right now. So Lacey Winters is up 87.5, 192 pounds. Now, oftentimes young lifters are not great in the bench, but you can continue to increase your bench as you get older. Brad Gillingham, and a great squatter, great deadlifter, had to work on getting his bench together, right? Always.
Yep.
And he did. He benched over 600 pounds, which at that time 606. I was his handoff guy at that meet, and it was, at that time that was a really competitive bench in the supers.
Yep. Well, he had gold medals a few times, and he had 630 pounds was his PR. Yeah, he used to be the gold medal, take home the gold in the bench in the deadlift.
Yep. But he had to work on that. It wasn't he didn't lay down because he's a big long-armed guy and.
Yeah, the racks that we have been the same forever in the 81 centimeter rule, and for those guys, they end up almost doing a narrow bench.
He literally barely fit in those racks. And the funny thing is now, back then it was rack height 11, but right now it would be like a 23, 24 rack height, which is just crazy.
Yep. I think if I remember right, a couple years ago at Raw Nationals, his rack height might have been 25.
I want to give you an example. Right now, this young lady's rack height is 5.
Right.
Brad's would be 25 or
in the
24.
squat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to give you an example of where that is, how high that bar would be off. That rack height is, if you look at the top of the standards, that 25 is almost all the way up there.
Yep.
Where the top of the standards are right now.
Regina White is a lifter, 209 pounds, opening attempt.
95 kilos.
This is in the second flight. We're into the second flights now of these bench press.
Here comes Monet. She's smiling. She's coming out, having a little chat with Nikki, who's the handoff man. Monet's just smiling. Now she's open. She has become a great bench presser. She's open a 110, 242. So you can put together a 600-pound deadlift, a squat, a 300-pound bench, and a 550 deadlift, you're going to be real dangerous at the international level in the 84 kilo class.
Time, Moni, 28 seconds. Get set,
All right, she was
20
not
time.
covering the rings. And you don't really have to cover the ring, but your finger has to be over it.
Yep.
Definitely. See how her wrists are turned out? Her wrists are not straight. Great benchers are able to do that. See how easy that is?
Looking good, Monet. What do the
Yep.
referees say?
And
Now
she's just new into the sport of geared lifting.
Right.
So once she gets,
I don't think she started competing until she was a junior already
okay.
in college. And she is just a great example. And it's going to be interesting to see what happens when she actually realizes how good she is. Because right now she still doesn't when you talk to her.
Uh-huh.
Like you talk to her, you would think she's the worst lifter out there. And she's, in world record territory in 2 lifts.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's good to see, though.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we need that.
And what we find in powerlifting is truly the majority of the time, the great athletes, the best, are really humble about their lifting.
Oh, yeah.
Wouldn't you say?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
I mean, Brad, how many times did Brad Gillingham pull 800 pounds in competition? How many? Do you have any idea?
100 plus.
100 plus times.
Yeah.
So he's pulled 800 more than any man in history in competition, over 800 pounds. And I don't believe he's ever pulled under 700, right? In a meet. I think
No.
it's, or under 727 or something like that.
Yeah.
And
Even raw.
even raw, correct. And it was, which he did the majority of his career. Raw.
Right.
Lift is good on 1.
So good on 1. Hannah Brown's up on 2. So
Ooh.
All right, she'll be back.
Brad never really talked about his. I mean, he would talk to you if you talked to him about his lifting.
Right. You have to pry it out of them.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, when I came into USA powerlifting, I've been out of the sport for a long time, and I just fell back into. I didn't know who anybody was because I wasn't a fan. I was just at the gym, trying to get back into powerlifting. The guy brought me here, and I just literally, from my first meet on, just fell in with this group of people. I didn't realize that I fell into like the clouds. I had no clue. Wow, Sarah just smoked that. Let's see what her 3 whites.
Wow.
And that's great that a husband and wife can train together like that. So we're seeing a change where couples are coming into the sport together, either from CrossFit or weightlifting or strongman or something else. They're already coming together. But also, we're seeing more and more an increasing amount of people coming into the sport, meeting each other and getting married, and then keeping that powerlifting lifestyle going through. The interesting thing is now we're seeing people who had been couples, right, were great competitors, had kids, left, and then come back later.
Yeah. Or you see their kids getting into it too.
Well, look at Jeff Douglas now.
Yeah.
And his, and Newt Douglas put on a show yesterday. He's one of the top 3 83 kilo lifters in the world.
Yeah.
Going to the World Games in July.
I just ordered a 10 kilo bar for my grandkids. So hopefully one of them will get interested in it.
There's Natalie Hansen
I got
opening
4
at
of 'em.
352.
Look at that. Just smoke that thing.
And as
She's
Monet
on
gets
fire
stronger,
today.
I mean, Natalie's in a class by herself, okay?
Right.
But as Monet gets stronger, Monet's knocking on the door asking if she can come to this party. Like she's in high school and the cool kids are all in the house having a house party, and she's kind of like,
Yeah.
so.
Oh, yeah.
So it's over time. She's asking to come into the party, right? And she's that cool kid.
Yep. And her deadlift is phenomenal.
I was talking about like 2-3 years down the road, not today.
Yeah.
Not today. Oh no.
Jill Ellenboss is a lifter now
No, but it's
on
still
platform 1.
2 years from
We have a
now.
little delay on 2 there, but platform 2, Jill Ellenboss asking for 126 pounds.
Yeah, so it's over time. A Monet can catch up. Don't sit here and say, you may be reading about somebody online, and in 3 years you're battling them for a national championship.
Right. She's got about 8 years left in the open division
Oh yeah.
or more. I'm not sure how the math. Let's see, 40. Oh, she's only, late 20s. She's got 12 to 15 years left in the open division.
Well,
so.
until she's eligible for Masters. But
Right.
remember that we
Oh,
had
yeah.
a year in 2007 in I think was that Brad's last Open, 2007 Open Worlds?
Was it in St. Louis?
No, Open Worlds, Austria.
Oh, in Austria, Worlds, yeah.
Was that okay?
Yeah.
So at
Oh,
that time,
2010.
2010
South
was
Africa.
his last. All right.
Yeah.
But in 2007 in Austria, I remember that more than half of the team was Masters lifters.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, which is just
Yep.
crazy.
Dave Ricks
and
Tony Harris.
Yep.
Yep. Nick
And-
Tailuki was on that
And
team.
him, Tailuki was on there. Jason Beck, Tony Cardella, 27 white lights, American record total, world championship.
Yep.
You know,
Brad had silver that year.
that was one of the greatest performances that Tony put on I'd
Oh,
ever
yeah.
seen. He dominated. You talked about, you see him get under the weight. You see him in the on deck, so in the chalk box, waiting to put the magnesium on his hands, and you could just tell. And he came out, got under that bar, and waiting for the squat command. You could tell he ruled the platform that day. Right now we have Andrea Page up. Big smiley, Andrea Page.
I think Wade Hooper was with us that year, too,
Wade Hooper, Irvin Gaynor.
in 7.
Trying to remember who else.
I don't know if we had anybody between Irvin and Wade because we had
Doc
can we
was there.
double up?
I think Doc was there
with
with
Don
us.
Holloway? Okay.
Yeah, I think
Maybe
Doc
we
was
just had one in each weight class.
I think Doc was there with us. I think that was the first year that we didn't have that Caleb wasn't there. I think
Right.
Caleb's last Worlds was
At
2006.
148, yeah.
He chased Oleg up to 165, where Yaroslav Oleg has continued to win world championships, but he ran away from Caleb.
Oh, yeah.
Caleb Williams was a 148-pounder who was on the verge of squatting 804 at 148 pounds.
Yeah.
Who's a great coach now, Olympic lifting coach. He is in the U.S. Olympic weightlifting program.
Right.
One of the-
I ran into him in Reno a year and a half ago. I was down there for I announced at a powerlifting meet that the Lopes put on, and the USA weightlifting championships were there, and there was about 900 lifters on 4 platforms over 3 days. And I ran into Caleb at the airport, and he remembered me, and it was like the good old days. And he's one of their premier lifters.
Oh yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Here's Lacey Winters now, 95 kilos, 209. And as Lacey builds her bench, because talking about younger lifters earlier, talking about her bench can become to the point where she'll be more competitive as she gets older with Natalie and Monet. I mean, because physically she's 20, all right? You have Natalie and Monet are both in that 25, 26, 27-year-old category, right? And so they're more physically and mentally mature. You know, again, talking about Monet not kind of knowing that she belongs to the party yet, Lacey really doesn't know. She's starting to know. She goes, well, those people kind of like me. Like maybe I'll hang out at that party. When that switch clicks in her head, you're going to see a different athlete. The way you're starting to see, because she is now where Monet was 3 years ago.
Right.
Okay? When I first saw Monet, where Monet's going, well, maybe I kind of like this.
Rebecca Holcomb is now our lifter. Her opening attempt, 297. She had a huge squat.
298 on the bar for Becky, her opener.
Wow.
Easy work on that.
That was easy.
Wow. Yeah.
So I laid down a challenge to Lacey and her father too when we were in North American Championships in St. Croix last summer. I said, look, we have the Arnold Sports Festival, the deadlift show where Brad had always put on a show every year. He was the big star. I think he took an attempt at 903 in the deadlift, which was just amazing. But so I challenged her. You need to get your deadlift up. We'll get you on the stage. You know, you're photogenic. You're strong. You're nice. You're the future of this sport.
Yeah.
You know, and she's like, I don't know. My numbers aren't good. So I kept after her and challenging her. Well, today I think she's going to set like a 25-kilo PR in her deadlift. Because I challenged her, you need to be up here. And her deadlift really hadn't moved. Now, as you know, you can tell the people at home, it's hard to put 25 kilos on your deadlift. It's the hardest one to move up in.
Yep.
And there goes Monet, 120 kilos, 264. There you go.
Easy lift for her. Comes off smiling.
Now, and it's funny because I always try to take young lifters, especially high school or college, and really encourage them, whether it's male or female. the female lifters seem to take to it more. Some of the guys do.
Yeah.
Some of them don't.
Michelle Grapple, 214 pounds. Nice even lock out there.
Like I talked to, Butchie Dunn, who's been around forever. So his son, I was talking to him and his son, and they were at high school nationals one year, and I said, you really should go to Open Nationals. Jordan, they're like, really? Should we really go? Or they're collegiate. I'm sorry, they're collegiate. Should we really go? And I encouraged him to go, and he came and smoked and became, a competitor. I mean, he and Newt were kind of like right, and Newt Douglas were kind of right there, but he wasn't even going to go. Like, really, should I go? I might go.
Here's another huge bench. Claire McKenzie, 319 pounds on her second attempt.
So it's a matter with these younger lifters, specifically, but the female lifters especially, that really need that encouragement to jump up because they don't have that kind of me ego. And this is not a real me ego sport anyway.
Right. Yeah. Lift is good over there on platform 2. Sarah Roddick, who had an easy 308 opener.
I mean, and as you can probably confirm, for a power lifter, especially somebody who's at the, at this level of the sport, I talk a lot more than most of them do. You'd say, yeah. Most of them, that's not a big thing for them. Right? Am I telling the truth? Yeah.
You see how high her wrist wraps are in her hand?
Yeah.
I would be a little concerned with that, but
she's still within that 2 centimeters, though, I think.
Of her knuckles?
Yeah.
I thought it was.
No, but she's right there. It's really the shape of her hands.
Okay.
It's also the way her hand looks, because her hand turns back, right?
Yeah.
So you got to see that, you get your parallax. It looks closer than it is. We want to try, because they try to really enforce that 2 centimeters, which is ridiculous. And if you're wrapping yourself, it's almost impossible to get up on that hand.
Oh, yeah.
To try to change the rule that as long as that wrap is not in contact with the bar, it should be okay.
Sure.
Because that's really what the intent is, that you're not using the wrist wrap in either the squat or the bench to kind of use it to hold the bar itself.
All right, here we go. 374 pounds, a 10-kilo jump for Natalie Hansen. I think I've seen a Facebook video of her doing 405, I think. So
yeah, she may take a shot. She may take a shot at 401. We'll just see.
Yep. 374.
And here's the thing, because, and I think she's being coached by James Townsend is helping, who is the open team coach, world championship coach, to take a shot and see what she can handle here, what that shirt can do.
Right.
Because it may be a new shirt, it's fitting a little bit differently. We were talking today, she's actually putting on some muscle now, right? So your shirt is going to respond much differently.
Right.
And this is where equip lifting is different. Gaining weight, losing weight, muscle mass versus body fat, however, changes the way that gear fits on you. So they may take a shot and just shoot for the moon on this, and see what they can get.
I could see him putting in 180. I wish we had that, and I mentioned it all weekend when I've been on here.
Yeah.
If we had the scoreboard.
Oh, the scoreboard, yeah.
Yeah, we
will
could kind of see what
normally.
they're putting in. But
well, I also would, and we didn't really have space for it now, but the butt cam where you can really get a view of people pushing into it.
Yeah, but I'd like to see our scoreboard on a different screen so we could keep the people informed as to how things are shaping up regarding the competition. But
yeah, that's something we usually have. That it wasn't.
yeah.
We weren't able to get it done here. It's sometimes our based on the technology and the layout of things, how we can get things done. But normally it is. Well, I also like to be able to give previews and tell what's going on as people putting in attempts. And right now we don't know what people's opening deadlifts are.
Right. That's one of my favorite things when we talk at the Arnold about how that.
When you and I were doing that, yeah.
That's fun.
Yeah, I love that stuff.
Yeah.
I try to take that to the next level because I'm always trying to outthink somebody.
Outthink and out-talk.
Well, one is always easier. The other one I have to put some thought into.
You should sell real estate.
I'm a mortgage banker.
Oh.
And I used to work on Wall Street, so
okay.
Shock.
Yeah.
Shock.
Okay. Yeah.
And I used to run nightclubs. Shocking why somebody with a personality would be involved in a people
yeah.
business.
Yeah. Hannah Henry is a lifter.
Oh,
154 pounds.
whenever they try to put me into an operations role where I'm
Yeah.
like stuck in doing like, I'd say grunt level work, but that kind of, that's not for me.
Oh.
I'm going to get fired. I will. You put me in a certain role where I'm working with other people and I'm setting expectations, I rise to the top.
Yeah.
The Peter principle is you rise to the level of your incompetence.
Oh.
I'm the other way. When I'm on the bottom, I'm virtually incompetent and almost get fired. If I move to a new company or a new industry, I have to get up as quickly as possible or I won't have a job.
Okay.
It's a very weird, it's a very odd thing.
That was I think that was 303 over there.
That was awesome, 303 over there. So Sarah Boland's coming out now from Washington.
192 pounds, creeping up towards 200.
Hey guys, we're kind of letting the lifting take care of itself here. I mean, we're kind of giving you updates, but this is kind of self-explanatory what
Right.
these women are doing here.
Right.
I mean, how many times can we tell you how amazing this stuff is?
Yeah, and also the numbers are there on the screen.
But I mean, more than that, that's 200 pounds just being manhandled right there.
Yeah.
You know, you've got a woman squatting 600, benching 400. Do you have to use
Yeah, what more
superlatives
can
for
you
that?
say? Yeah. And I think the fans that would be watching, friends and family and other lifters, can kind of relate to those numbers.
Oh yeah.
You know.
Well, it's like a Bryce
They know.
Harper home run. Do you have to say? I mean, what do you have to say?
Right.
You get a walk-off home run.
That's a short stroke there.
Wow.
think
Do you
that's
see our
locked
hip
up.
flex? Let's see what we get. Wow, 3 whites. Here's Lacey Winters now, 97.5 kilos.
Third and final attempt.
I see in a couple of years Lacey hitting 300, 303.
Yeah, I think her elbows need to come in a little bit. She can work on that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Her overall setup is amazing though. She has a huge arch. Her feet are ground in. She's pushing with her hips. She just needs to get some upper back strength. You know, and that's the type of thing where some overhead work, which a lot of powerlifters don't do, overhead squats, overhead presses, push presses, really build that upper back strength.
Sometimes back in the day, I would use a little video to show kids. I would just have them bench their normal way and their elbows would flare out, and I would video that from the top. Then I would take a guy like Nick Tylutki and video him and show his 45-degree
different
angle
it
of his
looks.
elbows and how that is, you know. And you
Well, and
can-
also how much more stable it looks. They can see how stable it looks.
Right.
Here's Becky Holcomb, 145, 319. Look at that.
easy weight.
Good Lord, put some weight on that bar. All right, Kendall Foster's here now, 117 and a half, 259. She's got a good setup, man. These women have such amazing setups. You know, and interestingly enough, I really think,
Wow, good battle.
and some of it's the gear.
2 white lights for Kindle.
Some of it's the gear, but I think years ago, men's and women's world championships were separated forever. And since men's and women's have joined together in 2006, have you noticed that the men's benches have skyrocketed? And
Kind of, yeah.
and-
yeah, they're up into the 700-800 range at open.
900,
Yeah.
now 900
Yeah.
open. But just in every class they've gone up. Remember
Yeah.
when Wade Hooper was just over 500
Yeah.
in that 75-kilo class? And now you've got that same weight class, guys benching 650.
Wow.
And Wade was the greatest bencher of all time in that
Yeah.
class. And so I think some of it is being exposed to the setups of the women, honestly.
Sure. Yeah.
Am I crazy? Yes, probably. But I see the guys having setups more like the women do now.
Yeah. Monet missed that 5-kilo jump, but
She's not
she's still
happy
putting
with
together
that.
a pretty good total.
Yeah, coached by Paulie Steinman of South Brooklyn Weightlifting Club. He's also a USA Powerlifting board member. He's a great guy.
Yep. I think he's a Raw Worlds coach also, isn't he?
He is.
What's
He's
he?
the head coach
Yep.
for the Classic Worlds. Mikel Grapple. And I am her dog's best friend outside of her household.
Oh. Claire McKenzie, another shot at 145 here, 319 pounds.
Yeah, so Claire's here from Texas,
Missed this on her second attempt.
the Republic of Texas.
I think she made a little adjustment there. I think that's going to be a good lift. 3 white lights.
That's awesome, beautiful.
Yeah.
You know,
Made
I
a
got-
little adjustment.
And I got to tell you, I love Texas. I love where I live in Philadelphia. I love the city of Philadelphia. I just absolutely adore it. I love everything about it. But one of the few places in the country that I would consider to move, leaving would be Texas.
Okay.
Hannah Brown's up 102.5, 226. I mean, I love Austin, and I love some of the areas around Dallas.
Yeah.
Really do.
I'd like the warm weather.
Well, that's hot weather.
Yeah.
But
Sarah Roddick, 150 kilos, 330 pounds.
yeah, and but where you
Having
guys
to
are, it's
reset
interesting.
there.
You go from terrible winter weather to horrible summer weather.
Oh,
Because you do.
Hot
I mean,
and
while it
muggy.
doesn't get hot, it just gets really muggy and
Oh, it's
kind of.
terrible.
Yeah.
yeah, but you live with it.
It is what it is, right?
Yep. She must have adjusted her shirt a little bit. She could barely get that down. Ooh. My whole body just kind of gets an adrenaline rush when I see
Yeah.
the bar go back like that.
Oh,
Ooh.
it is. And now
Yeah.
that we have the safety racks,
Yeah.
it helps a lot.
Yeah.
And again, talking about Wade Hooper story, we were Dennis Cherry, who's never been, I don't think has ever been beaten in international competition.
Yeah.
It's just every international meet he goes to, he's a world champion, world record. Also, he's benching 606, and Wade and I are the side spotters. And he just dumped the bar. Literally, somehow, it just slipped out of his hands and just hit him right in the chest.
Ooh.
And kind of almost killed him, actually. But now we have the safety standards, so none of that happens. I mean, now, Natalie, 385.
385. Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's 386.
175. That's makeable.
Yeah, I
180
think
would
it's
have been
makeable.
perhaps a stretch, but this is maple. If they pulled her shirt down a little bit, got that adjusted.
Well, I think
dialed
they're
in.
really trying to see what they've got here in her, because she's also going to the World Games, too, I think.
There it is.
Yeah, I think she had that. I think she
Yep,
had
little
that.
sticking point, but the bar did not drop.
No, not at all.
Yep, 3 white
I
lights
think
for
she
Natalie.
had that 180, and that's why
Yep.
she's happy. I don't think she's as happy. I mean, she is happy she got the 175, but that knowledge that, okay, now we know with this shirt that I can get a 180.
Right. After her second attempt, her third attempt looked better than her second attempt.
Well, and again, it's talking about what we're talking about, that where equipped lifting is different. You know, you adjust that shirt, and sometimes more weight, especially in the bench press, helps you.
yeah.
The
get that
deadlift,
down.
as we said, doesn't help you as much.
Right.
But on the two lifts that have an eccentric phase in them, which is the
Right.
descent, the squat, and the bench, in equipped lifting, sometimes more weight, you'll miss and you'll go up because the miss was caused by not enough weight to help you through the eccentric phase.
Yeah, I get good rebound when I finally get my butt down low enough with the gear to get a rebound off the bottom, and that even happens in raw lifting too, I guess.
Wow. Look at this. Keep.
That battle.
Oh, my gosh.
There it's locked out.
Wow.
2 white lights
Rachel
over there.
Dennis, there you go. Rachel Dennis from New York City, also coached by Paulie Steinman.
Okay.
You know, works out at South Brooklyn Weightlifting Club. I always do the Brooklyn meets, even though I live in Philadelphia, because I grew up in New York City. Most of my family's still. I'm the only one that's not in
Oh, yeah.
pretty much in that area. So I love to go up there.
How far is it?
It takes me to there. Probably takes me, I don't know, an hour 40.
Oh, that's not
I must say I do exceed the speed limit. But it's not as far as people think.
Yeah, Camilla Todd, 264 pounds.
Interestingly, though, people, you know, because Pittsburgh and Philadelphia are in the same state. Well, we're like 6 hours apart.
Sure.
And New York City is an hour and a half for me.
When I was
An
in
hour 40.
Scranton a couple of years ago, I was talking to some people, and they talked about perhaps an hour to get to New York City.
From there, a little bit longer, but
yeah,
not much.
but they would take the bus in or the train or something and go into the city
That's
quite often.
no lift right there. Oh, yeah, it's an easy shot.
Yeah.
Route 80, it's almost, from where Scranton is, it's almost due east
Okay.
to go to New York City.
Andrea Page is up now, 319 pounds also.
So, you know, it's an interesting thing. So while it's kind of inconvenient, Scranton, getting a flight into Scranton for national meets is difficult, it's only, you know, an hour and 45 from Philly. It's an hour and 45 from New York. You know, it's not bad.
Right.
Some people even flew into Newark and then drove up.
Okay. Rent a
Yeah,
car.
so it's not hard. Yeah, it's not horrible. It's better than some of the bus rides that you and I have had to take in
Oh.
Europe or South America somewhere,
Yeah.
where you fly in and then you find out it's a 5-hour bus ride after the after the flight.
Yeah. My most memorable one was when some native South Africans came on our bus ride. We were going from Johannesburg Airport to Potchefstroom, and it was about a 2-hour trip, and they tried to extort us to load their bag, or they wanted to load our bags for us, and we wouldn't let them touch our bags.
Right.
Then they came right after us on the bus.
Well, yeah, and
Yeah.
there's some interesting things like Brazil. When Junior Worlds was in Brazil, I believe they landed. I forget whether they landed in Sao Paulo or I can't remember where they landed. But then it was like a 5 or 6 hour bus ride to that
Yeah.
town, 7 hours. And both the U.S. State Department and the Brazilian government said, "All right, we're going to load you guys on this bus. We're not stopping or slowing down till we get to where we're going.
Wow.
We are not stopping for red lights. We are not stopping for stop signs once we get outside of the city.
Wow.
We are not stopping for bathroom breaks. You figure what you need to do."
Wow.
Yeah. Now, I don't know if there was a stop, but that's what we were told by the, we had long discussions because there's a lot of things that are involved in the organization. We have long discussions about the State Department report. Robert Keller, who is the meet director here, who is the Secretary General of the IPF, our international, is also international conflict resolution is what his PhD is in. So
Oh,
he's
okay.
Dr. Robert Keller. So he has great contacts with the State Department. He always helps us expedite things a lot of times when we have to go to international meets. And they were like, "Yeah, you can go." There was an advisory out, and we had to plan what was going to be done. So there's a
Alright.
lot that goes behind the scenes here of international competition more than just what goes on the
Yep.
platform.
2 white lights over there on platform 2.
Yeah.
That was a good lift.
So for every lifter who goes, athlete who goes, there's like 10 people behind them backing them up
Sure.
within the organization.
I think Brad told me when they went to Russia for Classic Worlds, their bus ride was terrible and long. Also,
Yeah.
I can't remember
Yeah.
exactly what the details were, but that was a challenge.
But it's funny. You never remember. You don't generally talk about when it works great.
Yeah.
But the stories done when you're going through them, they're horrible, but they make great stories.
Yeah.
Becky Holt comes up with 152.5, 336. 2007 Masters Bench Worlds, we flew into Berlin, and then we're supposed to be met for a bus ride to Schwedt, which is on the eastern border near Poland. And so Becky was good at 135, good at 145. That's around 152.5. And so we had times you were supposed to be picked up because, as you know, that you give all your flight information and everything, your name and passport number and everything. They're supposed to meet you and have transport. I waited on the sidewalk at the Berlin airport for over 12 hours waiting
Oh,
for the
my.
bus. And now here's the problem is it was on 9/11,
Oh.
right, 2007. So the Americans are with are freaking out. They're like, we're Americans. We're sitting here. They know we're Americans. I'm like, no, let's think about this for a minute. Do you really think somebody sees a group of Americans, goes and drops their family off at the airport, goes home, arms up, drives back to the airport to do something?
Yeah.
I'm like, that's not the way. And it was good. I mean, they took care of us. The police came over and just made sure we were taken care of and we were okay. It was, it turned out to be a great meet, but that was a little bit crazy. But they become great stories.
Yep.
The majority of the time, however, it works out really well. Like the World Games, where you go, the buses are lined up, or when we went to 2007 and sold in Austria, that was great. They took
Right.
us from Munich. Did you guys fly into Munich for that, or did
We
you?
flew into Munich and then rented a
Oh, yeah, that's
van.
right. That's right.
We
You
had a
rented and
van.
drove, right.
Oh gosh,
But-
what an adventure.
So, but there were buses, they had for us. Now, Deb and I got in early because I had to go to the IPF Congress. I had to do a lot of other work. That it kind of takes away from some of the other stuff I'm doing. But I was coaching. I had to go for the Congress, so I got in early. The meet director sent a car, so we had a car. The guy drove us he came from Solden, came all the way down to Munich in Germany, so came from Austrian Alps into Bavaria, picked us up. We got a little tour through all these little towns, right?
yeah.
We stopped for lunch. He's giving us sightseeing,
Yeah.
and it was just an amazing thing. you drive through Innsbruck.
Sure.
So it's one of the things that's so great about this international travel, right, is you go through Innsbruck, and it's November there, the beginning of November. It hasn't started snowing yet. It's still really nice and crisp, right? I mean,
I remember it well.
It wasn't cold until after we got there. So you drive through Innsbruck, and on the left side as we're driving north is the ski jump, the famous ski jump from Innsbruck Olympics, but there's grass growing. It's just such a bizarre, you know. And then you keep driving up farther. Did you drive through the military base?
I don't recall.
There's fences on either side. On one side is the American Air Base, and on the other side is the German Air Base. And you see them both march. It's just like an odd.
Yeah, we went around Innsbruck. There must be a freeway that went around Audubon or something, and we went around. But we took that big van that we had. We went up the mountain in Solden and went up where they do the World Cup.
Skiing you did.
And
yeah.
So there was some U.S. skiers training up there because there was a World Cup event coming in 2 weeks.
Well, for those of you that are big time skiers, Solden is where the World Cup downhill slalom and everything kicks off every year. It is the first event every year. It's a beautiful. The town is it's probably the most beautiful place I've ever been for a city.
Yeah.
And so it was interesting. They're panicking because there was literally no snow on the mountain while we were there.
Oh my!
And so every day, you remember this would happen every morning, like the clouds were rolling on the mountain, and the top would be shrouded, and then the clouds would blow away, and there'd be a little more snow. The next morning, the clouds will blow in and cover the top of the mountain and then blow away. So by the end of the week, because the next week was the opening of the World Cup.
I think on the last day we were there, on Sunday, didn't it snow? We had snow on the ground down in the
it's a blizzard
where we were. Yeah.
I don't know what time you left, but we're leaving. I'm with Tony and Christy Cardella. A bunch of us are on a bus. We're on a bus. We had to actually leave the hotel at 3 o'clock in the morning after the banquet. So we left.
We left at midnight after the banquet.
Okay, so that was the same day, right? So we're coming up out of the Austrian side of the Alps, going to the top of that mountain in Seoul that surrounds the valley. And as we got up and literally crested and went to the other side, it was a blizzard on the other side.
Oh yeah, we got out of that.
And so Tony and I are driving. I'm in the front seat because I always love to be in the front seat of the bus, right? Okay, I'm like that dog likes to stick his head out the window, right? That kind of. So I'm in the front talking to the bus driver in half German, half English. We're going back and forth. He's talking. And he is barreling down this mountain.
Oh.
And it is a whiteout blizzard. And the headlights barely made it like 6 feet out in front of this thing. You know how it starts? Well, you know, obviously in Minnesota, you know how it looks, right? In Minnesota, you know how it looks, right? You get 3 feet in a day sometimes, right? So it's reflecting, and he's just barreling down there, and I'm looking at Tony's from Texas. Tony's barely seen, Tony Cardella's barely seen snow, right? He's from Houston, Texas. And we're just barreling down this mountain, and he's just humming and talking, and he's looking at me, and it's a winding mountain alpine road, like you see in like the Audi TV commercials, right?
Oh, yeah.
And he just gets us down there. We got down there. Was the airport even open when you got there?
Munich? No, we had to wait. We got there so early, we had to just hang out somewhere for about 3 hours after we turned in our rental vehicle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't. It's an odd thing.
Because we flew out early in the morning.
So they let us in there. It was very odd when they let us in. You guys, because we got there like right as it was opening, because they knew. I think it opened at like 4:30 or something, or 5 o'clock. So we get in there, and it's very weird walking into an airport where literally nothing was open.
Right.
The bathrooms were still locked when we got in there. There were no lights on. There was just the emergency lights, and we're walking through. It's a beautiful airport in Munich, but it's really odd not having the lights on.
Yeah.
But some of the best stories.
All right, we're going to start our competition right now as soon as our referees get back into place.
Some of the best stories that we have.
Oh yeah.
The first stories you tell are the bad thing where all the stuff went wrong.
Yeah.
How hot something was, how bad the equipment was.
Yeah. Oh.
How bad the travel was. While you're going through them, they're not fun, but I try to enjoy it.
The NAPFs in 04 in Fort Lauderdale, in the warm-up area where we were down this hallway and it was about 100 and some degrees and
Yeah, I was
muggy,
there.
the doors were open.
That's
it was
where I
terrible.
lifted off Brad. That 606
Yeah.
was that meet.
Well, after when we left to leave for the airport, it was so hot and muggy. He slipped. Remember, he injured his hamstring in the deadlift.
Oh yeah, I remember
He
that.
slipped on that thing at the airport too and aggravated it. He was out for a while. He had he had a spot in his hamstring. It was just nasty.
But and it took him a long time to recover from that too.
Yeah.
And I remember that because we were sitting in the bar afterwards talking, and I was sitting there with Ray Benamerito and a bunch of other people, and he had the ice bag on his leg.
Yeah.
While we were sitting there afterwards. That was the first I actually really met Brad. I knew who he was, obviously.
Yeah. All right, we're getting going here. Sue Pullen is the next lifter.
And that's actually where I met Deb Hairston.
Oh.
I got a little pound from Gary here. So, no, because it was interesting the way it worked. Brad and I are talking, and we sit at the same table with Pete Alaniz from Titan and a bunch of other people. And the way it worked out, I had kind of talked to her during the day. There was only one open seat left because at international meets, the biggest thing, the most fun thing is the banquet at the end, right?
Yeah,
Everybody's together and talks from across the countries. There was one open seat in the whole place. It was that table.
Regina is on platform 1 here. She locks out her opening attempt at 237 pounds.
So it's interesting the way people meet.
Yeah.
I'd probably have, if I was going to sit here and list my 20 best friends in the world right now, or people that I'm closest with, probably 18 of them are in powerlifting.
Yeah.
And I've only been involved in this sport for, not the sport, but in USA Powerlifting since 2002.
Sue Hallen is the next lifter on platform 1. Okay, over on 2. Who do we have over on 2?
Sue's opening at 130 kilos, 286. And on 2, we have Lilian Martinez, I think. We're going to see Sue Hallen, world champion.
She's got that sumo lifting raw.
And she has great form.
Yeah.
And it's funny. So you'll hear people say, well, I'm not built for this or I'm not built for that. Sue.
Yeah, Liliana Martinez, they're 209 on platform 2.
Sue has developed perfect textbook form in all 3 disciplines.
Yeah.
So if you say I'm not built for this, I'm not built for that.
Oh, you can learn it.
You can learn it. They'll say, oh, I'm a conventional puller. My body says I have to be a sumo. By rights, Sue should be a conventional puller based on those standards. And she is textbook sumo form and style. All right, Ariana Clemens is up now, 292. Oh, Arciana, I'm sorry.
I should do a little recon here and go in the back and see what the subtotals are for Natalie and Monet.
Yeah, you want to do that?
You cover me.
Yeah, that'll be awesome. Yeah, I'll keep up talking without you because I know I'm shy and all that. All right, so we got Joe Arno up on 1 now for opening attempt. And this young lady came and sang the national anthem. I believe this was the young lady that sang national anthem and did an amazing job beforehand. To be able to sing the national anthem and then come out and lift is just an amazing thing. Jill Arno's up 135, 297. She may, I don't know if she will take another attempt after this or not. She may, depending on how she feels, but she's coming here to secure her national team slot. Coached by Joe Capolino, one of the greatest super heavyweights in the history of this sport. Laurel Donald up on 140 kilos, 308 from Louisiana. Wow. That was easy. That was an easy opening. All right, Ray's good at 152 and a half. All righty, what do you got there, Gary, for me?
374.8. Platform 1. Can you hear me? Bars loaded. Rebecca Meister. Bars loaded, platform 2. Here comes Becky.
there?
Yep, I'm here. I grabbed
All
the
right.
wrong one.
Ah, it's okay.
All right.
I've heard that happens a lot with you.
Well, Monet is at 377.5 and Natalie's at 445, so she's got a huge lead.
Yeah.
And they're opening. Monet is opening at 215, and Natalie's opening at 200.
Right.
So Natalie will go to 645, and Monet will move up about 590. So
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough road, and that's what I was saying earlier. It's going to take her a couple of years to grow into that total. Natalie's will continue to move up, but I think Monet's will move up a little bit quicker. Just don't know what the ceiling is for either lifter at this point. Macy Lambert is up 162.5.
Loaded on one. Macy, 3 lights. Kaylee Jones.
Kaylee Jones is being coached there by Kurt St. Romain, junior and sub-junior coach, amazing coach. If one of you parents out there gets a call from Kurt about your child, listen. There is nobody that cares more about the youth of this sport than him.
There was a few things wrong with that. There was some up and down on the bar, and she didn't lock out her shoulders, and she might have dropped the bar.
I'll have to go apologize to Gino because I was supposed to give him some relief during that bench press.
He doesn't even. He wasn't even looking for it.
Yeah.
Once in a while, actually, at Worlds, I actually had to tell him, we had to make him go up because I wasn't supposed to do it. But in the same venue, we had Open Worlds Championship last November. And so I said, go eat and go up to your room.
Yeah.
Order room service, whatever. And I sat down here. Adam Palmer, who from 9 for 9 Media, who's taking all the stills and some of the video here, he and I kind of switched off for a little while.
Good. Yeah.
I'm not Gino. I don't try to be Gino, but I'm very good at doing that. You're very good at that. Adam is. There's a bunch of people that are very good on the microphone. Dr. Maley is great. The president of the organization is great on the microphone. We all have different styles. And again, like lifting, there's different styles for announcing here, and there's a lot of good people here. So Regina Hackney's up 112.5. Wow, she's actually taking a second.
Yeah.
I wasn't.
The last time I worked with Gino, somebody came up to us and it says, "You're like Batman and Robin." So I've been calling him Batman and I'm Robin. We work together.
I was going to make a really bad Batman and Robin joke, but I won't. Check 1 2, check 1 2. Check 1 2.
I'll tell you off the air.
Oh, okay. We're coming around now to second attempts. First flight of deadlifters. Meet is flying by this morning.
Bars loaded. Bars loaded, Liliana. Bars loaded, Deborah Pullen.
I got to tell you, I do enjoy the rise of women in powerlifting.
Oh, yeah.
That we've had, not just the numbers, the sheer numbers of the lifting numbers, the accomplishments, but that there's a larger number of women here now.
Yeah.
I mean, when we a few years ago, it was 10, 20% women in a meet, and now we're 50-50 at meets, and I think it's a great thing.
In Minnesota, it's that way. We had to separate our men's and women's state meet and do them separately. We had over 75 lifters at our women's state meet.
Yeah, we just do in Pennsylvania. We just go multiple platforms, multiple days, and bang them out.
Yeah.
I like having the women around. I understand the separation because the meat gets too big, and it's just the easiest way to break it down.
Right.
But I definitely, I thought, and you were talking about Nick Tyluki earlier. This is a Nick Tyluki story that you probably don't know. So, 2006 was the first combination of men's and women's world championship. So I've been going to both for years. I've been going to both men's and women's nationals because they were separate, and I knew everybody in the organization. So Nick and Jason Beck come up to me all sheepishly and go, "Can you introduce us to Priscilla Ribic and Leanne Blinn?" Like little kids. I'm like, "You don't know them?" Because no, we don't. And I never thought about it, but because the two sports, it was basically two separate sports.
Right.
It was like baseball and football, right?
Yep.
And
Oh,
so
yeah.
I introduced. It was just kind of sweet, but the
Yeah.
things that you don't think of at a certain level.
Yeah,
so
that was in Norway.
that was in Norway.
Yeah.
That was a great meet. Norwegians always put on great meets.
There was a lot of celebrities there. Ed Cohn was there. Kurt Kowalski was there.
Yep.
I think Sven Carlson made an appearance. That's a great venue. They had the World Championships there a year or two ago, didn't they?
Well, 2013 again.
Stavanger.
Yeah, they're going to do it every 7 years is
Okay.
their goal.
All
So
right.
they did it in 6, they did it in 13, they're going to do it again in 20.
Okay.
Because they like to take 7 years to plan for it and raise the money to pay for it.
Okay.
There's a big oil company that puts up a lot of the money, but it's amazing.
Yeah. All right. Arsiana Clemens with her second attempt. Makes easy work of that.
There we go.
That was 319.
So we actually went out to talk about stories. So went out to dinner. It was Ed Cohen and his wife Hagen Nielsen, right? Sven Carlson and his wife.
Yeah.
The big Icelandic strongman, I cannot remember his name, an older guy, who
Oh, yeah.
stories were that he was a hitman for the Icelandic mob or something.
I think he was making a movie or doing some kind of documentary back in that day.
Right.
Yeah.
Marcus Schick, multi-time one of the greatest benchers in the history of the sport. Gunther von Bacchus, Kirk Kowalski, Julie Scanlon, Wade Hooper, and his lovely wife, who are also great lifters,
Yep.
right? Kim, and Jason Beck and I. And we're sitting there, and he's like amazing. I'm like, dude, this is like a normal, like, welcome to the party.
Yeah.
Welcome to the club, dude.
Yeah. Oh, we remember that.
I know.
He's telling us that now. Yeah.
Cameron Alfred. Lift is good.
So it's interesting when people get involved and you start moving up into that. So there's a lot more in this than just coming to these meets and just lifting. There's so much more that goes back into that. There's the family.
Yeah.
And you get accepted into the family really quickly here. Viviana Flores is up. Yeah. So the point is, dating back, coming way back around to this, is, you know, you have somebody like a Monet Bland who comes in here with nothing, and she's part of the family now.
Kaylee Jones is our lifter. They're 172 kilos, 380 pounds.
And the lift is
Kaylee's 172 and a half. It's awesome.
Over on platform 2.
That's Macy. Yeah, Macy Lambert, no lift.
That was 391.
And, you know, the way she handled that opener at 162 and a half, you would have thought that was going to be, she was going to hit that. Let's see what she comes back and gets
All
it
right.
now.
Laura Sterling now, 396 pounds. Coached by Josh Rohr there. 53-year-old from Michigan.
Josh Rohr, board member. He's a great coach. He was a great lifter himself. He was a great collegiate lifter. There's
Push
Laura.
those limits.
Sterling on one. Lift is good.
All right, Taylor. I think Taylor Podby's up on.
Load it up for Taylor. Pot boy. Liliana Martinez. Third attempts.
It's
Platform
Gino says Pod Boy, but it's Podby.
Oh.
I believe I got that from the parents because I like to go and ask. I also try to listen when they call out the names
Yep.
from the audience. People cheer.
Sure.
That's generally the best way. The best way to know. Liliana Martinez is up now.
Nice, easy lockout for her.
That's interesting.
Liliana
That's
lift
good.
is good. Liliana goes 3 for 3.
You know, Regina Hackney has had a great day here, and they're loading the bar to 259 pounds for her. It's just amazing. Hall of Fame induction yesterday, 78 years old, just calm and focused over here. We see her working with Gina Stapleton. No, that's not Gina, I'm sorry.
Ball is loaded. Regina Hackney.
Stephanie Zernak is listening. She says, "Say hi to Gary for me."
Oh, okay.
She said, "Give you a big kiss, but I won't." So,
Right, nobody would ever say that about me.
Regina Hackney's up at 117 and a half, 259. She's also military wife, Navy.
Great attempt. You know, you've got to give her credit for at least giving a max effort coming out here, because she can just go through the motions, make her qualifying attempts, and go on to world championships. But she's still pulling hard and testing her limits.
Yeah, and you know
Gotta respect that.
What's interesting too here is we have people from all parts of the country, all ethnic backgrounds, all economic, all educational backgrounds, and you never know who is who because we do not stratify within this, right?
Oh, no.
Wow, that is easy for her there.
Yeah.
Let's see what the referees say. That's awesome.
Yeah.
And it's funny because, sometimes I've known people for 10 or 12 years and they'll ask me, what do you do?
Uh-huh.
For work outside of this. And they tell you, they look at you kind of funny.
Yeah, we don't even know what everybody's a powerlifter.
They're
family.
powerlifter, man.
Yeah.
Deborah pulling 132.5.
Yeah. That's one of my, when I have something happen to me, injury-wise or life-wise or whatever it might be, the thing that motivates me is to get back here so I can be with this family. That's what motivates me to recover or get my act together, Judges say with Deborah's, 2 red lights on that
really, she's a strong girl. She is strong. The problem is, though, she needs in the squat, the bench, and the deadlift, she needs to work more precisely in the gym. She doesn't need to train anymore. She just needs to make the training more accurate and efficient.
Yep. Melissa over there on platform 2.
No,
a little bit of a hitch there.
She's credited with her opener 152.5. When her opener looked so light, I could have sworn she was going to do well.
Yep. The photographer?
Sue Howard, 330.
Sue Helen is our lifter now, 330 pounds on the bar. Third and final attempt. She's looking to put a really, really good total up today. Nice, easy lift for Sue.
Sorry for a second. Regina Hackney just called us over for a second, and when a multi-time world champion wants to ask a question.
Yeah.
That is good,
Lambert
2-1.
Comes
That's
back
awesome.
and gets that after missing it on her second attempt. Arciana Clemens is now the lifter on platform 1.
152.5, yep.
Looking to build her total. She got 145 on her second, looking to go up here.
Change up there. Expediter shouted out change. All right, are we good with the weight there? Yes or no?
335 pounds.
That's the load.
336. Oh, just a little bit short. Good effort. If I was announcing, I'd say give her a round of applause. He'll do that.
Yeah, and it is tiring doing this. It's tired being on this, doing this. It's tiring being an announcer. It's tiring sitting in the chair and refereeing.
You don't get a break between. It's not like you can go back and sit for a few minutes and get your straps down and relax.
Well, there's times when I've done officiating work from 6:30 in the morning till midnight.
Yeah.
And where I don't get a break, and I don't do my best work. Not that I'm doing poor work, but I like to do exceptional work. There's Big Joe Cap. Look at him. Eclipses the sun right there. But right now, he's coaching Jill Arno, 155 kilos, 341.
Nice. That's a very nice way to finish. Gives her a 425 kilo total. Platform 2. We got a sumo style lifter over there. 402 for Viviana Flores. All right, Laura Donald is up on platform 1 now, 352 pounds. Looking to finish strong in the female.
No more changes, platform 1, plate B, no more changes to your openers.
We were just informed that Viviana has won a spot on the world team for juniors. Laurel Donald successful there with her third and final
Taylor
attempt.
Podby. And we're going to see her. She's another girl. There's certain people that you see, lifters, that you think can keep getting stronger, and I think she's got some growth in the sport if she stays in it.
Yep.
it's even tougher, or it has been historically, to keep the women in after they leave collegiate ranks and high school ranks. The guys can kind of stay in a little bit because there's so much of a strength sport in America. The guys go to the gym. Now that we're seeing more of that with CrossFit, hopefully we'll be able to keep these women in for their whole lives like we do with some of the guys.
Right.
Kaylee Jones up 180. That's a good lift. There you go.
All right.
New American record right there for Kaylee Jones.
She had nearly a 500 kilo total. Oh yeah.
Yeah, Kaylee's going to be a great lifter. You know, talking again about lifters maturing and growing into stuff, I think Kaylee's another one who's going to do that. We can see that. Sometimes it's physique. Sometimes it's about their form, that they'll be able to tweak their form a little bit.
Right. You know, the veteran lifters that we have, they've been in the sport for a few years, and now that our growth has virtually tripled, we're getting a lot of new athletes into the sport. So 10 years from now, when you and I are having this same conversation, the numbers are just going to be crazy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no doubt.
Laura testing her limits. Left side is slipping. Oh, it's too bad. She doesn't put her thumb over the bar. She hooks it like just a hook. And she was losing that left side.
So it's interesting, you know, talking about getting better and doing stuff that we had a real interesting, it's a scientific study, and they were able to track the bar path of the bench press, of elite bench pressers. One of the biggest differences between an elite bench presser and everybody else is that over time, the elite bench presser's bar path changes. It's the bar path change that allows them to push more weight.
And it has a little bit of a curve to it?
Well, there's more there. I mean, we can go into it a little bit, and Mikael does this. Yeah, it's funny. The elite bench pressers also come down. They come farther down out and come down almost straight. And then their first move is a push back and then scooping up.
Okay.
Where non-elite benchers, the bar tends to curve down to the chest, okay, and then go back at almost a 45-degree angle. Instead of back and then up, it goes back and up at the same time.
Jill Ellenboss. Good lift for her. Opening attempts now. Second flight. We're nearing the end of this competition this morning.
No lifts, so up and down the bar at the top end. She just lost the balance. Give her a round of applause. She'll be back.
Hannah Henry is our next lifter now on platform 1.
Hannah Henry, 308 on the bar.
I mean, so there's a lot of analytics that go into the sport. People track their perceived effort, right? People track their total volume. They track their sleep. A lot of them use biomeasures. There's Rachel Dennis, opener 160 kilos, 352 and a half. Hannah Henry's at 140 here.
Come on, Rachel!
Good.
Easy lift for Hannah.
Let's see what Rachel gets.
Look at that opener for Rachel.
They also use what's generically known as a tendo unit that figures actual bar speed. And that's how some people use their training to set their training poundages based on how fast the bar moves. If the bar slows down to a certain speed, what are we saying, guys?
You see those loaders smiling at each other?
Oh yeah,
They're racing. They're
And they
racing.
do that all the
That's
time.
awesome.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. They've been doing this all weekend. They are awesome.
Yeah, they go against each other.
Hannah Brown over there.
There actually was a spotter loader injury racing. Two guys were racing. One of the new guys, and he actually jammed his finger. trying to beat Big Nicky. There's Sarah.
I see. Sarah Boland with 3 white lights.
You know, and to be a good spotter loader takes training. You don't just bring somebody out of the audience to spot and load. And these guys work in crews.
Yeah, the experience shows.
They come in shifts, they come in waves. You notice they're all dressed almost identically.
Yep.
They all wear the same shirt and the shorts. The young lady there is wearing a pair of stretch pants. But other than that, almost everybody's in the same.
Yep.
And everybody's wearing sneakers, no hats.
Yep.
You know, they have a dress code and a uniform just the same way that the athletes do.
Provided by Titan Support Systems.
Provided by one of our
Yeah.
good catch there by one of
Yeah.
our sponsors, Titan. Pete Alaniz has been great to the sport of powerlifting, to the sport in general, me specifically, you too, I think, right?
Oh yeah. Yep. All right, that was a good lift for Sarah.
All right, Claire McKenzie's up now. Oh, Andrea Page is up. Let's see if she smiles when she finishes this. Checks the smile after lifts.
There it is.
Yeah, she's a little serious on that one. We'll see what happens.
Yep, 3 white lights.
All right, so Claire McKenzie's going to come up 180 kilos, 396.
Snap that thing up. That's picture perfect form right there. If you were going to train somebody to begin sumo lifting, that's the video you want right there.
Yeah, it's perfect. It's quick. Kind of breaks off the floor a little bit slow. They're actually taking the slack out of the bar. Even a conventional deadlifter should do that. And the best deadlifters, the bar flexes a little bit. They'll take the slack out and then pull.
Yep.
So Becky did it perfectly there.
She's conventional.
Because what happens is if you pull against that bar, it'll whip back on you. So watch, and let's see here. Lacey's also an exceptional deadlifter. She's opening at 429 pounds. See, and Lacey, her form's not amazing. She's very strong and very good, but she still has growth, which is, and I'm not saying that as a criticism, right, about the form.
Right.
It's a great thing. It's a good sign that you can keep tapping into that and keep perfecting your craft.
Right.
And work towards that.
She's a fairly tall sumo style.
Yes, she is.
Yeah.
We're seeing more of that, though. The funny, years ago, you never saw a sumo deadlift on a heavyweight or super heavyweight male. And now sumo. And now you see it all the time. When you see a Blaine Sumner pulling sumo.
I call it the Dave Ricks method. That's kind of a not all the way out to the plates, but kind of like what she's doing there with a few inches between the plates and the feet. Still in a real power position.
Wow, I don't know if she has that locked out. See what the referees say. It's hard to tell where her shoulders are. Yeah, it's the bar. They're saying the bar.
Gino's giving the audience a lesson in the rules of the deadlift there. She had a little bobble at the bottom before she got it off the floor. Who do we have over there on 2 now?
It's Mikhail Grapple.
Okay, Mikhail. Yep, she's got that stance I was talking about. Not extremely wide, but still it's that power position that you can gain from that
Right.
sumo.
Yeah, and she's another one who started out as an equipped lifter. As a raw lifter, and has come to gear and taken to it. And then we have the same thing here with Natalie Hansen.
Yep.
She has an erector shirt on underneath. So that's why it looks funny. It doesn't look like a regular t-shirt. It's a supportive shirt underneath that's allowed in the deadlift and the squat. Not too many people wear them though.
Nope.
We don't see it very often.
Rachel Dennis, 363 pounds. I've tried that style in my advanced age and I can't do it.
What style? Sumo?
The sumo, yeah, my hips I can't.
Nah, you don't want to start it. Well, you're what, 38?
Yeah. Yep. 41.
41, yeah, 41. 41 in dog years.
All right.
All right, Monet Bland's up 215 kilos.
All right.
474.
Now Monet gets a little bit wider on that sumo. Toes almost out to the bar. Double overhand. She's the first one I've seen today with that double overhand, which is awesome. Here comes the smile. Easy weight for her.
She's ready to go. She's like, put more weight on, boy. She's her arms up in the air. Come on.
330, or I would see her going to 230.
Regina White, there you go. It's an easy 175, 385.
All right, Jill Ellenboss is getting the bar loaded up to 303 pounds on platform 1 here. Camilla Todd is our lifter on platform 2, 413 pounds. So sumo style. Oh, snaps that right up. Easy lift for her. Jill on the bar. Jill Ellenboss.
You know, it's kind of interesting, Easy, when you look at the body types here.
Yep.
That you see everything.
Yeah.
Every body type you could possibly see in the 84 and the 84 plus weight class you're seeing.
Yep.
So anybody can be successful. And you really don't know just looking at somebody if they're going to be a great lifter or not. They have to lift, and that's how you tell. The lifting proves out.
You know, I was just noticing the other day, Newt Douglas was sitting down the row from me, and he had a T-shirt on that wasn't real tight, and his arms are normal almost, but he totals nearly 900 kilos because he is just a great athlete and very, very strong core. Core is just his back. When you see his back is just super developed, you know, from deadlifting and heavy squats and things like that. So when you would see him on the street, you really wouldn't suspect that he's a world-class, you know, world games type competitor.
You would not expect he
No.
squats 800.
No.
You wouldn't at all. All right, Andrea Page is up here. I am expecting a big smile from her because she's done it on the other. She didn't do it on her opening attempt deadlift. But let's see here.
Let's go, Sarah. Purple shirt, purple socks.
Here comes Sarah Bolin.
She accessorizes very well. Gold medal winner, Sarah Boland. Nice pull, Sarah. What do the referees say? 358 pounds, 3 light lights.
Very good lift for Sarah.
Becky Holcomb. Bars loaded, platform 2.
Becky Holcomb over on platform 2.
79 pounds.
Sarah Roddick coming up on platform 1. Rebecca, second attempt, 479 pounds.
Loaded on 1. Rahal. Riddick. Roddick.
Sarah Roddick. Easy lockout there.
Lockout, Holcomb.
Holcomb with a nice lockout. Rebecca there. She'll be going, probably giving 500 a shot on her next attempt, perhaps. Coming around to third and final attempts over there on platform 2.
Out of Texas.
Claire McKenzie, the lifter on platform 1.
No. That was an accident. I just elbowed you. Yeah. I wasn't trying to get you out of the way.
I got so much Tylenol in me, I really can't feel it. After my truck accident, you know.
Next is Kendall.
Yeah, no kidding.
Bars loaded, Samantha.
Had to give up ibuprofen. That used to be my drug of choice, but I had to switch to Tylenol.
Livers don't tend to like.
My stomach didn't actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, a little problem there. But Samantha Heimer is the lifter. Her second attempt at this amount, I can't remember exactly what it was. 140 something, 0.5. Come on, straighten those knees out. Oh, it's a little bit of a hitch there. Just a great attempt. Claire McKenzie with a good lift at 192 kilos, 424 pounds on platform 1. No lift on platform 2. All right, Kendall Faust, 440 pounds. Kendall missed this on her opening attempt. Had a little problem with a little technical issue, I believe.
Bars loaded. Lacey.
Now, I thought Kendall's up. Yeah, there's a little bit of a confusion here. Gino announced that Lacey was up because she showed on deck and he missed the lifter. He missed Claire's attempt,
So when Claire cleared the platform, then it was Kendall's turn, but he missed that. It's hard. You know, when you're trying to cover two platforms out there on the mic, it's very, very
Also,
difficult.
again, when you get tired,
Yeah.
and unfortunately, Gino tends to overextend himself in terms of his energy level here, and then people want to talk to him and keep him up,
Yeah.
you know, later and just talk to him. But it's, you know, it's a hard thing that we do here.
Yep. 3 white lights for
Lifter's good.
Kendall Faust. In the meet. All right, now we have Lacey Winters on deck on platform 1. On platform 2, Rachel Dennis, 374 pounds. Those knees are kind of soft. We'll see what the judges say over there.
Yeah.
2 red lights, no lift over there. And Lacey got 3 white lights for her 446-pound pull.
That was easy by Lacey.
Yep. Natalie Hansen will be up now with 210 kilos. She's taking a 10-kilo jump.
Gonna be interesting to see what
Building a
what
total.
Lacey tries to pull next.
Natalie's just trying to build a total here.
Lacey will break 500 at this meet next year.
Yeah.
Natalie's at 463.
Yep.
210 kilos. Regina White's up on 182 and a half, 402.
Third and final attempts over there on platform 2. Oh yeah. Perfect. Nice lift for Regina. 3 white lights over there. Natalie now on top of the bar. Nice pull. All right, good lift for Natalie. 27-year-old from Alaska.
225, 496 for Monet.
Yep. Camilla Todd, the lifter on platform 2 on your screen, 440 pounds. Plenty strong. We'll see what the judges say on that bar movement. 2 white lights for her. All right, Monet Bland is our lifter. Second attempt, 496 pounds. Double overhand sumo. You see a few more lifters trying this technique. You are able to keep the bar close to your body a little easier.
That's does Brad pull double?
Yeah.
Overhand?
Yep. Lift is good for Monet.
I think Nick also?
He does occasionally. It does keep your back development even,
Yes, it does.
and that's important.
There she goes. Wow. Did a lot better than on her second. Now she's smiling there.
Andrea Page, comeback kid.
I knew we'd get that smile sometime.
I think she's one of the lifters that is lifting in the open division and Masters 1.
So, you know, you're talking about back development. There were some lifters that do, especially the deadlift, will do because they normally have reverse grip that, you know, one's under and one's over.
Yep.
And they'll switch off set to set or training or week to week on their deadlift to get the back like that. And I also know there are a lot of elite sumo deadlifters that'll train conventional.
Yep.
You know, and they get to a
Mix it
certain
up a
point in
little
their
bit.
training. Well, it helps because I think sumo is more of a pure strength, so it really works your erectors and your back, but it also keeps your hip fresh because your hips can really get beat up. As you were saying before, when you tried to switch over,
Right.
hips get really beat up.
Yep. Rebecca Holcomb is now up on platform 2, 457 pounds, or 501 pounds. 501 pounds. Jill Ellenboss, third and final attempt, 352 pounds.
Want me to come up and see how unbelievable this looks nowadays? That's how it looks on the computer at home.
Yes.
Wow.
A little bit too much. Gravity won on
Alrighty.
that one. That was a big jump.
When I-
Elliot, did you see that?
Oh, yeah.
22.5 kilo
Yeah.
jump on
But
there.
here becomes somebody who, was almost gone from the earth
Yeah.
and now is able to come here. So that's a victory no matter what happened on
Yep.
that deadlift.
All right.
That is great. She goes off.
500-pound.
Tears in
Good
her
way
eyes.
to find the day. Finish the day, rather.
Yeah, it was an awesome job.
Minutes behind. We're going to give out the medals right over here on platform 1, so don't go away now.
Sarah Roddick, 165 kilos, 383 pounds. Third and final attempt. She has a big bench. Looking to build her total. Looking for a 500 kilo total. Tough luck on that one. She'll get credited with 162.5 kilos.
All right, Sarah, let's go. Hey, Todd, is she done 8 for 8? 8 for 8? 7 for 8? Oh, she only missed one spot.
Sarah Bolin is our lifter now, 170 kilos, 374 pounds.
This is Sarah Bolin, 374.8. She's the gold
Master
medal
lifter.
winner in her category. The bar is
Out
loaded.
of Washington State.
Come on, Sarah, lifting in the Titan suit.
A little bit more. Ooh,
All right, give me a round of applause to the
Great-
gold medal winner,
great
Sarah
attempt
Bolin.
for her. All right, Claire McKenzie is our next lifter. She's asked for 200 kilos, 440 pounds. Claire's in the junior division. She's looking to build her total over 500 kilos.
Players in the gold medal position in the junior category. Wearing the Titan Velocity suit. Bronze level.
440 pounds on the bar. Claire McKenzie.
Claire McKenzie is clinched our trip to the World Championship, Junior Worlds. See team coach Kurt St. Romain looking on, Lacey Winters behind watching.
See where her smile starts.
It's always interesting in the deadlift.
Yeah, because they know where their sticking points are, and when it gets over those knees, they know. Boom, right
There you
there.
go.
Yeah, they know.
And it flew up too. I mean, she hit something she knew
Yep.
she could get. All right, so here's Lacey Winters, 457. And I think she's got a lot more in her too. I mean, whether she makes this or misses this, that 202.5 just looked so light for her physically. This is more of a matter with her of her realizing that how strong she is.
Got her Chuck Taylors on there. 3 white lights.
You know, it's more a matter of the day she wakes up, looks in the mirror, and says, "Yeah, I belong at this party."
Yeah. Here comes a replay.
for Lacey.
Hanson and then
Right, she kind of
Faust.
drifts off to the side a little bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is an American record.
But I mean, at no point does that really look heavy.
No.
It doesn't look heavy in her hands.
85
Yep.
pounds.
All right, Natalie, 485.
Is this an American record?
Now that total that's up there, Elliot, that's the total that she has already. So she's at 655. She's looking to go to 665. Oh yeah, the forecast total is at the bottom of their scoreboard. That's
665.
over the lifters
correct.
ahead. So she's looking to total 665 here. Natalie's up.
Hanson, bars loaded. Give me a round of applause, American record in total.
And she's exceeding, I believe, does Leanne Blinn have the American record
Oh, I
total?
would think so.
So this is huge right here.
Oh, this is
This is-
world
this is-
class
This
right
is the
here.
Hall of Fame lifter.
Oh, the left side's slipping.
Oh.
Oh, man, what an attempt.
All right, so again, she missed that, but she had the American record total in her hand of one of the greatest lifters of all time.
Yeah.
And here she goes.
Keep your eye on her left hand. Just starting on come undone there.
Yeah, the right did a little bit too.
Yep. But between now and World Championships, she'll fix that up, and her grip will be better. And
Yeah.
all right.
I mean,
Now-
hopefully they both make it into the, they both make it onto the team, and we can get 2 medals out of that.
Yeah.
Because at World Championships, there's 7 women's weight classes, so you're allowed to have 7 competitors. You're allowed to have 2 in any one class.
Right. Kendall Foss now has taken a 22.5 kilo jump, gone to 501 pounds.
This is a huge deadlift.
A 60-pound jump. Look at that. Oh,
Yeah, that wasn't going to happen.
great lift. She got it airborne, but
Now, the reason that she did that, she was trying to jump to number 1. She was in
okay.
second, and that lift would have. See that little numbers? See if you look where it says the name,
yeah.
and then it says the weight class,
Yeah.
and that when you look at the top there, you can't really see this at home, but up there it tells you what their rank is now and where they're going,
Okay.
right? So that's saying 2-2. So Monet's in second. It'll leave her in second.
She had, I'm sure that was to get into second. Because Natalie was so far in front.
Well, but I don't know if that
for-
was in
maybe
the,
it's a
in
junior?
the juniors or
Okay,
something.
yeah.
Whatever
Gotcha.
weight class she was in.
Gotcha.
Again, without the score
Whatever
sheets,
division.
we can't really.
Yeah, it's
It
hard to
becomes
tell.
hard telling because you don't know
Yeah.
how many categories people in. You can be in 2 classes here.
All right.
Can't be in 3, but you can
507.
be in 2.
507. Look at that. She snapped it off the floor. Just got to get her hips through. Oh, great attempt.
And again, she's a little bit.
Yeah.
She needs to work on her form. Form is what broke down here, not the strength. So working on the form.
Yep.
And I was asked yesterday when Brian and I were on, he said, you're talking about what should somebody work at from now until the World Championships or their next meet to get better.
Yeah.
I said, it really depends where you are in your development. Right there, that's not Monet's strength. She needs to go back and work on the form, work on the volume to get all that stuff set.
Right.
So it's not a matter of, necessarily, again, it's not necessarily the strongest lifter that wins, but the one who's the most complete on that day and technically puts everything together. So,
Yep.
Gary, I had a great time as always.
right. Oh, yeah.
We get a little distracted when we get here talking about the old days, but trying
Yeah.
to do our best. And also, guys, folks at home, that's not any disrespect to the lifters. When we have more information, it makes it easier for us. But hopefully, we provide a good experience for you there
Right.
and give you a little insight into what the sport of powerlifting is out. So thank you. We'll be back with the medals presentation in just a few moments, hosted by Gino Biancari. So for Elliot Feldman and Gary Grand, thank you very much for tuning in this morning. 35th Annual USA Powerlifting Open National Championships.
All right.
Javier Pollock. And of course, you all know her and love her, ladies and gentlemen, our Category 2 international referee. Ladies and gentlemen, she's a former Raw World Champion when we announced her in Finland, Salo, Finland, correct? And what do you mean you don't know? You don't remember when you were a world champion? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it was Salo, Finland when she was the 3-lift Raw World Champion. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Lynn Homan. I remember. It was Salo. Yes, it was not South Africa. All right, here we go. First category, female, Masters 4, 3-lift competition, 84-kilo weight class. The gold medal, she was recently inducted into the Women's Powerlifting Hall of Fame just yesterday. Big round of applause, Regina Hackney. Robert. Somebody should move that bar so they don't trip on the bar. All right. Next category, Big Mike. Hey, Regina, Lynn and Javier, for the rest of the people, when we give the award to them, have them stand and face the audience, and then you line up, whichever one it is, on either side of them for the photos. There always has to be a representative next to them when they get the photos. Robert, I am directing them how to run the event. Don't tell me to move it along, okay? I'm doing my job. All right, next category, Masters 2, 84-kilo weight class, Laura Sterling. Gold medal. All right, next category. Ladies and gentlemen, all of these lifters, these last 3 Masters lifters that I all announced, they're all going to be going this October to a town called Sundsvall, Sweden, for the Masters World's Championship. And here's our 3rd Master lifter that will be going in October. She is the Masters 1, 84-kilo weight class gold medal winner from Seattle, Washington. Big round of applause, Sarah Bolin. All right, photos. One more round of applause for Sarah Bolin. All right, let's go to the Teen 2 category, 84-kilo weight class, bronze medal. Thank you. Arciana Clemens. Silver medal, Laurel Donald. And the gold medal winner, Kaylee Jones. Five what? Thank you. All right, photos. One of the referees get on either side. First place goes in the middle. One more round of applause for these fine 3 young ladies. All right, next category, junior category. In 4th place, big round of applause for Hannah Henry. 4th place, Robert, 4th place. Stay up there, Hannah. Your medal's coming. Your medal's coming, girl. In the bronze medal position, Lacey Winters. right, Hannah, slide over to. No, not yet. We're not done. Hannah, slide over to your right. Thank you. All right, silver medal, Kindle Faust. And ladies and gentlemen, the gold medal winner, Claire McKenzie. All right, girls, get in there tight, shoulder to shoulder. Make room for Javier. Nice smiles. Give me a round of applause for these fine young ladies. Next category, the open category. 3-lift competition, 84-kilo weight class. Ladies and gentlemen, in 4th place, Jill Ellenboss. Give her a round of applause. In the bronze medal position, she's not here. Don't give him a medal. She's not here, Jill. Bronze medal position, Sarah Roddock. Is there anyone that can accept Jill Ellenboss's medal? Anyone in the audience that can accept Jill Ellenboss's medal? No? Okay. Silver medal, ladies and gentlemen, Monet Bland. And ladies and gentlemen, the gold medal winner, hailing from Alaska. She is well marbled. A big round of applause for Natalie Hanson. I know, you're right. One more round of applause to those ladies. All right, ladies. Are we done? Can you all please turn to your right and follow Laura Sterland off of the platform? That way, to the back. Give them a round of applause as our athletes all get escorted off the platform. All right, all 84-plus kilo lifters, please report to Platform 1. All 84-plus kilo lifters, please report to Platform 1. Oh, you want me to do that? All right, here we go. First category, Masters 3-lift competition, 84-plus kilo weight class. Gold medal winner. A big round of applause for Susan Hallen. Sue Hallen. Mike. Mike, that's not the right one. There we go. All right. Masters 1 category, 84-plus kilo weight class, bronze medal, Rebecca Meister. Silver medal, Regina White. And the gold medal winner, Andrea Page. All right, huddle up, girls. Get the referees to flank you. Thank you, ladies. Next category, Masters 2, 84-plus kilo weight class. Gold medal winner hailing from Team Cap Cup. Big round of applause for Jill Arno! Gotcha. All right. Next category, Michael. Any day now. Here we go. Teen 2 category, 84-plus kilo weight class. In 5th place, Liliana Martinez. In 4th place, Noemi Covarrubias. Bronze medal, Juanita Torres. Silver medal, the birthday girl, Samantha Heimer. And ladies and gentlemen, with an even 400 Wilks, the gold medal winner, Macy Lambert. All right, we'll line up for some photos now. Thank you, ladies. You may step back now. Teen 3, 84-plus kilo weight class, silver medal, Cameron Alfred. And man, was this one a battle. Came right down to the wire. And the gold medal winner, Melissa Reyes. Wearing her NAPF shirt. Photos. Did you notice that? Holy shit, this is going to be a great show right here. Yes. I know. All right, next category, junior category. 84-plus kilo weight class, silver medal, Taylor Podboy. And the gold medal winner, a rounding ovation for Viviana Flores. Photos. Thank you, ladies. You may step back now. Open category, 84-plus kilo, 4-plus kilo weight class. In 5th place, Hannah Brown. 4th place, Rachel Dennis. Bronze medal, Camilla Todd. Silver medal, Andrea Page. And the gold medal winner with a 509.04 Wilks. Big round of applause for Rebecca Becky Holcomb. Photos. Thank you, ladies. You may step back now. All right, ladies, don't go away. Robert Keller has got some T-shirts to give to some of you that have pre-ordered your T-shirts, so please hang in there for a moment. Michelle Grapple. First place trophy, Carrizo Springs. Where's Georgia Elite? Here she comes. Is there anybody here from Georgia? The Georgia Elite team that won second place? Anybody? Bueller. No? All right. We'll just take that back. Georgia Elite. Oh, I couldn't read the handwriting. I'm sorry. Garcia Elite. Come on up. Well, couldn't they have figured that out? Garcia Elite is second. And first place in the middle is Carrizo Springs. All right, ladies, all of you get back in there. Get closer. Get closer. All right, everybody, how about get a photo of that? The top three teams there. All right, Masters team trophies. Second place, Team Roar, Josh Roar. Josh Roar or somebody from Team Roar. Oh, all right. Got a young lady from Wyoming coming up. Step right on up there. And ladies and gentlemen, now the number one team in first place in the Masters with 7 gold medals. 7 gold medal, national championship individual gold medals. First place, Seattle, Washington, Todd Christensen, Seattle, strength and power. Give him a big round of applause. Perfect score. 7 gold medals. Let's get some photos. Hold on. Sarah Bolin, where are you? Rochelle, come on up. Sarah Bolin, Rochelle. Most of his team lifted yesterday. The rest of them lifted today. You ready? All right, photos. Hey, do you want me to get Josh? Did you get one shot? Josh got a shot. You can get Todd. You can get that shot from Josh. All right. All right. One more round of applause. Mikey, some more teams? Just the open teams?
Yeah, women's open, first and second.
All right, open women's team. Open women's team. Second place. Team Cap Cup. Thank you, sir. Somebody from Team Cap Cup. Either Joe Capolino or Eric Kupperstein. Cap Cup. I'm sorry. All right. The doctor's going to come up. Dr. Emily Liebert. Give her a round of applause. Team Cap Cup. And ladies and gentlemen, the first place winner. A big round of applause for Team Titan. Where's Pete Alanese? Is Pete Alanese here? Oh, here he comes. Team Titan. Lifter for each Masters? Wow. Hello, sir. All right, let's go to the best overall lifters by Wilks Formula. Women. Masters 4 with a Wilks of 373.80. Come on up. Gail Moore, best overall lifter by Wilks Formula now. Can anybody accept on behalf of her? Masters 3, best overall lifter by Wilks Formula, 352.62, Cindy Goodrich. Where'd he go, Sin? Best overall lifter, 485.81 Wilkes, Isabel Ilyev. Man, you're just loading yourself up. Masters 1. Best overall lifter by Wilkes Formula, Priscilla Ribic. Thank you, Priscilla. Yeah, no. Oh, no, that's last. Sorry, go stand over here. We don't double up. That's like giving somebody one present because their birthday is on Christmas. Sorry, that doesn't happen, Robert. All right. Junior category, best overall lifter by Wilkes Formula, 585.05, Kimberly Johnson. Thank you, audience. Best overall lifter, teen category, 544.18, Alana Easterly. Anybody accept on her behalf? No one? Anybody? Wisconsin's a big state, Robert. Anybody from Wisconsin want to drive it to her house? Okay. Sorry, Robert. You're going to have to spend 29 cents and mail it out. All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, the last award to be given out is the best overall lifter by Wilkes Formula in the open category. I did junior. It's Kimberly Johnson. She's not here. I did teenage too, Robert. Are you in another room? All right. I'm just kidding you, Robert. Who are you? Oh, well, where were you 2 minutes ago? Come on up here, Kimmy's dad. Give me a round of applause for the Johnson family. Her dadless, her brotherless, she-less. It's a family affair with the Johnsons. Get up there on that platform, Mr. Johnson, and accept your daughter's award on Best Overall Lifter by Wilkes Formula. Anybody taking photos? Okay. All right. Congratulations, Mr. Johnson. All right, folks, our last award. Now, you see some of these Wilkes scores here. I was shouting them out to you. 370, 350, 480, 580, 544. They're all in the 3, 4s, and 5s, okay? The best overall lifter in the open category was won by a Masters 1 lifter in the open category. Her Wilkes was 611.62, which, by the way, was the 28th time that she got over a 600 Wilkes, which is just a phenomenal record. And arguably, like I said earlier, the best lifter, overall lifter of this generation. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause, Alaska's own Priscilla Ribic. Somebody take a photo. Here she comes, Cindy Goodrich. And then Javier wants to get one too, so hang on. What time is it, Robert? I don't know. He must be having lunch. What time is it, Robert? So I want to tell them. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the afternoon. That concludes the female portion of the powerlifting competition. The afternoon session starts at 2 p.m. Please be here. It's going to be exciting. Thank you.
From the Grand Ballroom at the Hyatt Regency Orlando International Airport in sunny Central Florida, this is the 35th Annual USA Powerlifting Open National Championships. Good afternoon to all here. Brian Rushing here with you this afternoon. Joining beside of me is Mr. Jim Battenfield. Jim is going to be bringing our color analysis throughout this final session. As Jim, it all culminates into one final session. The gentlemen that push the weight around at the highest level possible will be doing so in this venue this afternoon. And Jim, with the Worlds coming up in a couple of months, we do have some notable omissions. However, there's going to be a lot of talent on these platforms this afternoon. Jim, give us an idea of who it is we anticipate seeing in our final three weight classes and what sort of excitement will be buzzing throughout the facility here this afternoon.
Thank you. One cool thing about when we have these years like this is you have some opportunities for lifters that either haven't won national titles or just really haven't won them yet, so to speak. Like, for example, we have a defending sub-junior world champion in Joshua Perdot that is entered in the Open as well as trying to take a shot at a junior slot. And he's going to be right in there with a former national team member in Gregory Johnson. And that'll be quite a dynamic because Josh is a great squatter and Greg is a great deadlifter. So it should be pretty interesting to watch. And then we have some other similar situations. We'll have Scott Squat Dobbins in the 120s facing off against Quentin Meyer, but you can't count out Enrique Lugo either, who could kind of slip in there if one of them make a mistake going after the other. And then 120 plus, I believe the favorite is going to be another that hasn't won a title yet, and Cooper Wage. But you can't count out Michael Rodriguez, a former sub-junior world champion, making his return to the national platform.
Lots of storylines to talk about this afternoon. We'll be bringing all of them to you. We're going to start on platform number 1, where Michael Nichols, age 71 out of the Commonwealth of Virginia, will open up the proceedings this afternoon as Nichols waits on the judging. Looks like the lift is good for Michael Nichols as he opens up at 25 kilos coming out of this first lift on platform number 1. So we have platform number 2. We've got a good lift on the far side. We'll be setting that action up here in just a moment on the far side. Throughout the afternoon, we'll be having an opportunity to thank our sponsors. One of the sponsors that's going to be involved this afternoon with today's action is A7 Bar Grips. Folks, never stop the progress. You can find out more at a7usa.com. That's a7usa.com. So we want to thank all of our sponsors for being a part of the action throughout the course of this weekend. The final session here from Orlando, Florida. So glad that you could join us this afternoon. Over on the far side, Matt Foreman out of the state of Arizona will be opening with his first lift. Foreman
Pretty deep.
goes through that lift pretty quickly. We'll see what the judges have to say about it. He gets 3 white lights. So Foreman is on the board as he connects on his first lift. And now we'll have Uwe Thorman coming on, the 60-year-old out of the state of Florida, as he'll open up with a 100-kilo lift here in our first of 3 disciplines. We'll have the squats followed by the bench press, and then we'll wrap up with the deadlift this afternoon. And it is going to be an exciting finish here throughout the course of this afternoon. Thorman has completed his lift.
Yeah, it looks like the referees threw the red card, which is going to be depth, and I definitely have to agree on that one. So, but it was pretty easy, so we'll see what happens on this.
Thorman not able to complete that first lift, as we'll go over to the far side. Jose Ramirez, the 27-year-old out of Colorado, starting his first lift at 292.5 to get things going here on platform number 2. Just getting started here at the 35th Annual Open National Championships. The lift by Ramirez will wait on the scoring, and it's no good.
Yeah,
as he was only able to get 1 light there.
Yeah, it looks like 2 red cards again on the DRL scoring system. So again, that's going to be depth as well. All right, then we've got Bill Helmick, who's a multi-time world champion and a referee for us as well.
Bill Helmick, the 75-year-old out of the state of New Mexico, is going to try to open with 125 kilos for his first lift of the day.
275 for the metrically challenged.
Helmick seemed to handle that relatively easy. We'll see what the scoring is. It's 3 white lights, so Helmick hits on his first lift. I guess the question that I would have for you, Jim, is in the very early going, you've been waiting around most of the morning trying to get yourself prepared and ready for your first lift. How important is it to go ahead and hit on that first lift, even if you've got jitters, even if you feel a little tight at the moment, even if the circumstance in the ballroom is maybe a little overwhelming to a lot of the younger lifters? How important is it to knock down that first lift?
I think it's probably one of your most important lifts. Is if you had to rank most important lifts, I'd definitely put first squat over anything else. Because once you get that first lift in, it changes everything. It's going to change your mood. It's going to change your outlook. Hopefully positively. Hopefully it's not going to be a miss. Because if it's a miss, then it feels like you're playing catch up for the rest of the day. And the great ones can bounce back, but not everybody can.
Patrick McLavy, the 57-year-old out of Alaska, on platform number 1. He'll start at 202.5 kilos. McLavy.
Might see some red cards here.
He had to work hard to get it back to the rack. The scoring is 2 out of 3, so it'll be a good lift. He did receive 1 red light in that lift, but McLavy is on the board at 202.5.
727 pounds. Thank you, Nora.
We had Enrique Lugo,
Here we go.
who'll be coming up on platform number 2. Lugo, one of the real players to watch here in the course of this meet. Hopefully we'll get an opportunity to see his initial lift over on platform number 2. Steven Zahn on platform number 1 will be coming up here in a moment as well. So we'll go ahead and go to Zahn. Zahn, the 55-year-old out of the state of Wisconsin. Wisconsin, one of the major hotbeds for powerlifting, as Zahn will get his opening salvo at 207.5 kilos to open up.
And if I'm not mistaken, Steve is on the North American staff as well. So he coaches internationally as well as coaches high school in Wisconsin.
Zahn steadies himself. On the way back up is Zahn. Puts it back on the rack. We'll wait on the scoring. Lugo now immediately back on. We'll give you the Zahn was 3 for 3 with white lights there, so he gets a good lift. We'll wait on Lugo. Lugo was 2 for 3 there as Lugo gets on the board. He was going at 350 kilos for his first lift. A very ambitious start to the open for Enrique Lugo. Bill Sindelar will be coming up on platform 1 over on the far side. We'll see who's coming up in just a moment. We are near side the first platform, so certainly the scoring a little easier to read from this angle with where we're located here in the ballroom. Bill Sindelar, the 66-year-old out of Nebraska, will start at 212.5.
Opening up at 469.
Sindelar has the signal.
That's
Lift
pretty
is
fast
up.
coming out of the hole.
469. Lift is not good. He was high.
The lift is not going to be good. Now, Bill, Jim, I would imagine the issue with a lot of the quicker lifts, the guys that try to go down really fast, is sometimes they just don't get the prescribed depth that the officials are looking for, so that when they try to snap it back up quickly, they've not really given themselves an opportunity to get that optimum depth so that they can complete the lift.
Right, yes. Sometimes when you see the really quick squat as Bill just had there, sometimes it's so fast the referee, almost is going to err on the side of your caution. But sometimes if it's that fast, you'll get the exact opposite effect. So,
another one of our sponsors that we want to thank this afternoon, Slingshot. Certainly you can find out more about Slingshot at howmuchyoubench.net. That's howmuchyoubench.net, where you can find out more about Slingshot, one of the many sponsors that we have here for the 35th Annual Open Nationals from Orlando, Florida. William Schimmel will open at 220 for his first lift. Looks like We'll have a re-rack here. Schimmel will take
In the meantime, we've got Quentin Meyer at 8:21.
Quentin Meyer, one of the real players to take a look at. As Meyer on his lift out of platform number 2 will wait on the scoring, and it's no good as he didn't get any white lights at all on that lift. So now we'll go back to Schimmel at 2:20.
Yeah, he actually received a yellow as well as a red. The yellow is going to be for up and down movement on the squat. So that means when he had that unstable point, the bar went up and down as well as didn't achieve the required depth. So
Now to contrast, I'm sorry about that, Jim. Schimmel got a lot of depth there. He got 2 out of 3 white lights. In that circumstance, Jim, he was much more deliberate on the way down to make sure that he got the prescribed lift. Is that something that Schimmel was trying to do on purpose, or was that more of a control issue with the bar?
I think it goes back to what we were talking about, the importance of getting your first squat. So I think that's definitely what he had in mind, being a seasoned lifter, being a master's lifter. He knows the importance of it. So, hey, he said, I'm going to make sure on this one, and then I can get a little risky as we go.
Scott Dobbins over on platform number 2. I guess when your nickname is Squat, certainly that's going to be something that's going to go well. He landed his first lift.
Yes.
So Scott Dobbins is on the board with a qualifying number. Certainly on his way to a really good number for the first of the 3 disciplines. Ray Baxter, the 59-year-old out of the Lone Star State, his first attempt at 250 kilos.
Something interesting here, you'll see Robert Keller's personal platform. Once we get over 501, you have to have 5 spotters by rule. And at the moment, because the weight is so heavy on both platforms, Roberts is the 10th man.
So filling in a spotter's role here in this final segment.
Sometimes as a meet director, you have to wear a lot of hats. And I've seen Robert do this quite often. He does a really good job spotting, as he does with most things in regard to powerlifting.
Baxter hits 3 white lights on that lift, and to bring out the necessity and the importance of the spotters, Jim, kind of give us an idea for those lifters. Their safety is of the utmost importance. To have the spotters not only just there for the sake of being there, but being diligent and making sure that they're taking care of that bar and that nothing erroneous happens. How important is that for both the lifters and those watching here?
To be honest, it's the most important job in powerlifting, and it's the most thankless job in powerlifting, and probably the hardest. So, it is just of the utmost importance, because you've got to have these lifters be safe first and foremost, and then everything else will kind of fall into place.
Over on platform number 2, able to power through on that lift. We'll wait on the judges' scoring. Callahan now on platform number 1. Back-to-back lifts simultaneously. The action's going to be fast and furious here throughout the course of the contest with 2 platforms running. A lot of the times we'll be going almost simultaneously as Callahan hits on his lift. As Matt Foreman over on the far side will be taking part in his second attempt. Wilson Martinez, a 52-year-old out of New Jersey, will be coming up here in just a moment for his opening lift. Martinez will open at 265 kilos here in this opening lift. These guys getting themselves in a position to where already some impressive numbers have been tossed around this afternoon here in the very early going.
Absolutely.
These guys truly are among the best of the best when you look at the entire United States landscape.
And in some cases, the world.
And in some cases, the world. Absolutely, Jim.
Look a little unstable.
So Martinez will wait on the scoring. So it's going to be 2-1. The lift is good for Martinez, so he's on the board at 265.
Sometimes it's hard to tell if it's a stability issue or if the bar truly did go up and down. So one referee did think it went up and down, so he was only 2-1 instead of just 3 white lights.
Well, I mean, you start to, and this is something that, to those that are relatively new to the sport, Jose Ramirez over on platform number 2, about to get his second lift in. when you're dealing with weights of this nature, sometimes that bar will begin to wobble and can create some issues to where it maybe give you the optic that he's gone down when he was supposed to head up.
Right, and see, and we're getting into these weights where you're going to have some serious whip on the bar. Like, for example, we've already had a 400-kilo squat. You know, you could have some serious whip if you squat fast with that much weight on the bar. I mean, you know, it's not like 272.5, which is 601, is you know, something you just go pick up.
Ramirez over on platform number 2, able to connect. While we've got a second, Jim, let's go ahead. We're gonna throughout the day make this broadcast interactive. If folks would like to reach out to you during the course of this afternoon's matchups, go ahead and give them the ways to reach you through social media. And throughout the day, we'll try to reach out to those people, try to answer questions and give acknowledgments to those that are tuning in this afternoon.
Right. Just go to JIMBATTENFIELD on either Twitter or Instagram and send us your questions. That way we can answer them throughout the day, particularly during the bench. That was a great job by those spotters there because that was a bad situation on the far platform.
Gary Pamplin connected on that lift, but over on platform number 2, we had a missed lift.
Yeah, I don't know if there's an injury situation or if he just got in a bind. But we won't show that. I mean, it's nothing bad, but still. So we'll hope he's all right.
So Pamplin misses at 272.5 on his first attempt. Michael Nichols will come up with his second opportunity here in just a moment. I want to thank some more of our sponsors for being a part of this afternoon's action. The final session of the 35th Annual USA Powerlifting Open National Championships. We want to thank My Macros Plus. My Macros Plus is the complete diet tracking solution. Be sure to learn more by going on to GetMyMacros.com. That's GetMyMacros.com, or you can download the app on the App Store or on Google Play. That's GetMyMacros.com, one of the proud sponsors that we have of this afternoon's 35th Annual Open Nationals. As Nichols is on the clock on platform number 1.
Glenn May, Team Phoenix.
Glenn Way over on platform number 2 is ready to lift, so we'll go ahead and take it over there. May at 337.5, he's going up 10 kilos as he hit on his 327.5 just a moment ago.
One of the many lifters of Team Phoenix this weekend.
So May not able to hit on his second lift at 337.5. As Mike Nichols did not approach the platform for his second attempt, so that's going to bring up Uwe Thorman at 120. He missed on 100 with his first attempt. So Uwe Thorman at 120 will take his second opportunity. The 60-year-old out of the state of Florida.
It looks like in the meantime we've got Enrique Lugo as well. It looks like we're going to focus on him as we break the 800-pound barrier again, already on second attempts.
Enrique Lugo will be over on the platform as Thorman looks to reset. Lugo.
Yeah, this might time out perfectly.
Looks like it very well might.
That's a strong squat by that kid.
Tell you what, that's a lot of weight being pushed around there.
2 to 1.
And it hits. He gets 2 out of 3 white lights as Thorman immediately after finishes his lift. We'll wait on the scoring, and he does not connect there as he missed on his first one at 100. He misses at 120 there. So now Thorman in a very critical spot. He's going to have to find some sort of qualifying weight in his final opportunity if he's going to have any real opportunity of contending in his particular classification.
Yeah.
You could see that replay just a moment ago. Enrique Lugo surpassing the 800-pound mark in his second opportunity.
And while trying to compete in the Open this afternoon, he'll also be chasing a junior junior national team spot for back in this venue at the end of the summer. So he'll be one we're watching for that as well.
Bill Sindelar, who missed it 2:12.5 his first go-round, will take a second crack at it. Jim, one of the things that we were talking about off air prior to coming on was the possibility there are 3 weight classes here that could see brand new national champions for the first time.
Absolutely. And then another one we're focusing on, Quentin Meyer is now 0 for 2, so he's in a heck of a spot as well.
So Sindelar. So Sindelar at 2:12.5 will wait on the scoring. He connects there. So he connects on his second lift, has a qualifying score.
So Bill is in, and in the meantime, as I just mentioned, Quentin Meyer was unsuccessful. His second attempt looked much more stable, so I'm confident he'll come back and get this as a season lifter he is. He's already lifted internationally for our national team in Luxembourg a couple years ago on the open side, so pretty confident he'll come back and get it, but it's still a heck of a position to be in, and it's not like 821 is going to get any lighter, Brian.
Here on platform number 1, Patrick McLavy, 57-year-old out of Alaska.
Let's see.
So he gets it to Rack. We'll wait on the scoring. He gets 2 out of 3 there on the white lights, so that lift is good at 2:12.5. He's 2 for 2 here in this opening squat segment.
Lift is good, platform 2.
Over on platform 2, 3 white lights on that lift.
Load the bar for Steve Zahn.
So the second score good there on platform number 2 for James Metter, the 4th.
Wisconsin.
Steve Zahn will approach platform number 1. Scott Dobbins will approach platform number 2 here in just a moment.
Dobbins.
Folks, don't forget, for live streaming of this year's Open Nationals, log on to bodybuilding.com/USAPL. That's bodybuilding.com/USAPL.
407, just a hair under 900 pounds for Scott Squat Dobbins.
Scott Dobbins over on platform number 2 will go quickly to Zahn. Zahn, who hit it 207.5, will attempt 215 here.
If you're screaming at your set, it's probably going to time out perfectly. It shows on and then immediately cut to Scott. Yep.
Zahn
Told you.
can't hit.
Scott looks awful focused, and oh,
He was high. Give him a round of applause.
that was right there at it.
Steve Zahn, no lift.
The 3 officials obviously saw it all the same way, but Dobbins, he looks like he's going full bore for it this afternoon,
Yeah,
missing
absolutely.
on that second attempt. We'll see the replay here.
Yeah, he went right to the top of what the referees are looking for, and if you go in that gray area, sometimes it's going to burn you. But it's a little tough sometimes to go even another centimeter with 900 pounds. So we'll see him on another one. I'm sure he'll get hyped up. He looked awful focused on that attempt. So
the effort not good for Scott Dobbins, in the result is William Schemmel, the 57-year-old out of New Jersey, after connecting at 220 on his first lift, will try at 227.5.
big presence from New Jersey this weekend.
This will now go over to platform number 2, Brandon Orozco, for his second attempt. Orozco. We'll wait on the scoring for that one. Now we'll go back to Schemmel. Orozco cannot hit on that lift.
Yeah, 2-1 for depth. You know, Schemmel was very methodical on his opener, so he may just be one that squats that way. So, you know, because it looked almost exactly the same, except not the positive result he got on his opener.
So stays at 220 after that missed lift on the second attempt. And certainly there's no penalty for being that methodical
No.
when it comes to that lift. So it could just be one of those things to where that's his program, that's the way he wants to do things, and that's what's going to get him the desired result.
Well, it's funny how you pick up on those things. Like, for example, over on Platform 1, we have Newt Douglas refereeing, and he lifted yesterday, and his setup looks exactly the same, whether he's in training or on the platform. Down to his little yell he does right before he picks it up, it's exactly the same every time, which is probably why he is lifting the World Games next month.
Foreman on platform number 2. Puts it on the rack. We'll wait on the scoring. 3 white lights, so he connects on his third attempt. As Foreman now in at 260. Gary Pamplin, who missed at 272 and a half, is going to try again on his second attempt.
Yeah, he's a multi-time world champion as well. So there was no doubt he's going to come back and smoke that like he just did.
Pamplin is in at 272 and a half now off of platform number 1. As the action coming very frenetically here in this final segment of the 35th Annual USA Powerlifting Open Nationals. Jose Ramirez over on platform number 2 steadies himself for his final opportunity in the first discipline of the afternoon.
No music. Got no music.
Ramirez looks like he's able to power through. We'll see what the judges have to say about it. 2 out of 3. So that lift is good for Ramirez on his third attempt. We'll go over to Ray Baxter over on the first platform as he hit at 250 the first time around. Now he's attempting 272 and a half.
That's pretty nice jump. 22-kilo jump is pretty real.
Baxter.
And obviously he knew what he was doing.
See what the judges think about it. The crowd was into it. They thought it was good. The judges agree. He's 3 for 3 on the white lights there, so he connects at 272 and a half as he did make a sizable jump going after it a little bit, and that puts him in a posture for a really good third opportunity if he wants to be even more ambitious.
Right.
So over on the far side, Glenn Way.
Rockaway, New Jersey.
Glenway missed on his second opportunity. He's still working, can't hit on that one.
He's credited with his opener, though.
So his first lift will be his initial number that he works with out of the squat. Brian Callahan out of New Jersey.
That's the Mad Irishman, Brian Callahan. The lift is
272 and a half, and he's 3 for 3 there. So he went up 15 kilos in his second attempt compared to his first. So we'll have Wilson Martinez on the first platform, Quentin Meyer over on the second platform.
High drama here already starting off. You know, we're talking about Scott Diamonds versus Quentin Meyer. We're setting the stage for this showdown, and it could be over before we even get started.
Well, conceivably, this is going to be an important lift for Quentin Meyer. And I guess the question to ask, and I'll let you take your time and sort of deliberating through this, is this one of this where it changes his mindset going into this lift as to what he's going to weigh or what weight he's going to attempt, or how does that work?
Yeah, I mean, it changes everything, because really, if he doesn't get this, it's not going to matter what he does for the rest of the day. So you have to focus on this lift first and foremost, and then you have to kind of damage control from there. Because you can get yourself out of a hole when you're an experienced lifter like that. And I tell you what, I think he did just that.
3 white lights there, so that lift is good. So he's back in the game.
See, and now that's going to put the pressure back on Scott, even though Scott's going after him.
Wilson Martinez. We're going to show a replay of Meyer's lift.
Yeah, I mean, you can just look. It's a total different setup as those first two. He knew what was at stake. He stopped, and did everything like he was supposed to, just as we expected.
Typically, what sort of adjustments are made for a lifter when a situation happens like that, where maybe you miss on a lift or even two consecutively? What are some of the things that you look to do in equipped lifting that will prepare you for your third lift, and so you can put a number up?
On the bar for Mike Nichols.
Enrique Lugo, over on the second platform, will attempt his third opportunity.
Tough to see from this front angle, so let's see what the referees say.
Enrique Lugo's
Yep.
not good. He's
Yeah.
Lugo misses on his third opportunity. Replay here for Enrique Lugo on his
Yeah.
third attempt.
And we're going to have a good shot right here. You look for that crease in the hip to go below the top of the knee, and it just looks like it didn't. It looks like he may have gone what they call parallel, but unfortunately in powerlifting, we're not looking for parallel. We're looking for that crease in the hip to go below the top of the knee. But still a strong squat, and he's got the strength for it, so should he be successful in getting a junior spot, something that he should easily squat, maybe even on his second attempt in a few months.
So on platform number 1, Michael Nichols is scheduled for his third attempt. James Metter, the fourth, will be on platform number 2 as he'll attempt 387 and a half.
And it looks like what Michael did is Michael reported so they would time out as a courtesy to his fellow competitors, as opposed to them losing that minute from him just saying pass, which is just a kind of an unwritten rule.
So Metter there.
Yeah, that was pretty methodical, but it just couldn't come out of the hole with it. But he is credited with his first one.
So he'll carry his first lift with him. That'll be his qualifying score. And now it sets up Scott Dobbins, who will make his third attempt. He hit his first offering, was not able to connect on his second. We'll see what happens here on the third. As Uwe Thorman on platform number 1. Looks like he's ready to go.
And he was high on his first two. Let's see if he makes any adjustment.
4 pounds. Scott Dobbins request nutrition. We got everybody
So Thorman on his final attempt at 130. The fans like it.
Yep.
So do the judges, going 2 out of 3 there. So we'll turn it immediately over to Scott Dobbins on platform number 2.
And as I mentioned, now kind of Quentin was able to put things back on his head by putting the pressure back on Scott, because if Scott's unsuccessful with this, then he only got his opener as well. So they're all but equal going into bench.
Give him a round of applause.
Dobbins can't hit on his final attempt.
So you kind of have a reverse. Scott was able to kill his opener and get in the meet, but then he was unsuccessful with his next two. So now Quentin and Scott are kind of on even keel. They just did it reverse way. Scott got in and the pressure was off, and then he got to focus on making these other attempts to add to his total.
Taking a look at the replay here.
Yeah, I mean, and the depth was there. It just ran out of strength getting down, and it could be the pace. I mean, we are moving very fast, and it's tough to squat these over 800-pound lifts and then come back and do another one just moments later.
Steven Zahn attempting 215 kilos after missing on his second rotation. Zahn will wait on the scoring. He's trying to improve off of 207 and a half, and he does just that. He'll be in at 215 through his first discipline. Folks, for all things powerlifting, such as upcoming events, completed results, and membership information, log on to www.usapowerlifting.com. That's www.usapowerlifting.com. Bill Sindelar, after hitting on his second attempt at 212 and a half, will make an attempt at 222 and a half to round out his first discipline here in the squats.
Come on, Bill. 490 pounds, Bill Sindelar. Large loaded Richard Meyer. We're into our next flight. No more changes. Light B, no more changes to your openers. Platform 1, platform 2.
Sindelar,
It's going to be right at it, 490 pounds.
that lift.
Lift is high.
No lift.
Not good there. Meyer over on platform number 2
Stay under the bar.
cannot connect on his opener, an attempt of 100 kilograms. So the 52-year-old out of Wisconsin, unsuccessful on his first draw.
Steve Johnson. Is the bar? Hold on. Hold on.
Patrick McLavy will come on here in just a moment. On platform number 1, Steve Johnson
Being handled by Triple G.
will come up with his first opportunity here on platform number 2.
Bars loaded, Patrick McLavy. Come on, Steve.
So Johnson over on platform 2.
There you go, Steve. There you go. Steve's got a bum knee. He's going to have knee surgery. Pretty good for
Now
him.
McLavy
Knee surgery.
over on
3
platform
white
1
lights.
at 222 and a half. McLavy able to power through on that one. We'll see what the judges think about it. He gets a good lift there. So he goes from 202 and a half to 212 and a half up to 222 and a half. So he's going in 10 kilo increments there to get himself to a good place in his first rotations.
He did receive 1 blue card, which means one of the side referees did not think he locked his knees back out at the top, and I saw that too. So, but it kind of only looked like one side. So 2-1, I think, was the call. So definitely should have been a good lift.
Brian Cochran over on platform number 2. Looks like after his first lift,
Cochran, no lift.
And Brian is lifted unequipped despite being at the Equipped Nationals, which there's no rule against. You can lift unequipped at the Equipped Nationals, but you can't do it the other way. If you show up at knee wraps when we're back here in October, they'll be a little upset.
Chief referee to tell you to squat. If you squat before she says
William
squat,
Schimmel
you'll get a yellow card. Give him a round of applause.
will be at
He'll
platform
back.
number 1. His attempt at 227 and a half after he missed in his second opportunity.
Ted Stewart, Nevada. Bars loaded. William Schimmel on 501 pounds. Sorry, it's not Nevada, it's Nevada, I believe. Come on, Ted. 424. Let's fire this one up, Ted.
Very methodical. This looks even slower than his first 2, but we'll see.
Ted Stewart from Nevada. No,
So
he was
Schimmel
high
didn't
on
have a
the
problem
side,
handling
high
the
on
weight.
the
We'll
side.
see what the judges say on the
Not getting that
attempt.
crease in the hip
No
below the
good
top of the knee.
on the attempt for Schimmel, as he'll be at 220
No lift
after
for
his
Schimmel,
first
he was
discipline.
also high. Load the bar
Ted
up to
Stewart
617
completed his lift just a moment ago. Robert
pounds
Smith
for Brian
will be up out of
Callahan from
Mississippi.
Jersey
On the
Shore.
second platform, Brian Callahan will make his
Bars
third
loaded,
attempt
Robert Smith,
over on platform number 1.
Mississippi.
Jim, here in a moment, we'll have an opportunity to check and see what might be happening
Callahan.
from a social media standpoint, as we've given people an opportunity to check in with you throughout the course of the broadcast. And we'll give people another opportunity to find out how they can reach out to you during the course of today's action. Brian Callahan with his third opportunity at 280 is this lift opportunity here.
Looks like another textbook form.
So Callahan,
Yes,
3 for
white
3
lights,
there with the white
triangle,
lights. He
3.
goes from 257 in the opener
Robert Smith
to hit on
is good.
280 to conclude. So he's got a good number after the first discipline here at the 35th Annual USA Powerlifting Open Nationals.
And a good lift on the other platform as well. We definitely would rather stay with a third attempt over an opener because we'll have 2 other shots to get Robert Smith, the professor out of Mississippi State in Mississippi.
Here comes
Mario
Ray
Chavez
Baxter. No
over
more
on platform
changes.
number
Lifters
2.
on flight B, platform 1, no more changes to your openers.
Chavez with his first opportunity gets a good lift over on number 2. Now we'll take it to number 1, where Ray Baxter is going to try to hit his third attempt at 285 kilos.
28 pounds to this Masters 2 lifter.
He made a 22-kilo jump followed by a 12-kilo jump.
And Ray Baxter 3 for 3 there as he's animated, doing the Michael Jordan with the tongue out during the middle of the lift as he hammered it, as he's 3 for 3 in the squat. As now Gary Pamplin will come up on platform number 1. Rob Keys on platform number 2 will be coming out in just a moment. The final session here, Sunday afternoon, here in beautiful Orlando, Florida. It has been a big week of watching a lot of people perform at peak proficiency. It's been a lot of stars here this weekend in the world of powerlifting. So over on the far side, Rob Keys.
Bars loaded. Gary Pamplin.
Keys with his first attempt at 265.
Or 584 freedom units.
Bobby Keys, 584. Lift is.
All right.
And that lift, perfect. 3 for 3 is Gary Pamplin now on platform number 1, making his third attempt now at 295.
You know, and he made a big jump too. And I'm going to speculate that after the missed opener, they just said, "Hey, the plan was 295, so we're going to go 295 anyway."
So he hit on his second opportunity at 275, then went, 272 and a half, and then on his final one got to 295. So he's on the board at 295. As Wilson Martinez will come on platform number 1 to wrap up his squat segment here. Tony Saunders will open up on the other side, platform number 2. Jim, real quick, what sort of feedback are you getting this afternoon? Anybody bringing anything to the table of substance here in this final segment?
A lot of people are clicking like, but nobody's sending me questions.
And that's all right. As long as they like it, the questions
right.
I'm sure will come. Wilson Martinez. At platform number 1, Tony Saunders on platform number 2, a 340 opener from the 53-year-old out of New Hampshire. We'll go ahead while Saunders is waiting. Martinez will position for his attempt.
20 seconds, Tony.
We'll keep you apprised of platform number 2.
I know, let's give him a round of applause, but he'll be back.
Martinez at 295. We'll see what the judges think about it. And he cannot hit on that final lift. He'll be at 282 and a half here in this opening segment.
Load the bar up for. Well, bring the bar down. We're done, right?
As Bill Helmick will come on platform number 1 here in just a moment.
Well, actually, Bill's already gone. It just looks like we're in between. Going to the next
That's
one.
right. So we'll wait to see what's going on there. Here at the 35th Annual USA Powerlifting Open Nationals, platform number 2 is getting reset on the far side as Richard Meyer will be ready for his second attempt here in just a moment. Folks, don't forget, for live streaming of this year's Open Nationals, all you had to do was log on to bodybuilding.com/USAPL. You can find opportunities to tune in on bodybuilding.com/USAPL frequently. This particular meet being brought to you the entire weekend long on bodybuilding.com/USAPL. Meyer ready for his second attempt.
I did get a question just now as we watched this, but it's more of a comment where they compared you to Marv Albert, which I would take as a glowing compliment.
Marv Albert.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you so much. Richard Meyer not able to hit on his second opportunity. As over on platform number 1, we'll now have Jeffrey De Leon, the 16-year-old out of the state of Texas.
He's also lifting raw.
Bars loaded, Steve Johnson.
De Leon at 185. 3 wide lights, so he's got his opening salvo on the board at 185. So we now have Cruz Montes, the 17-year-old out of Texas, here in this second flight, flight 1B, if you will. Over on the first platform, we'll have Steve Johnson coming up over on platform number 2 here in just a moment.
As we prepare for Cruz, speaking of Texas, I wanted to kind of give a shout out to 2 of our commentators we had yesterday evening, which was Beverly Crawford, who I know was watching, multi-time national champion and national team member, and Giovanna Ortega, who also did a great job for us yesterday afternoon in our absence while I was refereeing and while you had a session to give you a break to save the Golden Boys.
Well, that's certainly debatable, but I definitely needed the break. As we have been in this facility now, I don't know if I've been outside the entirety of this weekend's tournament. Montez.
I would like to take that moment to welcome you to the sport of powerlifting.
Well, it has definitely been a baptism by fire without question. Montez at 207.5.
Right at it. It's going to be a no lift. 2 referees thought he wasn't deep enough.
So Montez starts out with a miss as Brian Cochran over on platform number 2 positions for his second lift.
While he sets up, I'll kind of make the comment. John Magini said one time when we were in Prague, Czech Republic, he was like, I came all the way to Czech Republic to see the inside of the Hotel Pyramida. So.
As Cochran completes his second opportunity, we'll see what the judges think about it. Now
3 white lights.
3 white lights there, so he's on the board now. So he'll work with his third attempt to try to see if he can improve that number. So, Jim, the thing that's really intrigued me is the level of strategy that is involved from the word go when it comes to doing this open national tournament. It's Dylan Garrett, the 17-year-old out of Louisiana, on for his initial lift at 255.
Bars loaded, Ted Stewart.
Garrett able to drive through theirs. That's an intense expression on Garrett. Garrett, good lift there at 255. We'll take it immediately over to Ted Stewart for his second attempt. He missed on his first opportunity. Now he's on the board with his second attempt, as that's good. So Stewart will have a qualifying score out of the squat setup. And that'll bring up Alan Crockover, the 49-year-old out of Texas, over on platform number 1.
Alan Crockover. Bars loaded for Alan Crockover.
Crockover will approach the platform as he'll be making an attempt at 265 here for the opener.
Bars loaded, Rob Smith.
I'll let you know what Smith does on platform number 2 here in just a moment. If we have time, we'll take you to it after Crockover's lift. Crockover completes his lift. We'll let you know about the scoring there. Now Smith.
Robert has a great beard.
Is good, Crockover.
I don't know if he gets brownie points for the beard. We'll see what happens, though, with the lift. Robert Smith's lift is good.
3 white lights matches long white beard.
There you go. And on platform number 1, the lift is good there. So that'll set up Marshall Mesmer, the 18-year-old out of Wisconsin, on platform number 1. Mario Chavez, who missed on his first attempt, if memory serves, for his second attempt. No, I was wrong about that. He hit on his first lift over on platform number 2. As we'll go with Chavez. He hit at 220. Now he's making a 30-kilo jump over to 250.
Marshall Mesmer, 606.
Chavez handled the weight relatively easy. However, the judges didn't like what they saw there. As he misses on his second attempt, so he sits at 220, and now Messmer for his first opportunity at 275. So now Messmer, 275, and it's good. He's on the board with a solid number to begin things. That's 606 pounds to open up with. Rob Keys will be over on platform number 2 here in just a moment. Jason Johnson will get a chance to open, the 45-year-old out of the state of Wisconsin. And this is part of the Lifting Johnson family out of the state of Wisconsin.
As world champion, his daughter, Kimberly Johnson, who just received the Best Lifter Award for this championship just before this session started.
Over on platform number 2, Rob Keys.
I think it's going to work out about perfect.
Keys. So Keys hits on his lift on platform number 2 for Johnson. His is perfect at 280, so he's on the board. Is the action here. The real challenge is for the production staff, Trey Cunningham, Dr. Trey Cunningham, handling a lot of the switching back and forth. And he has dealt a very difficult task there as they are running almost in sync with one another in platform 1 versus platform 2. Wesley Brown.
As if dealing with us wasn't enough.
As if. Wesley Brown will start at 287.5 out of platform number 1. Tony Saunders on platform number 2 will have his second crack at it. Brown on platform number 1.
Out of Louisiana, one of many. Wow.
Brown at 287.5. The crowd likes it, and so do the referees. It's 287.5. He's on the board with his first lift. Saunders, who missed on his first one.
Yeah, he looks very close to timing out. We're under 10 seconds. So he's got to get the bar off, get his knees locked for the side referees to put their arms down, and then get a squat command in the time frame, and he did not. So far he's missed 2 lifts and hasn't managed to attempt one yet,
So
which
Saunders
is extremely frustrating.
will have to rely on his third opportunity as Kenneth Gack, the 47-year-old out of Washington State.
Gack the Ripper.
I heard that nickname throughout the weekend, and now I get to see him with my own eyes.
Yeah, Ken also coaches several lifters, including like he was helping Tina Crawford yesterday and many others with his brute strength. But he lifts for Team Phoenix as well. He's been a Masters World Champion.
Loaded Meyer.
So Gack will be able to put it back on the rack. We'll wait on the scoring at 292.5, and he cannot complete the lift. As Richard Meyer over on platform number 2. We'll wait for his score, and he cannot hit on that lift, so he's 0 for 3 in the opening segment. So Gack misses on platform 1,
And
Meyer misses on 2.
That was a really close miss for Gack because it was a rule. It used to be a rule that you had to take a step, and once you received the rack command, you had to go forward. But they actually changed it to where if you take a step back after the rack command, as long as you were under control, then it was allowed. But he took his step right as he was coming up, so he didn't fall in that category where he could have had a successful lift.
Loaded Steve Johnson.
Jeffrey De Leon
Loaded Jeffrey De Leon.
over at platform number 1 will make his second attempt. He hit earlier at 185. He'll now be attempting a 192.5 kilogram lift. And for De Leon, he got down really quickly.
Yes, you see that. You tend to see that with people that are lifting unequipped as he is today. It's a little bit easier for him to go quick, while in equipment it's a little bit more of a methodical deal. Not quite as methodical as we've seen a couple, but it's a little bit more. You've got to focus on getting down to that crease.
So 2 for 2 on the first platform. As we'll now have Cruz Montez come on. He missed at 2:07 his first time around. He'll try that again in his second offering.
You know, both these lifters out of Texas, which is in the southern region, and I hear the Southern Regional this August is going to be in a great location, Gulfport, Mississippi.
You know, you mentioned that, and I think it's probably a good time. I'll get to that here after this lift from Cruz Montez. Perhaps we'll try to break down the 8 regions coming up over the next 2 months.
Because who wouldn't want to be at the beach at the end of summer? I mean, come on.
Sounds like a winner to me.
Cochran, 402.
Montez will wait on the scoring.
No lift, so he'll have one more opportunity at that.
So after missing on his first 2 opportunities, it'll all come down to his third chance. Brian Cochran over on platform number 2.
3 white lights.
Gets 3 white lights there. So Cochran is on the board on his third offering. We take a look at the regional schedule now that we've got a second. It begins June 8th and 9th, one of the 8 regionals taking place, the Southwest Regional in Reno, Nevada. And then August is when it really cranks up. August 3rd through 5th, the Mid-Atlantic Regional in Morristown, New Jersey. August 5th and 6th, you were talking about Gulfport. The Northwest Regional, Boise, Idaho. The South Regional in Gulfport, Mississippi. And the Southeast Regional back here in Orlando, Florida, all in the first weekend in August. Over on the second platform, Ted Stewart making his third attempt at 200 kilos.
Jeffrey De Leon. Jeffrey De Leon, come to the scorer's table. Jeffrey De Leon.
We'll go immediately now to Garrett. Stewart could not hit on his final attempt. So Dylan Garrett.
And that's Garrett from
We'll see what the judges think. 267 and a half. It's a good lift. 2-1. So Garrett moves up 12 and a half kilos from his first lift. We'll see what he's got up his sleeve for his third attempt as Robert Smith will be over on platform number 2. He missed on his first opportunity.
No, Robert's actually 2 for 2.
I'm sorry, he did. He connected on both.
It's a little bit of a glare. It's probably the Mississippi State flag giving us that glare.
Well, and also the bodacious beard over on platform number
Absolutely.
2 as well.
You can't appreciate the beard enough. Robert's actually been a member so long that I believe his membership number is only 2 or 3 digits. He goes back to the original ADFPA, the American Drug Free Powerlifting Association, which is where we came from.
So Robert Smith.
His first nationals in about 11 years. So glad to see him here this weekend. 3 for 3.
Got the lift to go. As Alan Crockover will approach platform number 1. He hit on 265 his first go-round. He'll now make an attempt at 280 kilos.
You notice Alan's wearing a shirt with no sleeves while everybody else is wearing sleeves. Well, he's got on what they call an erector shirt, which is made by Enzer, which is going to help maintain keeping his chest higher and keeping everything tight. And so some lifters, a lot of times it's mental, but it'll help you keep everything upright so you can maintain your good form, and you can get 2 white lights just like that one.
Chavez over on the platform number 2. Gets 3 white lights on his third attempt. So now he's at 250. He makes amends on the second attempt, which was a miss at 250. So now he's on the board at 250 as he moves into his bench press segment here in just a moment. While we've got an opportunity, let's go ahead and take a look at the final 3 regionals. August 19th and 20th. The Midwest Regional out of Columbus, Ohio, and the Northeast Regional out of Marlborough, Massachusetts will all take place. Then on September 2nd and 3rd, we'll have the Central Regional out of Bloomington, Minnesota. That'll wrap up that schedule.
18-year-old young fellow from
We'll get you some
Wisconsin.
more information here in just a bit as Marshall Mesmer over on platform number 1 attempts 287.5.
That was a nice grind.
He worked through it and is rewarded at 287.5 as his second attempt is good. We'll take it over to Keys for his third opportunity.
Must be somebody from Team Phoenix coming up.
So Keys on the second platform.
Must be Kenny Gack the Ripper.
Connects on his final lift, so he'll carry that score with him at 285. Keys was 3 for 3 in his squat segment. Folks, for those of you looking for information on competitions around the country or the latest news, you can go on to www.usapowerlifting.com. That's www.usapowerlifting.com. Kenneth Gack, who missed at 292.5, will make a second shot at it.
Phoenix, Gack the Ripper.
Maybe he can find some kilos in this beard to help him get a good lift as well.
Here comes Tony Saunders.
Saunders on platform number 2. We'll tell you what happens there. Gack and his second attempt. And he gets 3 white lights, so he's on the board at 292.5, and we'll go immediately over to Saunders. And Saunders
20 seconds, Tony.
has time, but he's not going to be able to do anything with it. As he'll step away, and he's 0 for 3 in his squat segment.
And as they'd say in baseball, 3 strikes you're out.
So Saunders will depart from the squat segment.
Jason Johnson.
But fortunately, with the rules of USA Powerlifting and the IPF, should he decide to bench and deadlift, he would be allowed to. That way, he didn't come all this way just to bomb out in the squat.
Well, and with that said, though he's not likely to medal or place in the individual performances, he does have that opportunity to redeem himself in that bench segment and the deadlift. The next 2 disciplines coming up is Jason Johnson on the first platform.
Right, we don't do that nationally, but internationally, that, for example, if this was an international, he could still get a medal in those other ones, but nationally we don't do that for whatever reason. But
All right, here
still an opportunity to get a PR and have something to build on and then just rebuild his squat coming into the next one.
Robert Mulliner from Texas. Bars loaded.
John
Referee
squad
yesterday,
right here.
lifting today. Come on, Bob. Let's fire your opener up.
So Johnson at 292.5, and he bumps up 12.5 kilos.
I would think we're probably going to see a 300-kilo squat coming up next.
Robert Mulliner out of Texas to make his first attempt. We have a new flight going on over on the second platform.
Yep, Robert was actually on the platform I refereed yesterday, so met him yesterday. Nice guy.
So Mulliner on his first attempt
Three
connects
whites.
there. And that'll take us back over to Wesley Brown.
Yeah, I haven't seen this young man lift before, but 672 on a second attempt is going to get my attention as a T2.
Well, the young man certainly looks the part after hitting his first time on 287.5. Now he's trying 305 on his second effort.
Jeez.
Wesley Brown, that's impressive. He did not connect on that lift at 305, so we'll see what happens with his third opportunity. Over on platform number 2.
I think that's going to be, it wasn't under control enough to reach the depth, but man, it looked easy. So he's got the strength. I mean, I don't know that I wouldn't even give him a 2 to 5 kilos to help push him down, but the strength is there.
Juventino Torres over on platform number 2 misses on his first opportunity.
Freeman on deck.
Wesley Brown
39 pounds for Brown.
could not connect on platform number 1.
He's out of New York. Bars loaded for Tevin.
Tevin
Coached by
Brown
someone out of Nevada.
on platform number 2
Wow, high school buddies.
will approach for his first opportunity. Here in the final segment of the 35th Annual Open Nationals from Orlando, Florida. So glad you're joining with us this afternoon. So Brown waits on the scoring. 2 out of 3 there, so he's good. So the 26-year-old out of the Empire State is on the board at 290 in his first shot. As Cruz Montez will be making his third opportunity at 207.5. Trying to see if he can pick up a qualifying score here and make amends for his first 2 misses. Montez emotionally puts it up on the rack. We'll see what happens here as he gets 3 white lights and he's on the board at 207.5.
It's funny time, especially how many times with younger kids you'll see that where they go over 2 and then the third one it's like, well, wait a minute, that's why that was set of their opener, because it's so easy.
James Freeman over on platform 2. A 305-kilo attempt, and he completes it. 3 white lights there. So Freeman, the 28-year-old out of Missouri, is on the board in his first lift opportunity of the day. Folks, want to thank our sponsors as this men's event here in total over 3 days covers 27 states. Want to thank Slingshot. You can find out more about them at howmuchyoubench.net. That's howmuchyoubench.net with Slingshot. Jeffrey De Leon over on platform number 1. 2:15, and he cannot complete it.
All right, way to go, Jeffrey De Leon, no lift. He'll get
So
credit
De
for
Leon
that,
will
too.
settle for a 192 number
Mina
in his
Embiid.
first segment. Mina Embiid is preparing over on platform number 2 out of the state of Florida. Is Embiid attempting 320 off the bat. And I got to be honest with you, Jim, if I've got to try to find one friend inside this building, it's going to definitely be Mina Embiid.
You know, I actually saw that guy as I was getting ready to come this way, and he was walking around with knee wraps.
Mina Embiid.
So
Embiid misses on his first lift. Now Dylan Garrett attempting 277.5.
Dylan Garrett, coached by John Burford, who's on the national team staff for sub-juniors and juniors.
And you can hear, or at least I could hear in the background, the coaching where he continues to deliberately go down until he hears the word go, basically. And
Yep.
then once that happens, he tries to hit on the way up, cannot connect on that lift. So his third attempt is no good over on platform number 2.
Steve Davenport out of Nebraska.
Well,
Steve Davenport hits on that first opportunity at 322.5.
In this moment of transition, also I have the link to ask us questions on my social media, which is just Jim Battenfield, JimBattenfield, and I also have just shared it to the USA Powerlifting group on Facebook. So all 10,000 of you that are in that can see that, and just comment a question or whatever, and I'll see it, and then we'll try to address it where we can, or most likely during bench press, because that seems to be the most time we have to fill.
As we have an opportunity, we'll certainly get to that. Would love to hear from you. I know Jim would love to hear from you. We'll try to see if we can walk ourselves through some of this throughout the course of the afternoon. It's Alan Crockover, the 49-year-old out of Texas.
Alan, you got 20 seconds.
Crockover coming out after hitting at 280. Will make an attempt at 290
You got 10 seconds, Alan.
over on platform number 2. That's where we'll take it now for the moment.
Jason Christus out of Wisconsin.
Time, racket. Hassan.
And Christus on his first opportunity. We'll see what the scorers think about it. He cannot connect on that lift.
Strength is definitely there. He is a national meet veteran, and there's no problem. He'll come out and get that weight or higher.
Marshall Mesmer will come on the first platform, the 18, or his third opportunity on platform number 1. He's hit on 275, 287 and a half, and will now make an attempt at 295. Mesmer will approach on the first platform. Ahmed Hassan over on platform number 2 here in just a moment.
Marshall Mesmer, 650 on the bar from Marshall.
A 295 kilo attempt for Mesmer.
Ahmed Hassan.
What a fight for that kid just
Mesmer
in.
battles through, absolutely.
Ahmed lift is good.
So Mesmer's lift is good. Hassan over on platform number 2 is good, out of the state of Tennessee. So essentially simultaneous lifts happening there, and they both get approved. As now Kenneth Gack will come in for his third opportunity. And Jim, you called it. You thought that there was a 300 kilo attempt in the offing here from Kenneth Gack, and that's exactly what we're going to see on platform number 1.
The bar is loaded. Give me a round of applause for Gack the Ripper.
Rodriguez on platform number 2. We'll let you know what happens there once it's ready.
Go to bruteforcestrength.com. Bruteforcestrength.com. You get Kenny Gack the Ripper to coach you.
We'll see Gack's third attempt, but here, going forward here in just a minute, the flight just started. This guy, Michael Rodriguez, as I mentioned him just a little while ago. So I suspect Cooper Wage is in that same flight. And we're going heavy enough, I see him bring weight from the back. So this is going to be exciting on that far platform here in just a minute.
So Gack finishes his lift. Rodriguez finishes just seconds after. Gack 2 out of 3, so his lift is good, and Rodriguez is perfect on his lift.
Yep.
So the action quite frenetic here in this afternoon segment.
832-pound opener for Michael Rodriguez.
Ladies and gentlemen.
It's Jason Johnson on platform number 2, 302 and a half kilos.
Cooper Wage is coming up on 2. He's got how much? 959 pounds. Holy Toledo.
It just got heavy on the other platform.
For Jason Johnson.
So Cooper Wage, the 30-year-old out of Wisconsin, is going to try 435.
From the Old Testament to the New Testament to the Book of Revelations, 666, the number of Jason Johnson.
I think this is going to time out perfect. We'll be able to watch Jason, and then we'll be able to cut over to Cooper, as we usually take third attempts over openers, even if the opener is 9:59.
Johnson cannot complete his
no lift,
lift.
so we're going to go over to Cooper. 9:59 for the Beef Puff Barbell representative.
And Wage, have mercy. We'll see what the judges think. He cannot connect on that lift.
Yeah, not quite deep enough. The strength is there. I wouldn't be surprised to see Mike Steinmetz of Pure Fitness, who's handling him, still take it up just a touch. Because sometimes as a big guy, it just takes a little bit more weight.
I mean, just the aftermath of an attempt like that, to see all of the spotters and the care that they have to take just to get the extra weight off of it is something to behold.
Absolutely.
Wesley Brown.
Well, I mean, there's a lot to be said just to be able to walk out 959 pounds.
Absolutely.
On 2, Robert Mulliner.
Wesley Brown, the 17-year-old out of Louisiana, will make his third attempt.
Wesley Brown.
Robert Mulliner over on platform number 2 will make his second shot. here in just a moment. Brown hit at 287.5 this first go round. Now at 305, he'll make his second shot at this.
And he was just a little unstable. The strength was definitely there, so I would suspect we're going to see a good lift right here. Looked a touch deeper. I couldn't quite see if he's got the required depth. Yeah, that's all he needed.
That's good. Wesley Brown.
He had a little bit more under control that time.
Mulliner over on number 2.
I think we're going to see that again. That's a good lift for Mulliner, too.
Mulliner up from 220 to 230. So now he's 2 for 2 in his squats. As Wesley Brown connects at 305 on platform number 1. Juventino Torres will make a second opportunity at 250 here in just a moment.
551 pounds.
Torres will approach the bar on platform number 2.
Arian Kamisi barking out his own rack commands. Arian hails from South Beach, Miami, Florida. Arian Kamisi.
That was awful fast.
Torres. See what the judges say about it. He can't hit on that one.
As we prepare for Arian Kamisi on this side, if I'm not mistaken, Arian did not achieve the acquired qualifying total. He actually is in this meet from winning his regional. He won the Southeast Regional last year, therefore, he is qualified to lift by virtue of that.
So the 29-year-old out of Florida will make his first shot at 225. Kamisi will put it back on the rack. From the judges, it's good. He gets 2 out of 3.
It's worth mentioning Arian actually is the sub-junior and junior national team coach for the Raw team who will be lifting in Belarus next month.
Tevin Brown on platform 2.
Awful grind for that second attempt. Let's see. No lift.
Cannot hit. So Brown attempting one at 310. Will have to hang on to that 290 kilo score after his first lift. See what he does with his third opportunity.
And it looks like, from looking at, I thought it was going to be 2 flights earlier, but it looks like we have 3 flights on either side. So on this side, we should see Gregory Johnson and Peridot as we see George Irwin right now.
Out of the state of Georgia, 34-year-old.
Team Roar, coached by Josh Roar.
Irwin making an attempt at 262.5 to open here.
578 for the metrically challenged.
578 for Georgia. That's George Irwin. The lift is good.
George Irwin hits there at 262.5. Now James Freeman over on the far side.
That was awful fast.
Get out of there. 700 pounds the squat is.
He made it look awfully easy at 317.5. And it's good. 317.5 is where he is there. So Mina Embiid will be over on platform 2, but before we get to that, Al Roth, the 23-year-old out of Connecticut.
Team Cap Cup.
Roth at 265. And now to Embiid. Roth hits there. And Embiid missed on his first opportunity, missed again. So Mina Embiid 0 for 2. He'll have to rely on his third effort to put together a qualifying number. on the squat. That'll bring up David Young, the 27-year-old out of the state of Texas.
733 pounds, Steve Davenport, Nebraska.
Folks, I want to thank another one of our sponsors for being a large part of the 35th Annual Open Nationals, A7 Bar Grips. Folks, never stop the progress. Find out more at a7usa.com. Don't forget it, folks. That's a7usa.com. A special thanks to them for being a sponsor of this year's Open Nationals. Over on the far side, platform number 2, Steve Davenport. Davenport cannot finish the lift.
Yep. Load up for Jason Christus.
Young at 330.
727 pounds, a jet airliner, David Young,
Young
lights.
hits on his first opportunity, so he's got a qualifying score. As we get into the third flight, flight 1C is what it's listed on the scoreboard here. Is Matthew Casista, the 24-year-old out of Massachusetts, will take his first opportunity. As Christus over on platform B will be coming up in just a moment.
Yeah, and it looks like this is the flight we're going to see some lifters that some of our viewers may be more familiar with in this weight class, such as Chris Vickery making a return, and then you got Josh Peridot that we've already spoke of, and Gregory Johnson.
Here comes Christus.
And then we've got Christus getting ready on the other side to try to make up for that opener.
Casista battles through there. We'll go back over to Christus. Christus.
Jason Christus, Wisconsin, 3 white
Casista gets 3 white lights there, as does Christus.
So now he's in. So
Load the bar up, ladies.
Next up on platform number 1, we'll have Garrett Bailey, a 24-year-old out of Louisiana.
you know, and Garrett lately has been known more of a raw lifter. So it's nice to see somebody that's been doing mostly raw still do equipped as well. So I don't know the last time he'd done an equipped meet prior to this one. But his raw numbers are actually high enough to qualify him for this championship to get him in. So it's one of those deals where he can go do a raw meet as usual as he's planning, and then just go, oh, by the way, I'm going to put on gear for 6 weeks and train and show up and see what happens.
So Bailey, platform 1, will have Hassadin over on platform number 2. Hassadin has now approached the bar.
Looks like Garrett's going to be cutting it close. I think his setup's mighty quick, though. Yeah, so he's already set up and he's ready. Despite getting on the platform with 20 seconds to go, it only took him 10 seconds to set up.
Bailey able to drive up. We'll see what the judges think about it.
That's a lot of fortitude to be able to run on the platform, set up within 10 seconds, and then nail a 750-pound squat at the 231-pound weight class.
Hassadin is able to hit on his second opportunity. As Bailey gets his first lift connected. Gregory Johnson out of Texas will make an attempt at 350 kilos to open up here on his first opportunity. Michael Rodriguez will be coming up here in just a moment on platform number 2. Jim, while we've got a second, anything happening in way of social media from your standpoint?
Well, I actually just got a comment about it being so weird to hear Bailey called Garrett, because so many know Garrett as Botsy Bailey. But, you know, just kind of it's one of those deals, you don't think about it. We're just reading the name, and I know him as Botsy as well, but it's just one of those things you just do not think about.
Rodriguez on platform number 2.
And Greg Johnson going over here.
So we'll now go to platform 1. Johnson can't open up with 350. Rodriguez on his second try. We'll put it in the hands of the judges. 3 white lights there, so he's 2 for 2. And Christopher Vickery
His wife Shayna won yesterday in the Open 63.
Platform 2, 959 pounds.
The 26-year-old out of Massachusetts, he'll attempt 350.
Coming up on platform 1.
Chris was a successful junior lifter and actually took bronze at the Junior World Championships in 2013 and kind of graduated school, got a job, got into working, got married to Shayna, and now he's circled back around, and this is his first national championship in a couple years, so we're glad to see him back on the platform.
So Christopher Vickery with his opening opportunity. Cooper Wage over on platform number 2. Vickery
Picking up right where he left off.
is now Wage. Vickery was 2 of 3 there. Wage now his second opportunity.
959 pounds, Cooper Wage.
Good lift.
And he nails it. 3 white lights there. You can always tell that it's the final session when you've got these heavyweights out here just putting together just some gaudy numbers here from the outset, as this is probably going to be the norm throughout the day. Folks, we hope that you stick with us here at this 35th Annual USA Powerlifting Open National Championship. For all the live streaming of this year's Nationals, you can log on to bodybuilding.com/USAPL. And here comes Josh Paradise.
Sub-junior world champion, American record holder in the squad. He just broke it a few weeks ago in Nebraska. I believe he's getting ready to go to Midland University. Yeah, see, the hardest part for him on that one was just getting the depth.
Paradise at 350.
Standing up with it was an afterthought.
Hits on that one.
Here goes Robert Mulliner.
Robert Mulliner with his third opportunity. He's hit at 220 and 230. Now he'll try to take it to 240.
Trying to go the perfect 3 for 3.
Seeing a lot of Wisconsin and a lot of Texas throughout this session here in the early going. Mulliner cannot hit on that third attempt.
Give him a big round of applause.
So Arian Kamisi will attempt 232 and a half in his second opportunity. He hit at 225 his first time around.
Let's go, Arian.
So Kamisi, with a lot of family and friends here, will watch the second opportunity. He seemed to get it up with relative ease there.
See, it's so
He
funny.
gets 2 out of 3.
We were talking about that a few moments ago, how getting down in the suit sometimes is 3 times as hard as standing up with it.
Over on platform number 2, Juventino Torres is able to get a qualifying number out of the squat as he goes 2 for 3 there on platform number 2. So Juventino Torres had to connect there on his third opportunity. He does, and now another person that's going to have to connect. I think Tevin Brown. We'll wait to see. No, Brown was able to hit on his first one. So he'll try to see if he can improve on his number there on platform number 2. Al Roth will get the call to platform number 1. He's going from 265, which was a make on his first opportunity, to 285 here in his second opportunity.
It's a pretty real jump.
It's Roth.
What a championship this has been as we start winding up these squats.
Brown and his final offering. See what the judges think. He gets 2 out of 3 there, so that lift good. So now here comes Al Roth.
Tevin Brown with his
Pacing seemed to be really smooth there from Roth, and he's rewarded with 3 white lights there as he connects at 285. I think the question that bears to be asked, Jim, is after making a 20-kilo jump from 1 to 2, now he's got himself a pretty good score after that second lift. Is it possible that we could see him go to 300 kilos on his third lift?
Anything's possible. I mean, anybody that's willing to take a 20-kilo jump, you'll never know what they're going to do next.
Cars loaded for George Irwin.
Mina Embiid will be over on platform number 2. George Irwin on platform number 1. Embiid has to hit on this third opportunity to get a qualifying score. So we'll take it over to platform number 2. We'll see what the judges think as Embiid gets it back on the rack. George Irwin not able to connect at 287.5. He actually tried to go another 25 kilos as Embiid could not go to get a qualifying score on the squat. So he's 0 for 3 in his opening segment. As Matthew Casista, after connecting at 335, will attempt a 342 on his second attempt. While we've got a moment, want to thank another one of our sponsors, My Macros Plus, the complete diet tracking solution. You can find them, you can download them on the App Store or Google Play, or you can go to their website, getmymacros.com. That's getmymacros.com. So over on platform number 2, Steve Davenport will try to make an attempt at 332.5. Davenport cannot connect there as Casista now attempting 342.5 on platform 1. So Casista, it's a good lift there on his second attempt, so he's 2 for 2, going to 335 now to 342.5. As James Freeman will come on for his final opportunity on platform number 2. David Young will take his second crack at it. This time he'll be attempting 345 when he comes up on platform number 1. Wrapping up the squat portion of this afternoon. From there we'll go to the bench press and then we'll wrap up with the deadlift. It's David Young. Over on platform number 1, Freeman. We'll wait on the scoring over there. He goes 3 for 3 with the white lights, so he gets his third attempt to go, so he'll take that score with him. Young attempting 345 here. The 27-year-old out of the Lone Star State goes 3 for 3 there, so he's in at 345 with another opportunity left.
To 804 pounds, Jason Christus.
So Jason Christus will prepare for a lift over on number 2. Garrett Bailey will take his second opportunity over on number 1. After connecting on 340, he'll now try to go to 350.
And it looks like he timed everything a little bit better this time. He's back ready to go and walks to the platform at 55 seconds instead of having to almost jog. You know, it's been over 4 years I just saw since he didn't equip nationals. So sometimes, as minute as it can be, the time can throw you off. I mean, just over the course of, because raw is just, oh, let me go. You know, you don't have anything to adjust as much except for your belt.
Christus over on platform number 2.
800-pound barrier over there for Christus. No lift, 2 to 1.
Cannot complete that lift. We'll go immediately to Bailey. Bailey being urged on by the crowd.
Wow.
For a moment there, I thought he was in trouble, but he showed a lot of moxie there. And he goes 3 for 3, and the crowd loves it as he's in at 350.
That's mighty impressive, you know, to the point that I don't know that I would take another squat because I don't know where you're going to go from there.
It's certainly a good enough number for Bailey, as I guess what you're asserting here, to where now he can begin to set his sights on the bench and the deadlift and maybe conserve a little energy.
Right, absolutely, because he may not be right there with Greg as far as deadlift. Greg is the better deadlifter, but his deadlift ain't bad. He's been invited to the GNC deadlift at the Arnold Classic. So he is definitely right there at the top echelon of deadlift as far as USA powerlifting goes. And, really as far in IPF as well. So he can be a real dark horse as we go on here.
Johnson can't connect at 350.
Especially with Greg being over 2. I mean, you're gonna have Botsy, who's got some experience, Vicker, who's got some experience, and they're both going against the young lion with Joshua Peridot. So we're gonna have a new national champion regardless.
Ahmed Hassaden over on platform number 2. Hassaden on his 3rd attempt. Can't connect there. So Hassaden will be fixed at his score that he had from the previous lift.
Back in 20-kilo jump land for Vickery.
Vickery will attempt 370 here from the Hyatt Regency Orlando International Airport in sunny Central Florida. It's the 35th Annual USA Powerlifting Open National Championship along with Jim Battenfield. I'm Brian Rushing. So glad that you could join us for this final segment of what's been an exciting 3 days here in Orlando, Florida. And we are ending with a flurry as the action here is exhilarating. It's Christopher Vickery, the 26-year-old out of Massachusetts, will try to go from 350 to 370.
And I can't think of a husband-wife duo that has been national champions in the same year in the Open. And Shayna won yesterday in the 63s.
Vickery will put it back on the rack. We'll see what the judges have to say about it.
Yeah, that's a good lift. That's a good lift.
And we'll go immediately over to Rodriguez over on platform number 2.
That was strong.
I'll tell you what, these guys have come to play today.
They have.
Rodriguez.
903, no lift though. But he is credited with 870.
So he'll take 870 with you. Josh Peridot will come on.
See, and Josh is trying to stay right here with Vickery because whoever's handling Josh, they can't worry about what's going on with Greg. They've just got to put Josh in the best position they can. And I really think we're fixing to be in American record territory for the Open with either Chris or Josh, as they both are attempting the same weight, because we're not far from the Open American record.
First 90 minutes have been thrilling. Could be a very interesting evening.
Not quite there.
Can't quite get his second opportunity to connect at 370, so we'll see what he does here on his 3rd shot. It's Cooper Wage over on platform number 2.
992.
Have mercy. You gotta be kidding.
That's all. Just a small car. You got to wonder with the size of the flight and having to expend a little bit of extra energy to push himself down there after the missed opener, if that contributed to the miss there as we watch the replay for Cooper.
This is enormous. Wade's not able to hit there, but I mean, that's man's territory right there.
Absolutely.
As Wage cannot connect, so he'll take a previous score with him. His second attempt will be his qualifying score as Arian Kamisi will come up as he's hit at 225 and 232.5. Now he'll try to go to 240 on his final offering. The remaining action. Kamisi, and he gave himself a nod as if he's like, yeah, I'm coming up with this.
That's a good number.
240 is good. So Kamizi 3 for 3 in his opening shots. As we'll take a look at the replay here, and you can
we'll
see
the
just
nod.
before he gets to the top, he's like, yeah, watch this. And it's almost like he hit turbo or something once he hit the nod.
Yep.
Fantastic effort there from Arian Kamizi.
Well, you know, in this sport, you know, we're going to have a little bit more time to fill here because the other platform was done, or at least momentarily. But in this sport, you've got to have a touch of swagger. And if you don't have a little bit of swagger to believe in yourself to do that nod or that extra yell or whatever, then you're probably not going to be very successful.
Well, but I mean, but even more than that, it's more than just bravado. A lot of these times, these guys are willing themselves to complete the lift in a proper fashion, and that we saw there from Arian Kamizi, almost, you know, some would call it swagger. I think he was almost willing himself to finish the lift. As George Irwin will come on at 287.5. Irwin missed at 287.5 in his second opportunity. He'll try to accomplish 287.5 here with his third.
George from Georgia.
George Irwin cannot connect on his third offering, so he'll take 262.5. That was his first opportunity as Al Roth will prepare here for his final attempt at 300 kilograms. Jim, just curious, what are you seeing from the land of social media in regards to any sort of comments or questions?
Actually, the number one thing I'm getting is positive commentary about you because you're making kind of your, like you said, your baptism by fire. And what I'm getting the most of is just nice compliments about the job we're doing and yourself. So it's something cool. And Robert Keller just walked over and gave me a fist bump. And I mentioned I gave him a shout out for spotting, and he just gave me that look of exasperation of, I'm so glad the other platform's done for a minute so I can take a break.
Well, and that's the thing about it. I mean, as you get into these upper weight classes, I mean, the attention to detail for the spotters has to always be on point,
Absolutely.
no matter what weight class. But when you're starting to deal with, in some cases, nearly 1,000 pounds of weight, that just means your P's and Q's have to be lined up all the more perfectly, or else you could hurt yourself or you can have a lifter themselves get hurt.
Oh, yeah, because, you know, not that, say, a 400-pound squat needs to be spotted any different way than a 1,000-pound squat, except for if there's a miss, 1,000's going to go down a lot quicker.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The margin for error just that much thinner. So Al Roth, the 23-year-old out of Connecticut, will make an attempt in his final offering at 300 kilos. And he attacks the bar.
Just got a comment that you sound like the guy that announces the Cleveland Browns. I don't know if that's positive or negative when you talk about anything related to the Cleveland Browns, but
I'll touch on something here after this lift briefly.
Al Roth, Teton Cap Cup out of Bay State.
As Roth will put it back on the rack, we'll see what the judges have to say. Cannot connect on that lift. Jim, just in passing, I am a huge Ohio sports fan. Of course, Cincinnati Reds are my favorite baseball team without question, but one of my favorite announcers is Tom Hamilton, who does the Cleveland Indians. I think he does an absolutely fantastic job. So if you start talking about Ohio sports, I'm down with it. I'm also down with Skyline Chili, so absolutely there. I'll take that as a compliment despite the fortunes of the Cleveland Browns.
Well, they may turn around with, speaking of so many Aggies here, got Myles Garrett. So
Aggie Nation in full effect throughout this weekend.
Giggle.
Absolutely. Gregory Johnson on for his third offering, trying to connect here. He's gone 0 for 2 at 350, looking for a chance to connect here.
Not loaded yet, but we're loading the bar for Greg Johnson.
Greg, as I mentioned, was on the Open National team in Luxembourg just a couple years ago. So he'd love to give himself an opportunity to make that team for Prague, Czech Republic. And it just got loud because everybody knows the situation for Greg here. I've even got Coach James Townsend standing over here beside us watching because he has an interest in this as well. He
And
is
this is
successful
the-
coming up and down for the first time.
And the most animated this crowd has gotten so far this afternoon, and he hits on it. You can hear from the reaction there. Just fantastic.
I think we're going to see that again.
Yeah, we'll see this replay here as Johnson nailed it. And in a situation like that, you're almost pulling for Johnson
Oh,
to get
absolutely.
through, to get that qualifying score, because now he gives himself to get it. You know, he's in shouting distance of the contest.
Right, absolutely. And even for example, his competitors that are back there watching at the back, they're not rooting for a bomb out, because then they can't say, hey, I took Greg's best shot and he didn't have it for me. It's going to be, oh, well, I won, but Greg bombed out. Now, regardless of what happens, now they can say they had Greg's best shot and kind of see where it goes.
David Young in the true competitive spirit for all. David Young will step up, his final opportunity at 350.
It's a big squat. I mean, in somebody like this, you can't count on a medal contention either. Even though we're talking about just a gold medal, you know, things fall right. Now, he missed, but he's still credited with 345, so that was only a 5-kilo risk. So it's kind of like playing $5 blackjack. If you lose, it's still only just a little bit.
Well, sort of what myself and Elliot Feldman yesterday were talking about. Once you get to that kind of number, you're almost kind of playing with house money, knowing that you can take that little bit of a wager, knowing that if you miss on it, it's not a real big deal.
Right, absolutely.
Matthew Casista. Now he's being a little more ambitious here, as he's going from 342.5 to 352.5, as he's hit on his first two opportunities.
24-year-old graduate from Northeastern University, now lives in Massachusetts.
So Casista here on his third opportunity, wrapping up here in platform number 1, the squat portion, the first of the 3 disciplines.
Bars loaded. Brandon Orozco, we're starting the bench on 2. Give them a round of applause. Nobody.
And Casista not able to connect there, so he'll take 342.5 with him. Brandon Orozco over on platform number 2 has been called on to begin the bench press portion. Spotters there doing a great job. You can see that on replay, as they were very proactive in making sure that Casista had support so that he didn't run into any sort of trouble there after that third opportunity.
Yeah, and that's a really tough call, because it looked like on his second attempt he did that strategic where he comes down and then he does that extra dip at the end that achieves the required depth. Excuse me. And you know, he did that, except this time when he went, he couldn't come back up at all.
Opening lift on the bench press side for Orozco is connected on. So Matt Foreman will come on after him. Young man out of the state of Arizona. As Garrett Bailey. So we're getting toward the end of our squat period here. Bailey attempting 355.
Yeah, and his second one was pretty tough, but again, if he misses this, he still has 350, so he's only giving up 5 kilos. You know, and I speculated on a pass because of, you know, to save that back a little bit because of his deadlifting ability, but, you know, later he may wish for these 5 keys. So, you know, you really can't, there's not a bad strategy either way. You've got to take each lifter, you know, for what they have, and if he gets this, see, and it looks almost exactly like his second.
It's unreal. I mean, it looks like he's down for the count, but then all of a sudden he just emerges with something. He misses on the lift anyway. But just the heart of a lion there, as you can see in this final opportunity.
That was awful close. I don't know if I was handling it, that I don't know if I'd go to the jury on that one or not, because yeah, it was, and I just had that speculation from another IPF level official.
We'll see what happens there. But as it stands right now, over on the bench press side.
You know, but that's probably the hardest thing to have overturned from the jury standpoint is a depth call.
Sure.
Because a lot of times they're just going to look at you and say nope. But
Josh Perdot.
But if you don't go, it's kind of like one of those things. If you don't ask, the answer is always no.
Correct. as he is exhorting the crowd here at 370 kilos.
You know, and I had kind of lost this in the shuffle as we're talking open American record type stuff. This is a junior American record because this is greater than the squat he did just a few weeks ago. So if he's able to come back and get this, this is a junior American record.
Wow.
See, and that's the kind of fortitude why that kid's a world champion already.
Peridot hits at 370 kilos.
That is a strong cat right there.
Wow.
Hey, and nobody knew who he was a year ago. He started powerlifting a year ago out of Tama, Wisconsin.
Well, and I did some research on Tama, Wisconsin. Tama, Wisconsin, on the southwestern part of the state of Wisconsin, near Eau Claire. This guy has come on the scene like a man with his hair on fire,
Yep.
and has put together some unbelievable numbers. As Chris Vickery will be coming on in a moment. It looks like we're chipping the bar.
And we were talking open American record. Here we go. Chris Vickery, 838.9 pounds. Really might as well say 840. But
when you get that close, I've got no problem rounding it off to a good solid even 840.
you know, Chris is supposed to be making, and man, you know, we talked about this morning when we were preparing for this broadcast before I did the jury session this morning about the crowd getting bigger. Man, look at how many people are standing for Chris right now.
I mean, people are on their feet here in anticipation of the effort. So he was not able to get the lift.
Well, and what happened is as he's setting up, and you can see he's really frustrated. As he's setting up, he just lost his balance just a touch. But
ladies and gentlemen, give these boys a big round of applause.
So the
excuse me,
spotters,
I got distracted. They were recognizing the spotters as we have concluded squats for the weekend. But as he was setting up, he made what they would call a bona fide attempt. So it would have been no lift regardless. So they just had him rack it to save his energy for the bench and the deadlift. But you can tell by his frustration, it feels like it's a number that Chris can hit. So being an open American record is not something he has to worry about aging out of. So we could see Chris take a shot at that in Washington next year. But obviously frustrated today because it would have put him in a much better position. That half kilo sometimes can come into play because that half kilo for a record, you're going to force your opponent to go an extra 2.5 kilos unless they're able to break a record and get on even keel with you.
Sure. So the squat portion has come to a close here on platform number 1. James Metter, the fourth, over on platform number 2, missed on his first bench press opportunity, is now Enrique Lugo on platform number 2. Will be coming on here in just a bit. Bringing the action to you live at the 35th Annual USA Powerlifting Open National Championships from the Grand Ballroom at the Hyatt Regency Orlando International Airport. Along with Jim Battenfield, this is Brian Rushing here with you this afternoon. This is Lugo, his first attempt.
He made 562 look like 225. And the referees agree.
And he goes 3 for 3 there in that good lift.
You know, I know it's about time to touch sponsors again, but, you know, kind of you can't say enough about the guys that are actually here. We have the USA Powerlifting booth at these championships, as well as SSP Nutrition, and then Limitless Nutrition, which has this great little bang drink I've had a couple of that have helped me going after the excitement of all these, because sometimes the up and down will wear you out pretty quick. But it's nice to have the sponsors that are willing to show up and do these things, as well as the other ones that contribute that aren't here.
Scott Dobbins will make his first bench press offering here, as we are now fully immersed into the second discipline. As we just completed the squats, we'll engage in the bench press for the foreseeable future, and then we'll wrap up tonight with the deadlift. And I'm telling you, if the deadlift segment is anything like what we saw from the squat segment, we may blow the roof off this joint.
Absolutely. Squat Dobbins is going to set up for bench here.
Dobbins with his first opportunity there gets 3 white lights. And you know, when you hear, I mean, it's an affectionate nickname, Squat Dobbins, but the fact of the matter is you can't beat a Scott Dobbins competing at a national and international level without having the capability of being very well-rounded in all 3 disciplines.
Absolutely. He was able to achieve a silver medal internationally 2 years ago in Prague. And then last year he missed out on making the open team, not by very much. And he's obviously hoping to have the opportunity to go back to Prague, or well, excuse me, I believe it's in Pilsen, but have the opportunity to go back to the Czech Republic with a victory here today over Quentin Meyer.
Quentin Meyer next on the bench. One thing, Jim, I want to try to touch on after Meyer completes his bench presses is the fine line, the thin margin in medaling a silver versus a gold when you get into these international competitions.
Oh, man.
So Meyer completes his lift. We'll wait on the scores. He gets 2 out of 3 there, so he connects on his first lift. And I'll give you an opportunity, Jim, just kind of because you've seen what it's like at both the national and international level. The small margin for error. I mean, these all over the world, when you look at the world of power building, the power lifting, these guys are just so good and at such an elite level. It's amazing, sort of like what we saw with Bailey just a little bit ago. 5 kilos can make all the difference in the world when it comes to a 3-disciplined open like this.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I've heard the reference as far as, you know, somebody eating before weigh-ins. Don't let that be a 2.5 kilo banana. Meaning
Sure.
weighing in an extra .01 and later having to put an extra 2.5 kilos on the bar.
Right.
So, you know, there's just so much fine tuning to this, and I've handled lifters that have won by as little as margins as .14 kilos. So it's
Which is razor thin.
oh yeah, and it's one of those deals. In that particular day, for that lifter, I looked. I said, man, we're really close to this guy. Oh, if we have body weight by .14, I wonder if that comes into play. So it's cool how those things will happen.
Brandon Roscoe over on platform number 2. Sorry, Jim, was not able to connect on his second lift. So go ahead, carry on your thought there.
Yeah, not to take away from what's going on, but it doesn't take much pushing to get me into a story.
Well, and that's the thing about it. My whole intent is today is to let you, with your level of expertise and all of the powerlifting that you've seen in your years of time spent here, it's just to let you put yourself in the mind of these athletes and let the viewer, the listener, have an idea of what it is that they're thinking along with you.
Yeah.
And speaking of what the listener and the viewer are thinking, what might you be seeing and hearing on social media here as we get into our second discipline, as Matt Foreman will be coming on from Arizona here in just a bit.
Still the same. Everybody's just liking the post, liking all this, and telling us that we're doing well. I actually just have a lifter I train out of Alabama that's put a nice note up for me, so that was nice.
Foreman with his first bench press attempt. We'll put it on the rack and we'll wait for the scoring. He gets 3 white lights, so he's on the board with his first lift.
Return to the platform. Referees return to the platform. Expediters
So it looks like
I tell you, it's going to be non-stop with this number of flights. You know, the way it worked out in some of these earlier sessions, there was a break, but with these 3 flights going, you know, I think it's just going to be action straight on until morning, until the end.
Well, I mean, we've got multiple platforms, multiple flights. I'll be honest with you, when this thing is over, it'll finally be an opportunity to exhale, but then you're like, doggone it, it's over.
Right, exactly.
I mean, the excitement reaches a crescendo, and then that's it. And you're like, well, now we got to wait for the Open Nationals again to come up in 2018. And, man, what are we going to do with the next 364 days?
Man, you know, that is the story of my life, because everything rolls into the next national championship, which rolls into the next world championship, and it's just wow. You know, because I'm on the staff of the sub-juniors and juniors as we watch Glenn May here.
Glenn May with his second attempt trying to battle through.
Looks like he may have descended the bar. We'll see what the referees say.
And that is a no lift up and down on the bar.
He misses there on his second opportunity. Michael Nichols, the 71-year-old out of Virginia, will try a 100-kilo opening bench press.
Jose Ramirez.
And Nichols,
He just benched 4 times what he squatted.
Mike Nichols, 3 white
so
lights.
Nichols gets 3 white lights there. He's in at 100.
Yep.
So we'll have Jose Ramirez coming on over on platform number 2. He missed at 245 his first time around out of Colorado.
Bars loaded, Uva Thorman.
Ramirez.
Yes.
We'll see what the judges think about this. Seems like it was a much better effort there in the second go-round as he connects on that lift. So he's now got a qualifying score as Uwe Thorman will come on with a 100-kilo lift here to get going. And Jim, I'll also get your thoughts after, if we get an opportunity. So many people, the fitness revolution continues, and it continues to evolve, as we'll have Thorman over on platform number 1. And Thorman seems to handle 100 kilos pretty easily.
Yeah, you know, he gave us a little bit of suspense on the squat, but on the bench, not so much. He's in on the first try, so.
So he's in at 100 kilos over on number 2. We've got James Metter, the 4th, who missed on his first attempt. Cannot complete there. So he's 0 for 2 in that segment. Jim, kind of what I was going to ask is, you know, a lot of people have become members at gyms and they take part in the fitness facilities and so on and so forth. So a lot of these people that are just hanging out in the gyms and just trying to get a lift in 3 to 5 days, you know, a week, whatever, they really don't have any concept of the immense numbers that are being dropped here in this national competition, which is really what separates the everyday lifter from these national level competitors.
It is, absolutely.
Patrick McLavy over on platform number 1. We'll wait on his score. He gets there.
And another thing, you know,
Enrique Lugo over on number 2.
what's really cool to me about the sport of powerlifting is, like, right now, as I look at the referees, you've got three referees on the platform, on each platform, and then you've got a technical controller. I'm going to exclude the jury for the point of this example. But on each platform, 3 of the 4 referees right now lifted this weekend.
So I mean, and who better to be judges than folks that are actually going through the rigors of it day in and day out?
Yeah, absolutely.
Bill Helmick.
And one of the 2 that didn't has coached every morning. So.
Absolutely. So Bill Helmick on for his first attempt at 120 kilos. Scott Dobbins will be on in just a moment. We'll watch Helmick's lift first.
Hey, Bill, how about putting some weight on the bar?
So he seems to handle that nicely. Gets 3 white lights, and now we'll take it over to Scott Dobbins, who connected at 282.5 his first time around, now going to 290.
Sorry about that.
Dobbins. We'll see what the judges think about it.
Scott Dobbins,
A perfect lift.
639-pound bench.
So Scott Dobbins now building for a third opportunity here, knowing that depending upon how he feels about things and what he sees from the numbers, could we see a 300-kilo attempt coming up from Dobbins? Guess we'll have to wait and see. Sindelar over on platform number 1.
The bar is loaded for Quentin Meyer. Give him a big round of applause. 6'6".
Sindelar over at 1.
Powerlifter.
Big short work of
Sindelar
that.
on 1. His bench is good.
Sindelar at 147.5. He's on the board. And now we go to Quentin Meyer. Quentin Meyer, 302.5. So, yeah, I would take a guess that maybe Dobbins is looking at 300 plus the next time around. No?
Well, I mean, it's just going to depend because he does have a little bit of an advantage with the lead, maintaining squat. So it's all about just picking an attempt he can make. Because he just went 290, and so he's 12 kilos behind him on the bench now that they both made those. So you don't want to jump to 300 if he's got 297 or 295 and give up that 5 to 7 kilos.
Fair enough, which could be that razor-thin margin again.
Absolutely.
So Meyer connects there. Steve Zahn will come on here in just a little bit. So we'll have Brandon Orozco making his third opportunity here in just a moment. Folks, want to thank another one of our sponsors for being a part of this year's weekend of action here, the 35th Annual USA Powerlifting Open Nationals. Slingshot, you can find out more about them at howmuchyoubench.net. That's howmuchyoubench.net for Slingshot. Steven Zahn at 162.5 for his first offering on the bench press. So Zahn steadies. Orozco will not be far behind him. So Zahn completes almost at the same time that Orozco does. Orozco connects on his lift. Zahn does the same, so he's in at 162.5. So Brian Callahan and Matt Foreman will be beside of one another. Callahan on number 1, Foreman on number 2. It looks like platform number 2 about a flighted rotation ahead of platform number 1. So it looks like the action will wrap up over on platform number 1 again, which is just fine. We're in the catbird seat for that. It's Foreman over on number 2. Foreman cannot complete that lift. So his third opportunity is a miss. It's Callahan now at 177.5.
But you know, we talked about only making the 5 kilo jump. That was only a 2 kilo jump, so he really didn't lose anything. For Foreman just a moment ago.
Callahan 177.5. Nope. And it's a good lift for Callahan. He's in at 177.5 as Glenn May comes in. Is May making his third attempt this afternoon. Folks, don't forget, for all the streaming of this afternoon's Open Nationals action and much more throughout the year, you can log on to bodybuilding.com/USAPL. That's bodybuilding.com/USAPL. As Wilson Martinez over on number 1 will be making an attempt of 180 as May could not connect on his final lift opportunity.
Wilson Martinez.
As James Mitter IV, who's missed on his first 2 opportunities, will have to find some sort of qualifying number here. As Martinez.
Martinez, another one of the Jersey boys.
Martinez gets 3 white lights there, so he's on at 180. So James Matter the fourth will wait on his opportunity to take his third attempt. Looking to get us qualifying score here in the bench.
James Midor, the fourth, 551 pounds. James, give him a round.
Yeah, that's right, Colin.
And he's on the board. William Schemmel
from New Jersey.
over on platform number 1. He's going to try to start at 180. And this final day of 3
Coached by world champion Jose.
of the 35th Annual Open Nationals. Everyone after this evening will begin to make their way back to their homes, I would presume. Schemmel now to make the attempt at 180.
Nice, William. What did the referees say?
Yeah, he was a lot less methodical when he's fighting that bench shirt than he was in his squad suit.
So Schemmel, 2 out of 3 there, connects at 180, so he's got a qualifying score now. Jose Ramirez over on number 2 can't complete his 3rd lift. So now Ramirez will take a score with him to the deadlift. As Enrique Lugo will come on for his 3rd attempt. Ray Baxter will come on for his first shot at the bench at 182 and a half.
17 pounds for Enrico from Texas. Bars loaded for Enrico. Here comes Big Ray Baxter out of Texas.
Baxter, the 59-year-old from the Lone Star State. His opening salvo.
Hopefully it'll work
Here
out
at the
just
bench
right to
press.
where we can see Lugo as well.
Big Ray Baxter.
Baxter there. Now
I
to
think
Lugo.
he did. Yes. 6-17 for Lugo.
Baxter connects 3 for 3 there.
Enrique Lugo.
Lugo hits.
You know, it's funny.
Wow.
You think about the difference between, say, high school lifting and as you move into this level. Lugo's only 20, so he's only a couple years out of high school. And his subtotal right now is 1421. You know, if you had a kid in high school go 1421 for the total, including the deadlift, you wouldn't feel bad for that kid. You go, hey, it's not that bad. He's not sub-junior world team, sub-junior national team ready, but still 1421 is a good base. And he's doing that before he even touches the bar for deadlift. And he ain't a bad deadlifter either.
Fantastic numbers.
Might see a
for Lugo.
2,000-pound total for Lugo here in just a
That's
minute.
amazing. It's Gary Pamplin now on platform number 1. Scott Dobbins is where we are with platform number 2.
I think this is a pretty big PR for Scott.
No more changes. Platform 2. No more changes to your
Dobbins.
It's there.
We'll see what the judges think about it.
Good lift.
And he's good. Pamplin wrapping up his lift on number 1 at 192 and a half. He's good there, so he's got a qualifying number. I wasn't able to see there with Dobbins. What was the number that he decided to go with there on the
290. He went 295 from 290, so he
Okay.
went 5 kilos. You know, again, taking a little bit of weight off the floor.
Hanging around the neighborhood.
That's right.
Gary Pamplin connects at 192 and a half, and now Quentin Meyer will step up, and he's going 3.
See, and, you know, and with the same aspect in mind as we just spoke about with Dobbins, Meyer didn't want to get too aggressive because he wanted to go something he could get to help chip away from what he's down from squat.
Here goes Q, 683-pound bench.
83.4 is, I think, the number there for Meyer.
Yes.
That's absurd. That's a good way of being the alpha male in a lot of gyms. And the word from the judges, 3 white lights, he's on.
Yeah, see, so now he's only going to be down 15 kilos from what he was down, as opposed to what he was down after squat.
And should truly set the stage for the deadlift. Nichols goes from 100 to 107 and a half on his second attempt there. So Nichols improving on his marks from one lift to the next. My Macros Plus, the complete diet tracking solution. You can find out more about My Macros Plus by going to getmymacros.com, or you can do it like all the kids do it. They just pick up the app. They go to the App Store or Google Play. You can get it there. Whatever the case may be, please go check them out, getmymacros.com.
You know, and speaking of our sponsors, looking at this backdrop right here with these good pictures of Joe Capolino, Preston Turner, and Allegra Hudson, you know, those are all shots from 9 for 9 Media, who's been here taking pictures all weekend, Adam Palmer. And so that's another source to check out for all the photos from this weekend.
Uwe Thorman attempting 120 kilos after hitting on 100 his first time around. And Thorman hits. We'll see the scoring. He does connect. Jim, as we set up, Patrick McLavy over here on the first side. From a judge's perspective, and certainly you are a judge here with these Open Nationals and many other events. From your perspective, as McLavy comes to platform number 1, what are some of the keys specifically for the bench press that these judges are looking at to qualify whether it's a good lift or not?
Well, you're going to start with the most simple, which is just going to be following the commands. You know, he's going to give you, the chief referee is going to give you the start, press, and right command. So that's the first thing you're looking at. And then really your other most common failures is just going to be the bar descending on the way up, or to have the butt or the head come off the bench. There are other causes for disqualification, but those are the main keys that you're going to see most often, outside of just absolute failure.
So commonly, if there's errors of some sort, that's typically what it is that you're going to see.
Right. I mean, and they're all pretty close to, say, depth on squat. You see them all about the same.
As McLavy is able to hit at 125 on his opportunity. So now go to Ted Stewart on platform number 2 for his opening bench press as they go into a new flight.
Wow, did you see how fast that was?
Bill Sindelar over on number 1 goes from 147 to 155. Stewart unsuccessful on his lift opportunity. As Brian Cochran will come on for his initial bench press. Steve Zahn will come on here in the first one. Jim, anything from social media?
It's still just the same, which is great, but it's not what we were looking for.
Well, and if somebody's if somebody's got a question, how would they reach out to you?
They can just Jim Battenfield on any of the social media. I've got this posted on Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter. Just JimBattenfield. So
Cochran on with his first lift. It's good. So he's got a qualifying number.
Steven's on 369 for Steven. Plenty of time, Steven, 34 seconds.
Zahn, his second attempt, he hit it 162 and a half.
Robert Smith.
So he'll try to bump it up 5 kilos here to go to 167 and a half. The 55-year-old out of Wisconsin. As this session has been inundated with the state of Wisconsin and the state of Texas putting together some really solid performances.
Platform 2, it is 369.
Zahn will put it back on the rack. We'll wait on the scoring. Zahn gets a good lift, as does Robert Smith over on number 2. He gets a qualifying score. Mario Chavez will come on platform number 2 here in just a moment. Brian Callahan on number 1. He qualified at 177 and a half with his first lift. He'll try to take it to 187 and a half here in just a moment. As this morning's session on day 3 was all about the women, the 84 kilo and the 84 plus kilo, as they had some amazing performances in the morning. And we wrap up here.
What about Natalie Hansen squatting 595?
That's it's absurd. I mean, really
270 kilos. So she set herself up to potentially go to to the Open World Championships where she could break it. That is an unofficial world record, and if she goes up another 2.5 kilos, she would be the lightest in the IPF to ever squat 601.
Chavez connects on his first lift. Now to Callahan on platform 1.
The original beef puff.
187.5. So he improves by 10 kilos from first to second lift. So we'll have Steve Johnson come on over on platform 2. Wilson Martinez will come on for his second opportunity.
Who coincidentally lives right after him, Wilson Martinez.
Jim, during the course of this men's segment of the tournament, 27 states were represented in this year's tournament. Talks about the continuing growth of the sport as we continue to cover more and more states. Of course, you've got your hotbeds like you would with any sport, but it's good to know that the game is growing amongst more and more of the 50 states and then, of course, internationally. As Johnson completes his lift, and he does not qualify on that one as that lift is no good. He'll have to get a qualifying score on opportunity number 2 as Martinez for 187.5 here on his second lift.
Wow.
That's impressive. Wilson Martinez gets 3 white lights there, so the 52-year-old out of New Jersey improves his numbers. As Rob Keys over on platform number 2 will be set up here in just a moment.
Bars loaded, William Schimmel.
Yeah, and we just saw several impressive performances this morning, like young Kaylee Jones out of Texas in her first nationals, breaking several American records. Saw the defending collegiate champ Claire McKenzie out of the University of Texas putting together some big numbers and some massive PRs. So I mean, and then you had Becky out of Georgia on the heavyweight side. I mean, you just all kinds of great stuff to watch this morning. I had a great spot over at the joke I was saying earlier was the grown-up table because I sat on the jury this morning because I tested for my IPF Category 2 last summer. So I get to sit there sometimes now.
William Schimmel, his second opportunity. He hit it 180 first time around. And at 187.5. He cannot connect there as he missed on that lift.
The yellow card is going to be something I touched on just a minute ago. His head came up.
So Schimmel try to see if he can improve on the mark from the first lift on the third opportunity.
Yeah, the chief referee and then the side referee, Lynn Holman, who is the technical secretary for the Southern Regionals in Gulfport, Mississippi, August 5th and 6th.
Indeed. That's a great plug there.
I try. Sometimes it's a reach, but it's no big deal.
Well, that's one of
it helps me shape.
Well, that's one of 3 regionals happening on the 5th and 6th.
Yes.
You've got the Northwest in Boise, Idaho, the South in Gulfport, Mississippi, and then of course we're back here for the Southeast Regional, probably in this building in Orlando, Florida.
Yeah, because it's kind of the. I believe you mentioned the other day about it being kind of the official venue in Orlando, and it's really easy to just fly in here, just walk across the terminal, and here you are. This is the 4th national championship I've been to here, and then I'll be back at the end of summer for the IBF Sub-Junior and Junior Worlds. Nice descent for Ray Baxter. That was nice. That's a good number. That's a really good second attempt. He didn't have to grind it out, but it wasn't easy.
So Baxter connects at 190 on his second attempt.
I made the joke about feeling like that Tom Hanks movie where he's living in the airport at the terminal. I imagine that's going to be me about Tuesday of Junior Worlds week when I'm back here, but it'll be exciting. That's one of the most exciting meets.
Taking care of the airline points, I would imagine.
Oh, yeah.
Always nice. It's Ted Stewart over on platform number 2. His second opportunity. We'll see what the judges think about that one as he missed on the first opportunity. So he's got a qualifying bid here as he connected on his second opportunity as Gary Pamplin He's making a 15-kilo jump on this lift opportunity as he went from 192.5. He connected there his first go-round. Now he's trying to go to 207.5.
Bars loaded, Brian Cochran, 303 on the bar. Brian Cochran lifting raw.
We'll wait to see the scoring for Pamplin. He gets 3 white lights, so he's improved his numbers considerably, 207.5. Cochran on the far side.
15 kilo jump on bench is pretty real.
Bill Helmick is up, and he submitted.
Cochran cannot complete his second opportunity. Bill Helmick.
Zero, so we can skip over. All right. Let's go to
Helmick.
7.5 for Mike Nichols.
Mike Nichols
Sorry,
now
my fault. 110.
on the clock once they get set up here.
Nichols.
I mean, it's amazing the efficiency, Jim, that the spotters, we talk about the safety aspect of this and them taking care of the lifters, but the way that they can move the plates intricately around, set the bars at the proper positioning height. I mean, it's a work of art to see these guys do what they do as quickly as they do, sort of like a NASCAR pit stop, if you will.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Usually, Robert's pretty good about having some good spotters. Sometimes you've got to have the right volunteers, but Robert's pretty good about having some good spotters to help lead. You know, sometimes it's like follow the leader. You just have to make sure you have a couple of good ones, and then everybody else will follow in line.
Mario Chavez, 402.3.
So Mario Chavez over on number 2 will wait as Nichols makes his lift. Nichols at 110. He'll put it on the rack. We'll see what the judges think about it. He gets 3 white lights there, so he's 3 for 3 on good lifts from the bench press segment. He started at 100, finished at 110. So he'll have a good number to take with him into the deadlift. Chavez trying to put all the proper wraps and everything on so he can complete his second opportunity in the bench press.
Patrick McLavy.
He connected at 175. He'll try for 182.5 here in just a bit. Chavez.
Mario Chavez, 402. Lift is
Chavez is good there. Patrick McLavy on number 1 at 132.5.
load the bar for Steve Johnson. Patrick
McLavy,
Alaska,
2 out of 3 there, so his lift is good.
Come on, Steve,
Jim, I did want to get your thoughts on something. Naturally, there are some guys in this competition when it comes to the bench press that they just have the goods. They're just stronger than the average man. But there are some other guys in this competition that really where they make their differences and where they really shine is in that technique. When it comes to something like the bench press, I would imagine that good technique, solid, proficient levels of technique are just as important as just having the goods and being able to just throw weight around.
Yeah, I mean, and sometimes, to be honest, just a large part of this equip benching is just learning how to use your equipment. I mean, it's almost amazing sometimes what you can see, how much you can see people get out of a shirt when they work with the right person.
Johnson hits on his lift on platform number 2.
loaded on 2.
You see that.
And the biggest thing is, I was actually talking to somebody about this earlier. The biggest thing is when you're getting some advice, just going through and finding what you're able to use versus just what works for everybody. Because especially on the bench press, it's not going to be the exact same for everybody. One tweak or whatever can work for some, but it won't work for all.
Rob Keys over on platform number 2. His second opportunity. That's a good lift. Sindelar just a moment ago on number 1 connected on his lift. So now Steven Zahn will make his third offering here. He connected at 162.5, 167.5. So now we'll see what he does at 172.5.
2.
will go to Stewart as soon as we're done here with Zahn.
Bars loaded. Ted Stewart.
Zahn seemed to make quick work of that one. We'll see what the judges think about it. That's a really good lift there. So the resident of Wisconsin goes to 172.5, so that's the number he'll take with him to the deadlift. We'll go to Ted Stewart now, who's making an attempt at 125. He connected a moment ago at 122.5. We'll see what he can do here. He'll take it to the rack. We'll see what happens. He'll get 2 out of 3, so he'll qualify at 125.
Lift is good, Stewart.
Uwe Thorman to come on. Brian Cochran as well. Cochran on 2. Thorman on 1.
Thorman.
Folks, don't forget, for all things powerlifting, such as upcoming events, completed results, and most importantly, how you can join the Brotherhood at USA Powerlifting. Log on to www.usapowerlifting.com. That's www.usapowerlifting.com. Take it and do more with it than just hang out in the gym. Actually become a member. Start taking part in your local and regional competitions.
And check out the e-store and get some of the nifty USA Powerlifting material we've got rolling out all the time.
Without question. Thorman can't connect on his third opportunity, as he was trying 180 from 120. Is that right? He connected at 120.
Yeah, what probably happened there is he probably opened raw and then made the big jump once he put the shirt on.
Okay.
You'll see that with somebody that is either not comfortable with the warm-ups or inexperienced with the shirt. But as they get more experience with just benching with a shirt in general, then it's more the joke we say of ride or die. You know, and then sometimes you'll see people put on different shirts or whatever.
Robert Smith, his attempt for 180.
Robert's having a good day. That's going to put him 6-6. And that is a really old Titan shirt he's using. It. That's 2 or 3 logos ago.
Well, but he is able to connect there with another. It must be the beard that's giving him the little something extra.
Absolutely.
He's in with a good score there is William Schemmel.
He's a professor at Mississippi State, as I mentioned, and they have a new powerlifting club that just recently started, in the last year.
Well, and you look at the geography of it with Mississippi, Louisiana, and Texas. It's a lot easier for schools like that to get together and have competitions than having to go 1,000, 1,500 miles away.
Absolutely.
Schemmel goes to 190. He connects there on his last attempt. We'll have Steve Johnson on platform number 2. Johnson may have had a little bit of a waggle there, and they'll pull up for him, so it'll be a bad lift there. Won't connect. As Ray Baxter will come on here in just a moment. He's in at 190, trying to incrementally get himself to 192.5 with this opportunity. Mario Chavez will be coming on in just a moment over on platform number 2. A pair from the Lone Star State basically going simultaneously here at the 35th Annual Open Nationals.
On the far side helping Chavez, I see Hector Munoz, who's also a longtime member of the sub-junior and junior staff. So a lot of these people here active this weekend.
Chavez completes his third opportunity. He connects there on that lift. And now Baxter at 192.5 can't do it. So he'll take a 190 with him into the deadlift, as he has, I think, a 285 in the squat is what I see, and then a 180 on the bench. Callahan, Brian Callahan out of New Jersey, will be attempting 192.5. He's already got a 280 on the board.
Brian was coaching yesterday, and his lifter that he coached yesterday, Craig, I believe it was Schaefer, did kind of a crazy move. I got the opportunity to see from the chief referee chair as we get ready to watch. Rob Keys on the other side.
Keys for his lift at platform number 2.
That's a good lift.
He connects on his third opportunity.
And then as Brian brings it down, strong coming off the chest. I think he's going to get downward movement anyway. But did kind of a crazy move that you don't see that often. His lifter made the opener at 237.5. They make a jump to 255, but he does not attempt it because it doesn't do anything, so you don't waste the energy. Then he comes back and goes 270, which is what he needed for the win. So we're talking 32 kilos. You know, we're talking about 20 kilo jumps being big. That's a 32.5 kilo jump for a Masters 2 lifter. And the dang guy came and pulled it.
So a little bit of strategy, but at the same time just executing the lift.
Right.
Which is as important as anything. I mean, if you're going to get into the competition, at some point you've got to execute the lifts in such a way to where you put yourself in contention. That's exactly what he was able to do yesterday.
Right, and the joke we make it all the time when making game plans is, well, you know, on paper everything looks great because we'll just say, oh, well, this kid's going to miss this, but you can have the game plan as much as you want, but I think the old saying is everybody's got a plan until you get hit in the face, and so it's all execution because you can only do so much when you're coaching or handling somebody. It's always going to come down to the lifter.
Martinez for 195.
Yeah,
this is there.
Yeah,
so he'll be at 187.5.
Yeah, it looked like his butt came up from this angle we have.
So Robert Mulliner will begin the next flight over on platform number 2. Gary Pamplin will come on to platform number 1 here in just a moment to complete his third rotation. So we're still in flight 1A on platform number 1. Getting started here, platform number 2 into the second flight there. As we are coming to you from the Hyatt Regency Orlando International Airport, the grand ballroom, if you will. Fortunately for us yesterday, Elliott Feldman making the distinction. This is not being held in an airplane hangar. This is actually being held in the grand ballroom here at the Hyatt Regency International Airport. A beautiful facility all the way around. It's Pamplin, his opportunity at 227.5. We'll wait on the scoring. He'll connect at 227.5. So Pamplin takes a good number with him. Onto the deadlift. Mulliner connects on his first lift, so he's got a qualifying score. And that'll bring up Tevin Brown.
Loaded Tevin Brown. 386.
All right, looks like we're moving into.
That completes the first flight on the bench press side for platform number 1. So it looks like we'll get the second flight here on platform number 1 going in just a bit. Jeffrey DeLeon, the 16-year-old out of Texas.
All right, Jeffrey
Tevin Brown
232 pounds for Jeffrey.
will make his opening move.
Tevin Brown, 386. The lift is good.
So Tevin Brown gets a qualifying score over on platform number 2. They're still working on platform 1 to get things set up for DeLeon. Another one of the sponsors that we want to thank for their patronage of the 2017 35th Annual Open Nationals is A7 Bar Grips. Folks, don't ever stop the progress. If you want to find out more about A7 Bar Grips, go to a7usa.com. Again, that's a7usa.com. Platform
2, James Freeman.
De Leon on platform 1, James Freeman on platform number 2. De Leon at 105.
It's a good lift.
Gets a good lift, 2 out of 3 there. So Freeman over on number 2. Misses on his first opportunity.
We'll give Gino a little break here. All right, James Freeman is a lifter on platform 2. I'm sorry, Mina Embiid is a lifter, 507
So Mina Embiid will come on platform number 2 here in just a moment.
Montez, 130 kilos, 286 pounds.
As Embiid was not able to get a qualifying score on the squat, so we'll see what he does here on the bench press.
You know, as I look at all this equipment that we're surrounded around, I just can't. I've been around this long enough. I remember the days of either no stream and having to wait on results as you click refresh on the website, and then seeing the Ustream with no commentary. But Trey Cunningham has really put something together. So if you want a first-class event, he is the guy.
Had an opportunity to do a lot of work with Dr. Cunningham lately. And I would echo those same sentiments without question. As Cruz Montez, the 17-year-old out of Texas, a 130 attempt. He hits on his first effort, so he's got 130 on the board. Embiid misses on his first opportunity. As Steve Davenport will come onto the second platform here in just a bit. Here with Jim Battenfield at the Grand Ballroom at the Hyatt Regency Orlando. Brian Rushing here with you. So glad that you could join us in the middle of our second discipline. The bench press will wrap things up this afternoon with the deadlift. As Wesley Brown, the 17-year-old out of Louisiana, started out with a 305 squat this afternoon. He's going to begin with a 150 bench press here in his opening opportunity. Brown. First attempt is good, so he's in at 150.
One of the many here from Louisiana.
573 pounds, bars loaded, 260 kilos.
You know, I would say it's probably more Texas than anybody, and then Wisconsin right behind that. But then I'd be curious to see out of like New Jersey and Alaska and Louisiana who had the most, because it seems like I've been seeing that flag the most on this new display that we're advertising with the with that awesome looking backdrop and then the DRL lighting up in the top right hand corner.
Well, and the Northeast is really becoming a burgeoning marketplace for powerlifting. Increasing another segment there over on platform number 2. Ahmed Hassan.
Oh, that was actually one of the few things. It's actually Ahmed. I did get that. I did forget to mention that.
Ahmed Hassan gets 3 white lights on his initial lift. Marshall Messmer at 165 on his initial lift. From Wisconsin, Messmer lands the first one at 165.
Jason Christus is a lifter on platform 2.
Christus
Bars loaded.
over on platform number 2.
Creeping up on 600 for opening attempts.
On platform number 1, Dylan Garrett, 17-year-old out of Louisiana,
63 pounds opening attempt.
will step up.
Dylan's in the teen division from Louisiana.
I was just making the comment about
Jason Christus from
Wisconsin and Texas having so many lifters here, and then I got a note from back home, and it said, you know, it's funny, but Louisiana dominated high school nationals as all the top 3 were from Louisiana. From Equip Nationals, that is.
Louisiana certainly one of the hotbeds without questions. Garrett at 165, he misses on that lift. It's Christus over on his first opportunity. He connects. 270 to open. So that's a good start for Jason Christus.
As we have a little break, I actually finally got our first question, so thank you. Somebody asked me, because I actually was a lifter. I wasn't very good, but I was a lifter. And they asked me why I enjoy, because I've actually said many times that I've enjoyed being a coach and administrator much more than I did being a lifter, and that's because I just being able to see the success of others. Like when you make 9 or 10 other people, or even more than that, successful, as opposed to just having yourself hit a PR, that's even better. Now, eventually, I'd like to do better myself, but I need to continue to drop some kilos first. But
Michael Rodriguez over at platform number 2.
Struggling to get that down just a little bit.
He can't connect on his first lift. Alan Crockover.
It's a good lift for Michael. It just was a little unstable going down. It probably should have opened 5 or 7 kilos higher. Doing that bench shirt is such a minute. There's such a small room for error is what I was trying to say. I don't know why I was trying to go a different direction, but the margin of area is just so small that you've got to have it just right. You can't change anything or it's not going to work right.
Kenneth Gack on platform number 1 will come on with his first opportunity at 225 kilos. Cooper Wage on platform number 2 will be making his way on just a moment. As Wage and Gack will run side by side. Looks like Wage will get his lift off.
Yeah, Wage came running through here. The big beef puff came running through here like a bull in a china shop just a second ago. You didn't even see him, and the next thing you know, he's on the bench with that 749 opener.
First attempt at 340 kilos. Wage doesn't look like he's going to get that lift off the ground the first time around, so he'll have to try a little bit later on as Kenneth Gack will make his first attempt at 225.
That was fast.
He ran through that one like a hot knife through butter.
Yeah, absolutely.
In that first attempt at 225. So he's got himself a solid qualifying score to begin with as Jason Johnson will come on platform number 1. He'll attempt a 235 lift. As Juventino Torres will be over on platform number 2 here in just a moment. Folks, want to thank the good people at Slingshot. HowMuchYouBench.net. HowMuchYouBench.net. A special thanks to everyone with Slingshot for their sponsorship of the 2017 35th Annual Open Nationals. And of course for live streaming of many national events, including this year's Open Nationals, log on to bodybuilding.com/USAPL. That's www.bodybuilding.com/USAPL.
You know, and that's another thing with all the growth we've seen recently. That's really opened the door for these, like the partnership with bodybuilding.com. I mean, it's just amazing what it's. I mean, I've only been in the organization, just over a decade, and all the things I've seen is just amazing.
And I would imagine more and better things to come from that perspective. As Torres missed on his first opportunity on platform 2, but Johnson at 235, he connects, so he's on the board at 235.
Yep.
As we're firmly ensconced here in the bench press portion of our final session of day 3 of the 2017 Open Nationals. Everything will conclude here with the deadlift. And I would imagine that the atmosphere inside this ballroom here at the 2017 Open Nationals will be at a fever pitch as we'll have all of our champions declared just a matter of hours away here later on this evening. And then we pack everything up and head our separate ways in preparation for the next event. here in just a little bit, we'll get out the next 2 months of regional activity, as there's 8 regions that we'll have various and sundry championships for, is Jeffrey De Leon.
Wow.
Number 1.
Robert Milliner, back here on platform.
Connects there at 112.5, so he's 2 for 2 in his rounds. Robert Mulliner over on platform number 2 is on with his lift. Kevin Brown will make his second attempt on platform number 2. As Cruz Montez will come on for his second opportunity. Brown over on platform number 2, steadies himself. Hit on 175 his first go round. Now at 190 will be his attempt here.
Not bad.
Not bad at all. Brown should get the approval of the judges. He does. He's 3 for 3 there, so he connects at 190. Cruz Montez.
On platform 2, James Freeman is the next lifter, 446 pounds.
Montez already in at 130. Now at 142.5, gets 3 white lights, so he's 2 for 2 in the bench press segment. So the youngster out of the state of Texas gets his second successful bench press lift. It's James Freeman. We'll get his second opportunity on the second platform. Wesley Brown will come on in just a bit on platform 1.
You know, and after a 672 squat, a 352 bench sounds low, but I mean, really for a kid this age, that's one of the biggest things is if you see the big squat or the big deadlift potentially, you can work on the bench. Or if you see the big bench and the big deadlift, you can work on the squat. So it's just finding whatever the weak point is and building on it. And especially in high school kids, unless it's just somebody that's naturally gifted, you know, that's just one of the last things you're going to see to develop.
Freeman is able to hit on his opportunity on platform number 2. Over on platform 1, Wesley Brown trying to push through that one there. We'll see what happens. It was a 160 attempt. He gets it there.
Yes, I mean, you're still talking about, you know, it's a 105-pound weight class. He's still benching 55 kilos more than he weighs. So
Mina Embiid will make his second opportunity on platform number 2. This attempt at 170. He can't do anything with it there. So Embiid not able to connect, so he'll have to lean on his third opportunity here to get a qualifying score. As Dylan Garrett, who missed at 165 first time around, will now take a shot at 170.
Stephen Davenport's a lifter on platform 2, 545 pounds.
Garrett over on platform number 1. Steve Davenport will be on platform number 2. We'll go to Garrett and then to Davenport. That lift from Garrett at 170 is good, so he's on the board at 170, and now we'll go take a peek over at Davenport.
That's how you do it, folks.
Davenport.
That's a good lift.
Connect there.
See, and that's what really adds to the challenge of equipped lifting. You know, he missed his opener in 165, but they had to have, in reference to Garrett from Louisiana, he missed 165, but then you have to add a little bit to make it a little bit easier to touch, and the whole lift changes.
595 pounds. Bars loaded for Ahmed.
So with that, Marshall Mesmer will come on platform number 1 for his second attempt. He was able to connect at 165 first time around. Now he'll come on at 177.5 for his second opportunity. And Mesmer will wait on the judges. Does not connect there on that one. He'll have to lean on that 165 for the moment. He'll get a third opportunity here in just a little bit. Ahmed Hassanin on for his second attempt. Hassanin powers through there.
Good lift.
He gets 3 white lights, so he's good there. I want to thank the good folks at My Macros Plus, the complete diet tracking solution. Learn more by going on to getmymacros.com, or you can download the app on the App Store or on Google Play. That's My Macros Plus. Getmymacros.com. Jim, anything happening in the realm of social media?
I just got a comment. I'm reading what it says. Let's see.
Also, as we go through the rest of this afternoon, if we want to give some shout-outs to some folks that have actually sent comments, we can do that as well.
Well, I actually just got a comment of somebody that says they can't wait to see what Quentin Meyer deadlifts, you know, and they did hashtag Limitless Elite Gym. So obviously a Quentin Meyer fan there. So we'll kind of see what happens. We'll kind of see what happens here just shortly on that.
Jason Christus, a 277.5 kilo attempt on platform number 2. And Christus seemed to make short work of that one. We'll see if the judges like it, and they do. Tell you what, I like what I've seen from Jason Christus.
Yes.
Kenneth Gack try to make an attempt at 237.5. He completed an attempt at 225 his first time out. So you've got a 47-year-old out of the state of Washington about to make a bench press attempt at over 500 pounds. Now, I don't care how old you are, that's an impressive effort.
Absolutely.
Throw in the fact that Kenneth Gack is a good lift, so he's 2 for 2, going up to 237.5. Michael Rodriguez.
Good lift.
Good lift there on his second opportunity, so he goes to 295. I'm still amazed at some of the numbers that we've seen, and these numbers are going to continue to move forward. I am just chomping at the bit to see what we're going to wrap up with here just in the bench press segment. And then the deadlift segment could just be absolute bonkers. This place could literally be on its ear by the time we're done this evening.
Could be a real slobber knocker as we move forward.
I like the term slobber knocker. You're dead on. It's Jason Johnson on platform 1, Cooper Wage on number 2. First for Johnson. Johnson can't quite get it to go.
It's a really close miss.
See what happens here with Wage. Wage 2 out of 3, so he gets that lift to go. 340 kilos for Cooper Wage.
Yeah, I mean, he's really in a situation where it's just making lifts is all he needs to do, because he's in a situation where he's kind of worked his way into the top echelon of that weight class. And it's a World Games year, and the other two in the top echelon are both lifted in World's Games with Joe Capolino and Blaine Sumner. So it's kind of like your turn today. Just hang on to the ball and don't fumble before you cross the end zone.
You know, to give you some contact, Cooper Wage just bench pressed the equivalent of 3 college linebackers.
Yes.
Which, I mean, in any world that is, when you can lift the equivalent of that on a bench press, I'm impressed. I'm sold on you.
Yeah.
It's Jeffrey DeLeon goes 2 for 3 there, so he gets to 127.5 on his third lift.
Nice guy. I got the opportunity to meet him. I went up to Wisconsin for their state open in January, which I don't recommend Wisconsin in January, but I do recommend going to the Wisconsin State Championship.
Juventino Torres hits on his final attempt at the bench press on platform 2. Now here comes Chris Montez. He connected at 130 and 142 and a half his first 2 efforts. Now he'll try at 147 and a half. Montez, the 17-year-old, can't go there. So he'll take a 142 and a half to go with that 207 and a half squat into the deadlift period. Robert Mulliner making an attempt at 187 and a half on platform number 2. Wesley Brown to position himself here in a moment on number 1, but we'll stay at number 2.
I'm guessing
where Mulliner's waiting.
Excuse me. I guess we have quite the Quentin Meyer audience listening at home, because I just had another comment about a shout out to Quentin Meyer on the thread for the questions. So quite the fan base at home for Quentin.
Mulliner not able to come through on that 3rd attempt. And you know, with Quentin Meyer and the Quentin Meyer fan club chiming in, certainly if you have a favorite lifter here at the Open Nationals, Jim, how would they get in touch with you and make their presence known?
Jim Battenfield on any social media. You know, they can send me a Snapchat, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, doesn't matter. JimBattenfield.
The king of all powerlifting social media.
I try.
Wesley Brown, his
grade
3rd attempt.
Grade A social media troll.
So the 3rd attempt not good on platform number 1 as Tevin Brown will come on. Platform number 2 for his 3rd offering. Let it be stated that that was you that made the comment and not me.
Oh, about
Tevin Brown.
About the grade A social media troll?
Yes, yes.
As if anybody listening didn't know.
Brown connects on his 3rd offering.
I got a text immediately, and I know it's about that. Yes, dying at the comment about social media troll.
Marshall Mesmer over on platform number 1. He does have a qualifying score right now at 165. He missed at 177 and a half in his 2nd offering, and now he'll make an attempt at 182 and a half. Mesmer cannot go at 182 and a half, so he'll take a 165 with him to the deadlift to go with a 295 squat, as he is through 2 disciplines here on the final day of the 2017 Open Nationals. It's James Freeman at platform 2. And at platform number 2, Freeman will get that lift to count. That looked like a pretty deliberate descent to the chest, but then all of a sudden exploded to bring it back to the bar. A very solid effort there from Freeman, as Dylan Garrett will now come on for his 3rd attempt, now making an attempt at 190 kilos. Garrett, the 17-year-old out of Louisiana. Garrett on the way down. Able to get extension there. We'll see if the judges like it, and they do. So he's in at 190 to go with a 267 and a half squat. Steve Davenport got a good lift over on platform number 2 on his 3rd attempt. So he'll now set his sights on the deadlift. Here from the Grand Ballroom at the Hyatt Regency Orlando International Airport, we welcome you to the 35th Annual USA Powerlifting Open National Championships with my good friend Jim Battenfield. This is Brian Rushing here with you. So glad that you could join us as Alan Crockover will make his third offering, trying to go over 200 kilos at 202 and a half.
I just got a comment from long-time sub-junior coach and current NAPF sub-junior and junior coach, Joe Lewis, was telling me about Quentin Meyer apparently opened a new gym. The Limitless is now a gym in Wisconsin and has a big social media following, so that's why we're getting so many shout-outs for Quentin.
So Crockover connects on his final lift from the bench press segment. Ahmed Hassanen gets his final lift to go. So now we talk about another really good pairing here. We'll have Jason Johnson on platform number 1 and Jason Christus over on platform number 2.
So we're going to have dueling Jason Cheeseheads coming in hot.
Absolutely.
From the land of the cheese curds.
I wonder how many times they've heard those sorts of jokes and comments toward the cheese, if you will.
Probably a lot. The biggest joke I make about Wisconsinites is they tend to say flag and bag instead of flag and bag. So, because we have a lot of them as we watch Jason right here. Hold on, I'll get back to that in a second. Because I can ramble anytime. Yeah, this is Christus, not to be confused with Johnson.
So Christus.
Good lift for Christus, no lift for John Squad.
So Johnson will be at 235. He'll take a 292 and a half squat with him to the deadlift. Because now we'll have Michael Rodriguez on platform number 2 and Kenneth Gack. So this will be a Washington, Texas pairing here.
Yep.
Because there's really the consistency in the talent level. I mean, has just been so thorough. There really have been no dead points in the quality or the acumen of the lifters themselves. So one right after another. I mean, we've seen some guys performing at very high levels this afternoon through the entirety of the lifts.
Trey, how much is this for Michael?
Rodriguez.
677, good lift. That is a big bench.
77.
That kid is 21 years old.
And apparently a very, very bright future for the youngster.
And already a multi-time world champion.
That's amazing that a guy that young has already had that much success.
Yeah, because really after you win 2 or more, you just say multi.
And you don't know that you're, and for all we know, we don't know that he's peaked early. He
no,
could
absolutely.
Have just a completely.
Hey, because you know what? He's been off the radar for a little bit, and he's killing numbers that are bigger. Now, he's in a higher weight class, but his numbers have definitely gone up in the time he's gone away. And this is an American record attempt for Ken Gack in the Masters. And it looked like it should have been a second attempt because he had about 250 in him.
So 243, and Gack is pumped about that one.
But somebody like Ken Gack, you know, he's trying to break an American record, but in the meantime, he's also just trying to add to his total and trying to get back to Masters Worlds.
Cooper Wage.
Where he's done so often. Then we got Cooper. Trey, how much is this for Cooper?
Cooper Wage.
771.
771. Wow. Wow.
We asked for shout-outs, and I had a junior national team member from last year just shout me out for the live stream. We're doing such a great job. He said he's helping get through this hangover. So because of the second part, I won't say the name, but anybody that follows me on social media probably saw it. So,
well, it looks like we'll have a pause over on platform 2 for just a moment. Al Roth will not be attempting here. So we'll have Arian Kamisi. His first bench attempt at 135.
You know, as I see Tanya Lambeth stand in front of me for a moment, it reminds me, you know, it's kind of, I printed out the chart of all the referees that had to be here this weekend. And I was talking to my daughter who lifts, and I said, you know how many referees it takes to put on a meet like this? And I just laid out the sheets of paper that covered my couch.
it takes a lot of people to make an event like this go. And I would say that it's been a successful event without questions. Arian Kamisi is able to get on the board at 135. And certainly you're intimately aware of just how many people and how much work it takes because you run events yourself. Kind of give those that aren't aware what exactly goes into putting together an event, and not just any event, but a national level event, a regional level event, and for it to have any level of success, what it takes to make that happen, the countless hours and the countless people that have to be on board.
It takes a village and it takes a little luck. Because to be honest, I mean, it's not like a lot of these positions are going to get paid. A lot of these guys may be spotting all weekend for a hotel room and some nice t-shirts and shorts.
There you go.
And if you're lucky, maybe you can get a dinner or two. And it really says a lot. And sometimes, you talk about people flying in, and maybe they're flying in and they're getting one hotel room night taken care of. So I mean, it's really something. The level of commitment it takes to put on these championships and have these people want to come out and work for you the way that you have to have these things go.
So platform number 2 is done with the bench press. They'll begin to poise themselves for the deadlift here in just a little bit. But right now, Al Roth, the 23-year-old out of Connecticut, will make his first attempt at the bench press. 95 kilos to open up here.
I've got all the Quentin Meyer fans hitting me up. Where are the Scott Dobbins fans at? I know there's several here helping him, but I got a lot of Quentin Meyer in my inbox. Is there not a Squat Dobbins fan base out there? I would challenge you guys that are watching Scott to say a little bit, gig 'em.
Al Roth with his first attempt, very deliberate on the way down. Not nearly as deliberate on the way up as he took care of business there quickly. Roth is on the board at 195. So what you're saying is if we took an impromptu, unscientific poll, right now, Quentin Meyer is the leader in the clubhouse.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even close.
So there's a bit of a clarion call to everyone from the Scott Dobbins fan base to make your voices heard here. So we'll have Gregory Johnson. Now, Gregory Johnson is going to open up at 215, but to be quite honest with you, if he hadn't connected on his final squat opportunity, this might have made the formality of him really competing in this Open National sort of a moot point, as he was able to finally come through on his third attempt and now give himself an opportunity to make a little noise here in the final 2 disciplines.
The first message I get is I'll send Scott a hand hug. No, I'll give Scott a shout out. Excuse me, I don't know what this thing is. Hold on.
Gregory Johnson, his first bench press attempt at 215 kilos. And he goes 2 for 3, so that's a good lift. So the young man out of Texas is on the board at 215, and now that'll bring up Garrett Bailey. 350 on the squat is what Bailey started. He's going to begin at 220 here with his first bench press opportunity.
The first comment I get about shout outs is not competing in Instagram. They compete in total because Scott's winning. So there's a little passive aggressiveness by the Scott Dobbins fan base.
Yeah, that's one way of looking at it. However, we're always looking for folks to chime in, let us know what they think, and certainly we would love to hear what the folks here that are tuning into the 35th Open Nationals would have to say. As Bailey preparing for his first bench press opportunity. Here in a moment, we'll reset the regionals and what's coming up in the next couple of months here throughout the United States. Bailey, first bench opportunity at 220. We'll see if it's good. It is not. Bailey misses on his first opportunity. It all begins as far as this year's regionals on June the 8th and 9th as we start with the Southwest Regional in Reno, Nevada. Then in August, we completely bypass July. In August, the 3rd through the 5th, the Mid-Atlantic Regional held in Morristown, New Jersey. Then on the 5th and the 6th, and of course, Jim, you'll be keenly interested about this weekend as we'll have the Northwest Regional in Boise, Idaho, the Southeast Regional in Orlando, Florida back here, but then the South Regional to be held in Gulfport, Mississippi.
That's
not a bad place to spend a weekend.
Yeah, you know what? I heard that's going to be the place to be. You know, no offense to these other regionals, but I would come to Gulfport, but that's just me.
We'll get a way for people to send those regional bids in here in just a little bit.
I heard that they may be frying catfish and have some Mississippi mud pie there.
There's a possibility. That might be worth the price of admission alone. Matthew Casista, the 24-year-old out of Massachusetts, attempting his first shot at 230.
I just got a shout out for Team Cap Cup as Matthew is on the platform.
Casista comes up empty on that opportunity. So he misses on his first. We wrap up the regional look on the 19th and 20th of August, the Midwest Regional in Columbus, Ohio. Also on the 19th and 20th, the Northeast Regional held in Marlborough, Massachusetts. And then we wrap up things Labor Day weekend, September 2nd and 3rd, the Central Regional out of Bloomington, Minnesota. 8 regions, 1 internet home for competition, information, and all the latest news. Be sure to log on to www.usapowerlifting.com. That's www.usapowerlifting.com. Is Josh Perdot, who put up a 370-kilogram squat in the open, will make his first attempt at the bench press, 235 kilos. In his opening opportunity.
I just got a text from Nathan Westbrook, a teammate of Scott's. It said, shout out to the total, you know, the thing that actually matters.
I tell you what, we might have opened up a can of snarky here.
We might
this
have.
Afternoon.
Passive aggressive all over the place. Limitless potential of passive aggressiveness.
Perdot. A perfect lift there, 235. So he gets 3 white lights, so he's on board.
Yeah, and then it's followed up by, I got a comment in response to the total comment of deadlifts haven't even started yet. So.
But when they do get started, it could get really intriguing. If it doesn't get intriguing on the platforms, I guarantee it's going to get intriguing on social media now.
Yeah.
As Christopher Vickery will take his first bench press attempt at 255 kilos.
You know, I'll tell you what, I mentioned Greg and Josh, but, you know, with a little bit of time away, you kind of not forget, but you don't appreciate as much how strong somebody like Chris is. And he really could be right here at the end, too. Forgot how big his bench is.
Vickery at 255 connects on his first attempt. So he takes a 370 squat out of the opening segment, and now he's on the board at 255. Brandon Orozco over on platform number 2 got the deadlift started on platform number 2. Matt Foreman will now be on platform number 2 for his first deadlift of the evening. As we've been at it now for about 3 hours and 18 minutes. So glad that you've stayed with us by logging on to bodybuilding.com/USAPL. Foreman. That deadlift is good. And you know, it's kind of fitting that the deadlift would be the conclusion to the Open Nationals, because basically the deadlift, from my very limited experience this weekend, seems to be real simple. Can you do it or can you not?
Right, you're exactly right.
David Young over on platform number 1. Go ahead, Jim. I'm sorry.
My mentor used to tell me all the time, the meet doesn't start till the bar hits the floor.
Now, that's the second person I've heard this weekend say that very same thing. 'Cause that's exactly what Elliot Feldman had to say.
Just to clarify, Elliot was my mentor.
Fair enough. Jose Ramirez, he gets 3 white lights on his initial deadlift, so he's on the board.
No offense.
I'll tell you what, I've been put together with 2 real solid individuals in the sport, and I appreciate both you and Elliot working with me this weekend as David Young's first bench press attempt at 280 kilos is good. He gets 2 out of 3. And we're going to hit the fast forward button now as we've got bench presses on one platform, deadlifts on the other. It's going to get real frenetic here for the next little while.
You know, as we talk about the Quentin and Scott battle, you know, you kind of makes you reflect on the other nice battles we've seen over the weekend.
Glenn May's lift on number 2 is good. Arian Kamisi will make his second attempt at 147.5.
You know, it's just really been some good stuff. Even Priscilla Rivet getting pushed a little bit this weekend.
That battle with McCarthy yesterday has probably been one of the more compelling matchups that I've called this entire weekend. And I'm telling you, that was worth the price of admission to be able to see as they took it down to the very last lift, and see the emotion out of Ribick's eyes in that final lift was priceless.
Yep.
It's Kamisi, who's connected at 135, will try 147.5 here.
You know, 63s were quite a battle, and Shayna Vickery ended up, I almost said her maiden name, but Shayna Vickery ends up coming away with that one. Had some kind of unsuspected drama with Allegra Hudson not making weight, and ended up in the 52s, and then, you know, kind of still being right there to the end, but Juanita Nahara winning that one.
Enrique Lugo connects on his first deadlift, so he's on the board. Scott Christus, or I should say Scott Dobbins. My apologies, I looked at the board wrongly. Scott Dobbins.
Yeah, so here we
come
go.
on for his first deadlift. George Irwin will be taking on his second bench press. So we've still got a little bit of time left on platform number 1 with the bench press. And then we really hit hyperdrive as we go dueling deadlifts on both platforms.
You know, it's kind of funny. The heavier lifters are on the other side, but they're moving slower on this one. But it's a variety of things that will affect that. It could be it could be the amount of weight change. It could be anything.
So Dobbins connects over on platform 2. Irwin connects at 170 for his second attempt, so he goes up 7.5 kilos from one spot to another. So we'll have Al Roth come on for his second attempt. Roth was able to hit on 195. It's Quentin Meyer over on number 2.
706 pounds. Limitless Fitness. Q is in the house.
Well, here's the social media darling of the afternoon.
Right, absolutely. Quentin Meyer, Limitless Gym, Wisconsin.
There it is.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a strong attempt.
That's not a bad start.
Yeah, and then, you know, and I haven't seen a whole lot of Quentin Meyer, although I am familiar with him, and I do know he's a good lifter. I'm a little bit more familiar with Scott than I am with Quentin, but, a lot more familiar with Scott than I am with Quentin. But I do believe Quentin is going to be the better deadlifter, so it's going to come down to a lot of strategy with Scott and trying to make Quentin pull something he can't pull, which is really what you have to do when you're the weaker deadlifter, because if you can't deadlift more than them, you can't just put it on the bar and cross your fingers.
Al Roth is 2 for 2 on the bench press as he's now moved his number at 202.5. Down on the other side, Brandon Orozco will make his second attempt. Orozco hits on the second opportunity there. So he's 2 for 2. Gregory Johnson will come up on the first platform as he hit at 2:15 his first time around. Again, want to thank some of our sponsors. Want to thank Slingshot. HowMuchYouBench.net. That's where you go to find Slingshot. HowMuchYouBench.net is your home for Slingshot, amongst other things.
Yes,
Gregory Johnson.
Yeah, here's Gregory Johnson in what could be the 3 or the 4-headed monster of the 105 kilo class. You know, that could end up being the battle of the weekend is this class over here for the Open. Because you got Peridot and Greg and Vickery. And then, you know, Botsy could be right there in the middle of it as well.
A pretty congested grouping there.
You know what you call that? A headache for whoever's doing the numbers.
Johnson, on his second attempt, can't get to 220.
And not only that, I mean, it's going to be every single number is going to matter because that 5 kilos could be a big deal.
Foreman on platform number 2 got his second deadlift attempt to go as Jose Ramirez is over on number 3. He got a 245 his first go round, now at 255.
Rocky Mountain Lifting Club, Jose Ramirez lift is good.
Ramirez is good there, 255.
Loaded says Sean Dunstan, platform 2,
Matthew Casista, his second attempt at 230. He missed his first time around. Glenn May will be over on number 2 here in just a moment. Casista. So at about the same time, May and Casista finish their lift. Casista doesn't hit on his second attempt at 230. May gets his second attempt in the deadlift to go. It's James Meter the fourth.
James Mater and Enrique Lugo both got a shout out just a few minutes ago as well. I forgot to mention that until I saw James on the platform as well. Again, excuse me, not as well. But.
So we've got Garrett Bailey as soon as Mater the fourth finishes his second deadlift. He hits there, so now Garrett Bailey, who missed at 220, taking a 12.5 kilo jump there now to 232.5 as he'll make his second opportunity.
Because why not, right?
There you go. Took a 350 squat with him to the bench. So we'll see how this works out for the young man from Louisiana.
Oh my goodness.
We'll see what the judges think about this one. Yes, sir.
And again, just with that second squat, I would run away and take that and not do anything else. But he was awful close with that next squat after I said that a while ago.
Scott Dobbins, his second attempt with the squat. Or I should say with the deadlift. Dobbins hits on his second opportunity with the deadlift. So Josh Peridot will make his second attempt in the bench press. As we carry on over at platform number 2. They are racing out in the deadlift on platform number 2. Enrique Lugo there, Peridot here on the bench on platform 1. Lugo first.
529-pound bench, Josh from Wisconsin.
And Lugo, not only does he lift it, but he lays it down like it was a small child.
He's been asked about that before, and that's a Lugo thing. That's something he does. And judging by the reaction of Kurt, it looks like Lugo probably just hit the number for the junior team. So I won't speculate for sure until we see results until I talk to Kurt. But
Peridot completes that lift on the First platform at 240.
And looking at the forecast total, we were just talking about that. Looking at the forecast, Botsy's actually going to be in first when we start pulling. So, somebody we hadn't talked a whole lot about, Botsy may be the dark horse to win this thing. So it's up to just grinding out whatever.
Quentin Meyer on the deadlift. Chris Vickery on the bench.
How much is that for
We'll
Quentin?
start with Meyer.
How much is that for Quentin?
Nice lockout cue. What do the referees say?
Meyer. There you go.
Yeah, they're going to be right here back and forth.
And Vickery connects at 260 on the bench.
73-pound bench. The roof is good.
I tell you what, these numbers just keep getting higher and higher, and they
Yes.
just keep lifting the bar farther and farther. It's going to be very interesting to see who blinks this afternoon with all of these competitions that are in place.
Absolutely.
So Brandon Orozco over on the deadlift will get his third shot. As Brandon Orozco, the youngster from Texas, about to complete his day here at the 35th Annual Open Nationals. And David Young, the 27-year-old out of Texas, will be making his second attempt at the bench press.
Platform 2. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a 639-pound bench. Give David Young a round of applause for that. No yawning now.
David Young steadies himself.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why we have the face savers.
You should see the faces in the crowd when that happened.
Absolutely.
They almost fell out of their seats.
As Young
That's why we have
not able to get the
prevents anyone
lift there.
from catching one in the face.
And that is another precaution that is put in place there on the bench press, that taking some of the heat off the spotters
Yeah.
is sort of a last-ditch measure for making sure that the lifter is in fact kept in a safe position.
Absolutely. It's not. I was fixing to say funny, but that's not the right word because it's not funny when somebody misses. It's interesting to see the reaction is still to shield your face and turn your face, because I saw that yesterday from the chief referee chair when a couple of people would have that happen when the shirt forces it back and it's going to go toward their face. Even though you're confident in the spotters, the reaction is to try to turn your face, but you should have the safety rack set to where it's not going to hit your face.
Correct.
Unfortunately, the couple times that happened, that was the case. Either the spotters caught it and the face savers were high enough, or both. So
Jose Ramirez over on the deadlift. Arian Kamezi over at the bench press. So Ramirez on platform 2 hit his last deadlift, as did Foreman.
Arian trying to come back after the second attempt miss on this one.
Another 147.5 kilo attempt.
Ooh, that's a really close miss.
Arian will get credit for his first one. Give Arian a big round of applause.
So Arian Kamezi at 135 is what he'll take with him after a 240 squat.
634 pounds, platform 2. Here comes George Irwin from Georgia.
So Glenn May from Washington over on number 2 will get his third deadlift attempt.
He's coached by Josh.
As we're starting to see some of the competitors over on platform 2, their day coming to an end.
Bars loaded.
Yes,
Some on platform 1 haven't even completed their second discipline this afternoon.
right.
So we knew we were going to be here for the long haul in this final segment, but it hasn't lived up. It has lived up to the hype. It has not disappointed this afternoon.
That's for sure.
Irwin at 177.5 his final bench press opportunity of the day.
And I imagine whoever wins this Quentin Meyer, Scott Dobbins showdown here in just a minute, we'll be able to tell by looking, and it'll be quite a shot for 9 for 9 media here in just a minute when they get the reaction of whoever is victorious out of those two.
So Irwin, I believe, able to connect there. James Meter, the fourth,
661, the lift is going to
gets 2-1 in favor on that last deadlift.
61 pounds, he put it on the pillow.
So Meter, the fourth,
Didn't want to wake the kids up.
his day has come to a close with that deadlift. And Al Roth. Roth started at 195. He connected there. 202 and a half, was able to connect on that second opportunity. And he'll now have a third shot. So he'll try to attempt 207 and a half.
Weight of the 717 pounds. This is Scott Dobbins.
Dobbins will approach the platform here in just a moment. As we'll go Roth, then Dobbins.
Well, it looks like we're gonna go Dobbins. Dobbins over Roth. Third deadlift over a third bench for sure.
Okay.
By my calculations, it looked like Dobbins was up 15 kilos, so this is going to make Quentin come back and pull 340, which is 10 kilos more than he just pulled.
Roth did connect there at platform 1.
So that's a good lift. That's a good lift for Scott to put the pressure back. Again, using strategy, it's going to put the pressure back on Meyer. Which, I mean, anytime you get to where you're in this 340 kilo range, which by my calculation he should be if he's lighter.
Taking a look at that replay there, you could see the emotion from Scott Dobbins after he hit that deadlift. He knew that he had put a little bit of pressure.
Right, because win or lose, he's done what he could to recover from the 2 missed squats to put the pressure back on Meyer.
So Enrique Lugo will have his third attempt over on the deadlift. Before that, we'll have Gregory Johnson with his bench press.
Yep.
At 220, he missed that in his last opportunity.
Yeah, and I'll mention real quick, to my right, we've got Noah Johnson stepped in, is kind of helping while Trey's operating the camera, and he was a gold medalist yesterday, part of the John squad, all the Johnson family that's lifting this weekend. So, yeah, we talk about how many people it takes to put these things on, and that's no lift for Greg. But his show is coming up.
Johnson not able to hit at 220, so he'll carry his first lift in with him. Yeah, the Johnson family this weekend did everything but sing the national anthem pretty much.
Yeah.
And I bet they could have pulled that off.
It might have. Man, what a job that lady did this morning too. Were you fortunate enough to be in here for that?
I was not.
One of the 84 or 84 plus kilo lifters sang the national anthem.
Good deal.
So, all right.
So Matt Casista.
Here's Quentin Meyer by our calculations. This will be for the Open National title. And the gap obviously was closer than I figured because he only had to go up 2.5 kilos, and I'm sure the right weight's on the bar for the win. You know, that's a really scary situation to be in. Having to come back and do what you just did, essentially, doesn't make it automatic. Well, so that's a really gutsy move by Quentin Meyer to come back and pull that. So congratulations to Quentin Meyer and his limitless fan base on what looks to be his first Open National title.
So Quentin Meyer, you had one half of the arena here cheering Meyer for hitting his final deadlift opportunity. You had Matt Casista over on platform number 1 who hit his final bench press opportunity. I think it was at 230. And then the other half of the ballroom got excited about Casista doing that, and then it all just kind of hit ahead as everybody just sort of erupted all at once.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, Casista was dodging what we call the bench bullet. He was 0 for 2 and had to come back and get his third to stay in the competition.
319 pounds.
See, and then, we were just talking about Bailey. He ends up making a 2.5 kilo jump, but in maybe 2.5 kilos he can take off the floor, and he's in the what's the word, the catbird seat.
Again, if he doesn't hit it, he doesn't lose a lot.
Yeah, house money.
But if he does hit it, it's just a little bit possible more insurance
Right.
to add to the bank.
It's one of those things, just like, $5 isn't a lot of money when you have it, but when you don't have it, it's a lot of money.
You got that right. I live on that one every day. Garrett Bailey.
Wow.
We'll see
I didn't think he had an ounce, and he just went 5 pounds.
And Bailey, not only did he get it, but he got 3 white lights, so he nailed it.
Load the bar for Joshua Peridot.
He
So
put
now
himself in a
Josh
good
Peridot.
position. He's put himself in a
Absolutely.
good position. I mean, he actually looks to have about a 20-kilo lead going into deadlift, and he's not a bad deadlifter.
And Josh Peridot,
Not bad for a quote-unquote raw guy.
there you go.
Mike Cochran,
So Josh Peridot will make his final bench press attempt. He hit at 235 and 240. He's now going to attempt 245 here in his final offering.
Yeah, this kid being right here in the mix is something else.
Ted Stewart
140
over on
pounds.
platform 2, the
Joshua
60-year-old out of Nevada,
Dunston says the bar is loaded.
will make his first deadlift attempt, as they are just flying right through the deadlift over on platform 2. As he connects on his first attempt, so he's got a qualifying score. Peridot here with 370 in the squat. Will try to take a 245 with him to the deadlift.
27 seconds. You got all day for this.
Robert Smith on platform number 2. He just completed his deadlift and he gets 3 white lights
Hey,
there.
the hits from the beard keep on coming.
Yes, they do. He's put together a very solid performance.
I don't know that he's missed.
I think you're right.
No.
Peridot misses at 245.
Ever so slightly. Give him a big round of applause for that attempt.
So Peridot completes his bench press discipline. And now Chris Vickery, who's gone 255 and 260, will now make an attempt at 265. As Mario Chavez over on the deadlift.
Lift is good.
So Chavez, 3 for 3 on the white lights there.
It's a big bench for Vickery. Well, let me rephrase that. It's a big bench for anybody. Because if I could bench 265 kilos right now, I'd be happy. And I'm a lot bigger than Chris.
Well, he's just such an explosive lifter.
He is. And lives in Massachusetts now, but guess where he's from?
Where is he from?
Texas.
There you go. Vickery. 2 out of 3, and he's on at 265.
When you marry a doctor, you move up to where she's at because it's the other way around.
Yeah, there you go. So Rob Keys over on platform 2. That did lift there. And again, taking a page out of the Enrique Lugo playbook there. Didn't really just kind of drop it. Didn't treat it like a sack of potatoes. Was somewhat gingerly toward it. As David Young will make an attempt now in his third bench press at 290. He missed at 290 previously. Steve Johnson will come on in a moment for his second deadlift offering. So we'll see what happens here with David Young.
You hear Tony Cardelli yelling instructions to him. Just not quite there today.
So he takes a 280 with him, along with a 345 squat into the deadlift segment.
You know, we talk about all these people wearing these different hats. I just noticed Priscilla Rivik back there doing the scoring. Best lifter, referee, scorer, executive director.
A lot of people in this sport, especially at the highest levels, wearing a lot of hats. And again, you want the best of the best at events like this.
Yes.
Taking care of the things that matter most. And when you've got those people, you give them every opportunity to continue to make whatever impact they can at whatever job they're doing on that given day.
Yes, absolutely.
Is now platform 1 will now go quiet for a little bit.
Yeah.
As we set up for the deadlift, and now we take all of our attention to Brian Cochran, who's going to be over on platform number 2 for his second deadlift opportunity. Jim, I'm going to give you an opportunity to set up social media to see what's going on there from your perspective. And after Cochran finishes his deadlift, we'll see what we're hearing.
Well, as you can imagine, I'm getting a lot of Quentin Meyer comments after the victory there. But man, what a nice little battle there. And you immediately saw the show of respect. Scott immediately went to Quentin after his pull. We couldn't see it on the camera, but we could see it from our vantage point. Plus, I was looking for it. But Scott immediately went to Quentin after his pull. After Scott's pull, to shake his hand because he knew, hey, I've set the stage one way or the other. And then Quentin did the same after his pull. So, I mean, it's the brotherhood in powerlifting is just so much. I mean, you sit back and you watch, and then people have fans of each other and all that. And obviously, Scott wanted to win, Quentin wanted to win, but there's not going to be any disrespect toward each other. Very rarely are you going to see any bad blood between lifters, and that's just what makes it so great.
Ted Stewart hit on his his deadlift on the second attempt. And, you know, that's the thing about it. I mean, it's one thing to compete at the highest level possible, and everyone in this room does. But to be able to do it without animus, I think, is of utmost importance because it shows a greater respect for your competitor as well as the sport in general.
For love of the game.
Mario Chavez, his second attempt. You know, this youngster, I've been impressed. I mean, he just moves the weight around.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
this kid, you know, doesn't come out with a lot of flash. He doesn't necessarily do it with a lot of chutzpah, if you will. He just does what he's asked to do. Doesn't make a whole lot of noise in the process, but he certainly comes through and doing things quite well. And speaking of quite well, Robert Smith comes on for his second opportunity at the deadlift.
Robert from the birthplace of American Drug-Free Powerlifting Association. Good old Mississippi.
And Robert's second attempt is good. Robert, go back and do some differential equations and think about your third attempt.
So Robert Smith connects there. So, Jim, have you seen anything else in way of social media that's not talking about the battle between Quentin Meyer and Scott Dobbins? I would imagine that's been pretty much the story of the day.
That's been the story of the day.
For those, as we're wrapping up here with the deadlift here in the next 30 to 45 minutes, if they wanted to reach out to you, how can they do it?
Jim Battenfield on any social media, JimBattenfield.
Certainly, we would appreciate you reaching out to Jim as Rob Keys wrapping up his second deadlift attempt, and he misses. So Keys misses on his second attempt. If you reach out to Jim Battenfield during the course of the remainder of the broadcast, certainly we'd love to say hello to you over the broadcast with the last little bit of time that we have here, as it's been a very busy weekend. There's been a lot of action. It's been very good quality, as a lot of the folks that did not participate in this year's Open Nationals are actually setting their sights for the Worlds coming up in July.
Right, yeah, the World Games is the closest thing we currently have to an Olympic level event. It's every 4 years, and it's actually a little bit unique compared to just weight classes. You've got them into lightweight, middle heavyweight, a heavyweight. You know, you've got these different. So you have people that don't go against each other normally going to be going against each other, and it's a Wilks competition, which is our pound for pound formula, as opposed to just absolute weight. So somebody may out-total somebody and still lose because the formula erred on the side of the other person. So that's where you really get into some mind game type stuff. So it's really interesting.
Over on platform number 2, Steve Johnson is slated for a deadlift. His third attempt.
And it looks like he's timing out as a courtesy to his other competitors, as we mentioned earlier, as opposed to just making them speed up everything a minute. He puts in an attempt, and then what they'll have to do is, even if the referees and spotters know he's timing out, after they load it, they have to let it sit for the minute because he turned an attempt in, and that gives the other competitors a little bit of a breather.
Well, if nothing else, there's a pacing and a rhythm that everyone behind the wall in practice is taking care of, and they don't want to have that. They don't want to have that rhythm tripped up by someone who just passes on an attempt. It's Ted Stewart.
I got Coach John, who's a referee this afternoon with all of his Lucha girls. They are 10-time consecutive state champions in Louisiana. They've had several lifters compete over the weekend, so shout out to them and Coach John.
Ted Stewart making his third attempt.
Kind of unconventional to see the knee wraps on deadlift, but it's not a rule saying you can't. See what the referees say on that one. Yeah, I didn't think his knees. I didn't think he was erect. Is what the term would be.
So Stewart not able to complete that deadlift on his final opportunity, and that'll bring up Brian Cochran. On platform number 1, they're making some final preparations before they go into the deadlift. It's now Cochran will come on for his final deadlift opportunity. It's Cochran not going to be able to complete that lift. So his day is done. We'll just wait to see what his numbers look like. As now Bill Helmick will come on at 115 kilos for his first opportunity in the deadlift. And Helmick.
Bill Helmick is opening pole platform 1. Is good 3 white lights. Bill Helmick
Gets 3 white lights at 115 kilos. And Mario Chavez over on platform number 2, as we'll see this stuff happen in short order now. As Chavez over on platform number 2, using more of a conventional foot positioning there.
Yep.
You see a lot of the folks, and it looks like it's becoming more the norm with the sumo, but he's going with the conventional there in that circumstance. Gets 2 out of 3 white lights, so his lift is good. And now we'll have Michael Nichols come up.
Bars loaded, Robert Smith.
142.5 kilos on the deadlift. And Nichols at 142.5 handles that with very little issue. Robert Smith did not complete the lift on his last opportunity.
But you know, it felt like he just went. So it's 60. You got to think eventually you're just going to get tired when it's moving that fast. You know, but it's still a great day for him.
It's Rob Keys on platform 2, Uwe Thorman over on platform 1. So it looks like we'll see Keys first with his final attempt, and then Thorman will open his deadlift opportunities. It's Keys.
Somebody just commented and asked for us to give Cooper Wage a kiss, but instead I'll give him a high five, but I don't know about that.
Yeah, we're going to totally stick with the kiss. Okay. I don't know Cooper Wage well enough, and I don't want to risk my health and safety trying to pull something like that off. I got no time for that. I'd like to get home in one piece. It's Robert Keys. 2 out of 3 white lights there, so that's a good lift. I don't have that kind of bravado in me to do that with virtually anybody in this room.
No, sir. Step back. Oh, sorry.
Patrick
Rich
McLavy.
Meyer up there.
McLavy
Sorry.
on platform
Sorry,
number
it's okay,
1.
Rich Meyer.
2 out of 3 white lights there for McLavy. So the 57-year-old out of Alaska connects at 200 kilos on his first deadlift. So we'll go over to Robert Mulliner over on platform number 2 for his first lift in the deadlift portion. And Mulliner, 3 white lights there. Textbook effort from Mulliner. So he's on the board. Platform 1, Bill Sindelar, 66-year-old out of Nebraska, 205 kilos on this deadlift attempt. Sindelar. Indeed, he hammers that one. So he's on the board at 205.
Come on, Torres. 452.
Juventino Torres over on platform number 2. He'll try at 205. Steven Zahn will make his first attempt over at platform number 1. But for Torres lift is no good. So he misses on his first opportunity. Zahn working down close to a half minute remaining before he will have timed out. So Zahn comes on quickly. Michael Rodriguez over on platform 2 will go at just about the same time that Zahn will. Zahn with the conventional foot positioning gets that to go at 207.5. Rodriguez gets 3 white lights over on platform number 2. So we'll have William Schemmel at 220 over on platform 1. We'll have Ahmed Hassanin over on platform number 2 making his first attempt. Schemmel at 220. Hassanin coming on at 280 for his first attempt. Ahmed Hassanin. First offering at 280. We'll wait on the scoring. 2 out of 3. It's a good lift for Hassanin. For Schemmel over on number 1. He's 3 for 3. So he's in at 220. So we're getting into the closing moments here of the 35th Annual Powerlifting Open National Championship from the Hyatt Regency Orlando International Airport. Brian Rushing here along with Jim Battenfield. So glad that you could join us this evening on bodybuilding.com/USAPL. Cooper Wage on platform number 2. He's 3 for 3 with the white light, so he completes his lift. He's on the board in the deadlift stage. We started this afternoon with the squats. We moved over to the bench press, and now we're going to wrap up here with the deadlift. Gary Pamplin, platform number 1 at 227.5. Pamphlet is good. Steve Davenport over on platform number 2. He'll start out with a 295 kilo attempt. Davenport. Davenport seemed to make short work of that one. He gets 2 out of 3 white lights there, so that's a good lift at 295. Now Brian Callahan at 237 and a half. It's Callahan will wait on the scoring. He's in at 237 and a half, 2 out of 3 on that lift. So James Freeman will come on platform number 2. 295 will be his initial effort out of Missouri. Is James Freeman, the 28-year-old. Freeman. 2 out of 3 there, so his lift is good. He's on the board. Now Ray Baxter. Ray Baxter, a 285 squat, a 190 bench, starting with a 250 deadlift for Ray Baxter out of the state of Texas. Tevin Brown will go to him as soon as he can after the deadlift from Baxter. Baxter will wait on his scoring. He's 2 out of 3, so he's good. Brown at 300, we'll wait on that scoring. Tevin Brown waiting on the third scorer. He's 3 for 3, so he's on the board. So I believe Brown now with 300 on the board. Baxter got on the board with his initial lift. Now Wilson Martinez at 260 will be on platform number 1. Jason Christus over on number 2. That's where we'll start, is with Christus and his opening salvo. The intensity in the eyes of these competitors. Martinez over on 1. He connected on his lift, but we stay with Christus. Christus, his lift. Missed on his first opportunity.
Oh, and I got to follow up on the Cooper Wage post, and now it's, okay, no kiss, but how about a big bear hug and a shout out from his buddies in Minnesota?
Well, we can certainly say hello to everyone in Minnesota. And I can promise you I'll never hug Cooper Wage without his unrelenting consent. Because as soon as he says no, that's good enough for me. I got no time for messing with people. Michael Nichols.
Especially those with about an 1,800 subtotal. Jeez.
Exactly. Toss me around like a rag doll. 155 kilo attempt for Michael Nichols. And he completes it there as he gets his second consecutive attempt with 3 white lights. Juventino Torres over on platform number 2. And that lift is good as he's now on the board in the deadlift segment. As Uwe Thorman will be on platform number 1 here in just a moment. Robert Mulliner will be on in number 2. Mulliner steadies himself for his second deadlift attempt, along with Thorman, who's making his second deadlift offering. We'll stay with Mulliner. Thorman completes his lift on platform 1. Mulliner is good there, so they go back to back with perfect lifts Folks, we want to thank our sponsors, A7 Bar Grips. Never stop the progress. Find out more at a7usa.com. That's a7usa.com. Patrick McLavy out of Alaska, the last frontier. Connected at 200, now looking to go 210. Michael Rodriguez waiting in the wings and platform 2. And McLavy, yes sir, he gets the weight up. And the lift is not good. So he missed out there. Rodriguez, his second attempt at 290. And he missed there, so he's on at 275 with one attempt remaining. Also want to thank another sponsor, Slingshot. Find out more, howmuchyoubench.net. That's howmuchyoubench.net to find out more about the Slingshot training aid. Bill Sindelar making an attempt at 215.
And another comment I had just a minute ago was about the placing in the competition of the juniors. Man, it's so fast and furious. I haven't even been able to keep up with it. It's just been watching everything. So I'm anxious to get the results as far as looking at it from the coach perspective.
Sindelar at 215, he connects. Ahmed Hassanin will make his lift over on platform number 2. Yeah, I think when it comes to a lot of those meets, you might need a Philadelphia lawyer and an abacus.
No kidding.
Ahmed Hassanin, 3 for 3 with his second attempt, so his second attempt is good. Steven Zahn coming on. So you've got Zahn over on platform 1, Davenport on 2. As the action building to a crescendo here in the deadlift segment. Zahn, 217 and a half. The judges like it. He moves up a little bit. So now we'll go to Davenport. Davenport hit his first offering at 295. Now he's going to 307 and a half. Jim, something I want to ask you after Davenport completes his lift. As Davenport misses on that lift opportunity.
Yeah, they got him for soft knees.
The question that I have is I'm looking at a lot of the more experienced lifters. I'm not saying that they're all doing this. I don't even know that it's the majority, but we've got, if you're an experienced lifter, if anybody's using more of the conventional foot position, it's the more experienced lifters. It seems like all of the kids have abandoned that and gone to the sumo. Can you kind of touch on that a little bit?
To me, I mean, it's just preference, and I actually, I encourage doing both in training. You know, if you're sumo, you need to pull conventional at least a set or two a week, and then if you're conventional, you need to deadlift sumo a couple times a week, just because you're going to build those other muscles, because it's an entire different muscle set than using one or the other. And I've actually had a couple of that I've trained in the past. The two deadlift maxes were so close they considered switching, but then they decided ultimately not to.
Schimmel on platform A, he connected on his lift. Jason Christus will come over on platform 2, but before that we'll have Gary Pamplin at 247 and a half.
But ultimately it's going to be, it's just going to be whatever you can do more of. Because, like, for example, the way Jason's built, you would think he'd be a sumo lifter, but sumo for him could actually be a disadvantage because he's going to be, because of the positioning and everything. It could be. I mean, he may pull 20 kilos less sumo, and 20 kilos is a lot to give up.
Jason Christus, 3 white lights at 310. That was a very accomplished lift there, as he had all the makings of doing it perfectly, and he got the result that he was looking for. It's Ray Baxter. He connected at 250 first go round. Now he's at 260. Over on the other side, we've got Tevin Brown. Will be with Baxter first even though they may finish almost simultaneously. So we'll see that happening more and more often. And you can hear the bar falling. Baxter is good at 260. Brown about 3 seconds ahead of him. Is good on his, missed on his lift. Cooper Wage will come on for his second opportunity. And Brian Callahan will come on for his second opportunity. My Macros Plus, the complete diet tracking solution. Learn more by going to getmymacros.com. That's getmymacros.com, or you can find the app on the App Store or on Google Play.
Brian's in second place right behind Ray Baxter. And he just needs one pull to beat Ray Baxter. So he's going to skip the second attempt.
You know, we're seeing a little bit of what happened yesterday. Brian did it as the coach, and now he's doing it as the lifter. He's timing out on his second, hoping to do the same thing his lifter did yesterday.
Juventino Torres, over on platform number 2, will make his third attempt. And he can't complete it on that deadlift. So it looked like Torres might have been spent on that final lift opportunity. And Wilson Martinez will have his second opportunity at 280. Robert Mulliner over on platform number 2.
The bar is loaded. This is the big man from Rockaway, New Jersey. This is my buddy Wilson Martinez.
So we'll have Martinez on platform 1, Mulliner on 2.
6:17.
As they'll go almost simultaneously. As they touch the bar almost at the exact same time, Mulliner getting to it a little quicker. Mulliner trying to complete the lift. We'll wait on the scoring for Mulliner on platform 2, but for Martinez, Martinez made it look like an easy workload. As Mulliner connects on his lift, as does Martinez. Michael Rodriguez, you see him in the screen on platform 2. A 290-kilo attempt after missing on his second opportunity.
Bars loaded. Rodriguez, 6:39 on the bar with the Titan singlet and the Titan socks.
Rodriguez out of Texas.
Here comes Professor Nichols. Bars loaded for Professor Nichols.
We'll see what they think about this one for Rodriguez. 3 white lights, so he's good. So he makes good on his second opportunity.
Here comes Professor
Nichols, 2 for 2 in the deadlift segment. 142.5, 155, now to 167.5. Ahmed Hassanin
How about that for 71
on platform 2 has not approached the platform yet. Here he comes. Nichols
for Mike Nichols.
gets 3 white lights on his final opportunity, so he's good at 167.5. Hassanin at 280 he completed that lift. At 295 did the same. Now he goes to 305. Hassanin trying to work through it. We'll see what the judges have to say. Cannot complete the lift. Patrick McLavy will come on in just a moment at platform number 1.
Came all the way down from Alaska.
As we are moving fast and furious here in this deadlift segment.
Sumo style.
Folks, for live streaming of all national events, including the Open Nationals, log on to bodybuilding.com/USAPL. McLavy at 210. He misses on his final opportunity, so he'll take a 200 with him as his day has come to a close. Tevin Brown on his third opportunity.
Hey, how big was that squat attempt by Cooper Wage? That's what McLavy just totaled.
So Tevin Brown trying to battle through. So Brown misses. Uwe Thorman, who started out with a 180, got to a 200, now trying a 220 on his final effort of the day. Steve Davenport will be up on number 2. Thorman, his day has come to a close. Let's see what happens with Davenport. Davenport. That's a good effort. I don't know if the judges like it. They do. 3 white lights. That was a fantastic effort as Davenport virtually willing himself to bring it to a locked position with the weight at the top. Steve Zahn for his final attempt at 222 and a half. Zahn at platform 1. Zahn, 3 white lights. He's good at 222 and a half. So a good finish for Steve Zahn. As we now are in a slight holding pattern over at platform number 2. Once we get going, that'll be James Freeman over there. Bill Sindelar over on platform number 1 will be the next to lift.
You know, we're really not far from all the attention just being on platform 1.
Indeed, as platform 2 has been just a little bit quicker most of the day, if for no other reason, maybe just fewer lifters on that side.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, and you just kind of, it's kind of like running a race. Eventually, they just run out of room. So.
James Freeman.
Jimmy, a member of Cooper Training Institute.
Jim, I want to ask you one more time as we're going to try to reset the regional sites once more before we get out of here. James Freeman, that lift is good. He gets 2 out of 3, so his day comes to a close. We see all of these people participating at a national level, some moving to an international level. We've got others at a regional level. To get to any of these levels, you've just got to get started. For all things powerlifting, such as upcoming events, completed results, and membership information, log on to www.usapowerlifting.com. That's www.usapowerlifting.com. For Jimmy, for those that would have an interest in getting into powerlifting but thinking I could never really get into a regional or national level, so we have Jason Christus come up. What would your advice be to those people in just taking the shot and giving it an opportunity?
Man, it's really fun. It gets a little expensive sometimes depending on how far and delved into you get into it, but it is really fun. Like I can't think of a time that I wasn't putting all the time and effort into powerlifting that I am now, and it's amazing. And then what you put in, you get back tenfold. You know, and then there's always going to be somebody willing to help somewhere. You know, they may not be as close as you think. I mean, I've got a good story I'll tell in just a minute as we can work it in. Once we go to one platform solo, I'll have an opportunity to tell it.
Right. Christus on platform 2 was just able to nail his final deadlift of the day. Gary Pamplin will be coming up here in just a moment.
It looks like we may be done on the. Yeah, we're done on this. We're done on the other side because Cooper only needed his opener. As we mentioned, he's kind of walked off from the competition. So it looks like we are down to one platform, so I have an opportunity to tell the story here in just a minute. But there's somebody at your gym or nearby, even if they're not as close as you'd like, that can help you get into the sport and thrive.
As Pamplin at 247.5 gets 3 white lights there, so his day has come to a close as he has a 750 kilo total on the day.
And as we get into this Ray Baxter battle, actually, you know what? I'm going to wait till after this Ray Baxter battle concludes because I think it's going to come to a head with him and Callahan here in just a minute. So I'll put off my story just a little longer. Because if I tried to wait for the meet to stop to tell stories, we just have to pause the meet. I think as you saw at dinner last night, so you got a preview of what to come.
I will say this before Baxter comes on. It's been great getting to know a lot of the folks and becoming friends with a lot of the folks as I've essentially just been taken in as one of your own, even though this is really my first foray into broadcasting powerlifting, as Baxter will now be on the platform. So I really do appreciate that from everyone.
Well, hey, it's like at the end of that movie of We Are Marshall. We'll take anybody.
Well, there you go. Well,
old, young, male, or female, we don't care.
That's exactly what you got with me, is just anybody. Baxter.
Raymond Curtis that lifted yesterday. He didn't start lifting until he was in his 70s.
Baxter at 265.
All right, he has put the pressure on Callahan.
Yes, and the raw emotion from Baxter, and he gets 2 out of 3. He is pumped.
So he is going to put the pressure on Callahan.
And Baxter, an obvious fan favorite, so we'll go to the replay.
What a grind there. And I tell you what, how awesome is this to see these male Masters 2 lifters, which means they're between 50 and 59. They're battling for a national championship, and they're battling for an opportunity to go to Masters Worlds. And Baxter just made Callahan pull 606. So we're going to see what happens here. It's for the gold medal, and it's likely for a world team slot. Now, when you have 2 lifters battle such as this, sometimes they end up both making it if it gets in the alternate pool. But there's no guarantee. You know, sometimes good lifters get left at home. And that could happen to Baxter or Callahan here in just a minute.
This is the fever pitch that I was talking about. We're now experiencing it right here. Callahan at 275.
And it's just not there. So Baxter's going to be your champion. And then immediately show respect.
Absolutely.
So, and then kind of what I was saying about somebody being around that knows something. There was a lifter that lifted on Friday and won the national championship in the T257s. Her name's Martha Salea. I saw a video of her that somebody shared, and then so I didn't say anything to her at first. I just followed her on Twitter, and I was going to eventually say something and try to get her to come to me. But I was thinking more of a long-term thing of getting her in and having a process of maybe trying to get her to nationals next year. And then she puts up a tweet about wanting to do IPF Worlds. And, well, the only way to do that is to go through this door. So I get in touch with her. I introduce myself. We find a qualifier within an hour from her. And then I kind of tell her what to do and what to expect and work her through that process of getting registered. She goes to qualify. She gets here, and she wins. And so now she's in the alternate pool, and come whatever may.
Exactly. Wilson Martinez on the first platform. A 287.5 attempt after hitting on 260 and 280. He won't be able to do it.
Yeah, not there today, but he does finish with a 750 kilo total. And he is your gold medalist in the Masters 2 120. But yeah, I was fortunately just from a few conversations was able to recruit somebody from the tip-top end of South Texas from my couch in Mississippi.
And that just, but I mean, that kind of explains, first of all, it explains that there are people that are genuinely interested in becoming part of the powerlifting community, and that the growing social media presence
Yes.
that is out there, not just in the world of powerlifting, but it's synonymous with everything in life nowadays.
is.
How powerful a tool it is, and anyone that's in powerlifting literally is a tweet or a text message away from getting that journey started. And if you're looking to do that, all you've got to do is go to www.usapowerlifting.com to find out more and more of that information.
Absolutely. Reach out to your state chair. If you don't know who that is, just click on the usapowerlifting.com page we've been directing you to all weekend, and find your state chair. Find your athlete's representative that's nearby you. I mean, just somebody somewhere can help you.
Cruz Montez, sorry about that, Jim, will
You're
get
good.
started here in this final flight. The 17-year-old out of Texas, his first deadlift at 200 kilos. 3 white lights, so please, Jim, go ahead and continue.
But yeah, there's somebody nearby. I mean, it doesn't matter if you live in Alaska, New Mexico, Idaho, Texas. Texas, you can't throw a rock without hitting somebody who knows USA Powerlifting. Wisconsin either, or Pennsylvania for that matter. I mean, just some of our larger states, you can't throw a rock without hitting somebody that's a fast pull. So fast, this will probably cost him the pull.
Jeffrey De Leon.
Yeah, I thought there was downward motion at the top, but the referees didn't agree, but that's why I'm not in the chair this session.
De Leon hits at 200, so he's on the board now. The 17, or I should say the young man from Texas. Now Dylan Garrett, the 17-year-old from Louisiana, will be on for his lift. And let's talk briefly about these regionals while we have an opportunity. The regionals begin June 8th and 9th. The Southwest Regional in Reno, Nevada, that's going to be happening August 3rd through 5th. You've got in one weekend 4 regionals taking place. The Mid-Atlantic, the 3rd through 5th in Morristown, New Jersey, the Northwest in Boise, Idaho, the Southeast in Orlando, Florida, and the South Regional in Gulfport, Mississippi, all on that same weekend. Is Dylan Garrett at 227.5. His first deadlift attempt is a good one, 2 out of 3 white lights, so he's now in at 225. Then you take a look at the 19th and 20th of August, the Midwest Regional in Columbus, Ohio, the Northeast Regional in Marlborough, Massachusetts, and then Labor Day weekend, the Central one out of Bloomington, Minnesota. You've got 8 regions for people, depending upon where you live in the country, to compete for a spot in the Nationals.
And then just another thing too to add on to not knowing, if you don't know somebody in your area, and you're not one that is comfortable sending an email or making a phone call, show up. Go to usapowerlifting.com, pick the event closest to you, and show up and say, hey, my name is Bob, and I'm interested in powerlifting. Somebody there is somebody you can jive with, because there's all kinds of personalities in powerlifting. I'm one that some like and some don't, but for the most part, people like me most of the time, I think. But it's, and there's all those. I mean, nobody's going to be, I can't think of anybody that's going to be rude to you, especially starting out and having questions.
Alan Crockover on platform 1, 247.5 is this attempt. The 49-year-old out of Texas hits on that one, so he's got a 247.5 deadlift number for his final of the 3 disciplines. He'll have 2 more cracks at it. As we started this afternoon session, the final session of the weekend. So we started with the squats, and then we went to the bench press, and now we wrap things up with the deadlift as Kenneth Gack will come up with his first opportunity at 260 kilos to get things going. Don't leave us just yet, folks. There's still a lot of compelling action here in these final deadlifts as we wrap up the action here on day 3.
Gack the Ripper. And then, of course, Gino made a Gak the Ripper reference, of course.
260 is good for Gak, so he's on the board with that 260.
Well, I told Gino, so we switched to the generic music because of there's copyright deals with YouTube, which, I mean, it's always been the case. Like when we go to international, there's actually a small playlist. So we played something similar today that won't get us in trouble, so that when you get home, you can watch the meet again and check it out. So, you know, it's the right thing to do, and it keeps the video from getting taken down.
Jason.
But I was picking on Gino about it being Gino and the generics playing because he was so upset about the music.
Jason Johnson, the 45-year-old, first attempt at 275.
606 on the bar. Jason Johnson.
It's a good lift.
And he hammers it. So Johnson on the board at 275. Jim, if you get an opportunity now that we've got some gaps here as we go one platform, if you've gotten anything else in way of social media, we'd love to hear about it, and then we can go ahead and drop your Twitter and Instagram handles out there for one last opportunity to reach us here at the broadcast. As Marshall Mesmer, the 18-year-old out of Wisconsin, will make a 285-kilo attempt to open up. Mesmer.
Lift is good.
That kid's
Good
been
there
pretty
at
solid all
285.
day.
I would say very solid. I could also, in a little wordplay, could say even mesmerizing.
Ah!
There you go.
Cheap pop.
As Cruz Montez will come on for his second attempt. The 17-year-old out of Texas hit at 200 his first time up. He'll now make an attempt of 215. So we're coming down. This is the final flight on platform 1.
We may have the other side broken down before we're done.
Well, and you say that, and right now, off camera, some of that is actually happening. With the broadcast, though, that's not the case as Montez misses on his second opportunity. As soon as we're off the air here with everything tonight, we begin to start breaking down all of the equipment from the broadcast through this weekend, as we'll then begin to make our way. I know I'll be making my way back to the Charlotte, North Carolina area, and when you're in a vehicle, that's usually no less than a 10-hour trip. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time tomorrow in the vehicle. It's a good thing I've got good company to be with come tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right.
Jeffrey De Leon, the 16-year-old out of Texas, will be making an attempt at 227.5 kilos.
I have to do a short drive because it is almost $300 cheaper. It was actually pretty close to $300 on the Barrelhead, cheaper to fly to New Orleans to Orlando on Southwest than it was to fly out of the Jackson Airport, which I drove past to get to the interstate to go to New Orleans. Plus, Delta kind of burned me with Collegiate Nationals because I was supposed to be on the live stream for that one, and I was really excited, and I even did my research so I could sound a little bit like you with the sponsors, and it was all for naught.
Wesley Brown on the first platform, his second attempt, 255. He didn't waste any time.
He didn't.
3 white lights, he's good, so he goes from 245 to 255. As Dylan Garrett will make his second attempt. He's going from 227.5 to 257.5.
17 years old.
So by no stretch of the imagination is he phoning the rest of this meet in. He's going to put together a very, very solid attempt here. As he's already in at 227.5. If he hits on this one, he goes over 700 kilos. Can't do it.
You know, we don't have a full score sheet to look at where we're at, but I believe Mesmer is the lead in that class. Mesmerizing the competition, if you will.
There, you're very welcome. As Alan Crockover will make an attempt after hitting on 247.5. He'll try 267.5 here. Crockover started the day with a 280 squat, then a 202.5 bench. Crockover. We'll see what the judges think. They like it. He's at 267.5. So a very solid total as Kenneth Gack will now come on. He was able to complete a lift at 260 on his first opportunity, now to 275. Is what will be his second attempt. And for a lot of these stages here, these weight classes, now that you get to one platform and it's one flight and it's a smallish flight, the time to recover and prepare for your next lift becomes tighter and tighter.
Yeah, absolutely.
Off the floor, Kenny Gack the Ripper.
So Gack at 275 with this attempt. And I'll tell you what, it looked like he had more in the storehouse there that he could have gone with as he got to 275 there. I'll be intrigued to see what he does with his final opportunity.
You know, and some of it, for somebody like Kenny Gack that has been on the international level several times now, it becomes a little bit of a mind game as well, because what's going to happen is what he does today is his nomination for the World Championships. If he knows, hey, I'm going to go in and do this, and I'm going to get the national team slot. Now what's going to happen once he does that, they're going to put up his best squat, his best bench, his best deadlift on the nominations on the goodlift.com site, .info site, and all his competition is going to see that.
Jason Johnson at 285, he completes that one, so he's in now at 285. So I guess, Jim, what it is that you could be saying is as long as he qualifies, they're going to put those weights there and what he's achieved, knowing that he maybe didn't empty out the playbook going into the next level.
Yeah, I mean, like, for example, there's been times where we've seen people open with their nomination.
Okay.
You know,
Marshall Messmer.
so you can only take those for what they are, and just that is just a number.
292.5 on his second opportunity.
Hey, and I was right. That kid,
And he missed it.
he missed it, but he is cruising in this weight class. I think I'm going to go ahead and call that he's the national champion, because I believe he's up by about 25 kilos over the two kids from Louisiana.
So we've gone through two rotations. So we'll now have Cruz Montez come on. Montez, his first time out at the deadlift, got to 200, nailed that one, did not complete a lift at 215. He'll take a final opportunity at it right here.
The bars being wiped down for Cruz.
Wrapping up things here in the final session of the 35th Annual USA Powerlifting Open National Championship. So glad that you could stay with us here from the Hyatt Regency Orlando International Airport, along with Jim Battenfield, Brian Rushing here. So glad that you could stay with us. And thank you so much for your feedback on social media, as we love to hear from you throughout the day. Montez misses there. He'll take a 200 with him to wrap up his segment total. So I believe he's going to sit at 550 for his total on the afternoon. Jeffrey De Leon will make an attempt at 237 and a half.
Jill, how many out before the next flight? Thank you.
De Leon at 200 and 227 and a half will try to take it 10 kilos forward here to 237 and a half.
Hey, so how much do these championships take out of people? Gino's sitting in the audience announcing right now.
16 years old from Texas.
He really is. De Leon He didn't look like he got off to a very good start from the beginning.
He didn't, but that was a nice effort to get it as far as he did, and he finishes out his day with 2:27.5.
So 2:27.5 is what De Leon will take. It looks like he's 5:47.5 for his total on the day. And now we'll move on to Dylan Garrett. So Garrett missed at 2:57.5. So what's he going to do? He's going to try 2:62.5.
Seems legit. But really, I mean, in these situations, sometimes you've already talked about a goal with your coach or whoever, and hey, this is what we're doing. You know, whether it's there or not.
And he can't complete that one, so he'll take 2:27.5 with him.
Yeah, but he didn't hurt himself. I mean, he was in third. There's 3 in the class, so he's going to walk away with a bronze medal and work harder next time. It looks like that would have been to beat Wesley on body weight if Wesley is unsuccessful with this.
To that end, I mean, you look at the 3 that are in that grouping.
Yeah,
it's no blight on your resume to be third out of that 3, considering how good that 3 is
right, absolutely.
in that pairing. Wesley Brown, the 17-year-old out of Louisiana, at 2:45 and 2:55, he's completed deadlifts already, 2:67.5. Just like that, he takes care of it. 3 white lights, so he's good there. And Alan Crockover will come on now. After hitting at 2:47.5, 2:67.5, now to 2:72.5. That's where he'll take his final attempt today. Crockover with one final lift for Crockover this afternoon. Crockover says, why not 5 more kilos, as he gets 3 white lights there to take it to 2:72.5. And now we'll go to Kenneth Gack. So Gack
Yeah, as we see up on the top of the DRL lighting system, there's been an attempt change. And they have these new lights that were developed by Scott Dobbins that lifted earlier. Instead of the old-fashioned way of somebody having to jump over the table and say, hey, stop, wait. It stops and says there's been an attempt change submitted, so nobody will do anything. Yeah. So we've dropped in a fresh receipt and changed this over to a different weight, and we'll see what happens.
So Gack, after completing lifts of 260 and 275, is going to make an attempt at 277.5. So this attempt here will be the end of the day for Gack. So of course the spotters resetting the weights. And he'll wait to get the signal to approach the platform.
It's still on.
Team Phoenix from Elmhurst, Washington. Everett, Washington.
Okay, just to speculate a little bit here, I didn't see what Jason Johnson's total was, but I do know Mike Steinmetz is handling him. So it looks like Kenny may have bumped that down, or whoever's handling him bumped it down to make sure that Jason can't come behind him and get him. because if he were to make a bad attempt to miss, the door may be open. I'll know in just a minute when I see the forecast on Jason's total.
So for Gak, he is able to take it up to 277 and a half.
That's exactly what happened, because now we've got another fresh receipt coming in hot by Mike Steinmetz for Jason Johnson.
So in essence, what you're telling me here is that Gak got to a place to where he knew that he could land that would create what he thinks is the needed distance between himself and Johnson, and now Johnson's going to have to get overly ambitious to then try to jump Gak.
Right, but I wouldn't say overly ambitious because he's only having to go 10 kilos over what he just did on a second. So Steinmetz dropped the first receipt, and we have made the change. And so in the meantime, he's going to have an extra minute to rest because now Marshall Messmer is going to be the lifter to close out his national championship winning day. And now Kenny Gak's going to have to just sit back and watch and see what Jason Johnson of the John Squad can do.
So drama still down to the last lift.
Yeah.
Here at the 35th Annual USA Powerlifting Open Nationals.
In all age divisions. And imagine having your kids sitting there watching you, and they all lift too.
I mean, a bit of family pride almost on the line.
Yeah.
Messmer.
I mean, you're talking about he's got
2 out of 3. Yes, sir. That lift is good.
He's got a handful of IPF medals sitting right behind him with Kenny. Kenny, his son, has been to Worlds a couple times, and Kimmy's been twice, including last year being the best lifter for the junior women and winning a world title over a defending world champion.
So Jason Johnson connected at 275 and 285. 295 will be this effort.
And see, and this runs into that half a kilo advantage I told you about a while ago, because Kenny's total is 820 and a half. So even if Jason weighed less, he couldn't just go 820 and beat him on body weight because Kenny's at 820 and a half because of the American record bench. He's got to go 822 and a half. And sometimes 4 pounds is too much. And he's having to do 4 pounds extra than what he truly needs.
It comes down to this. Jason Johnson.
Wow.
Jason Johnson.
Down goes Gak.
And Johnson hit it with 3 wide lights to wrap it up.
And immediately the show
we'll go to replay. That was sensational.
Absolutely.
As the patriarch of the Johnson family gets it done on the final lift here this evening.
High drama. Doesn't stop here.
It started early and it didn't stop until the final lift.
And we've still got the 105s to go, and that's a slobber knocker in itself.
I mean, to think, if you're at home watching this right now, you've gotten your money's worth.
Absolutely.
You
especially since we don't charge a dime.
Well, but even so,
maybe we should.
The spirit of it is such to where this is a powerlifting buffet. Just when you thought you couldn't take in any more, we're going to send you one more plate full right here.
So coming to you next month on pay-per-view.
Al Roth from Connecticut. Roth, 230 is his first attempt. And he handles it. So Roth completes his first offering, so he's on the board, and that'll bring up George Irwin. "24 states represented on the women's side during this Open Nationals. 27 states represented on the men's side this weekend. There's Irwin, the 34-year-old Georgia native.
George from Georgia.
At 2:45. He made that look pretty simple as he gets 3 white lights there. So now,
You know, this is almost like free baseball. We still got this whole other flight to go.
and there's nothing wrong with free baseball. Nothing wrong at all. Arian Kamisi will make his first attempt. It's 260.
The new athlete's rep. Arian's going to straighten out his own bar.
Again, want to thank all of our sponsors, A7 Bar Grips, My Macros Plus, and Slingshot. Thank you for being such a big part of this year's 35th Annual USA Powerlifting Open Nationals. Kamisi could never really get going on that one, so he misses on his first offering.
Pulling into your shins, Arian. He doesn't need a microphone. Sorry. Bars loaded, David Young.
You know, it's
Good
kind of
day.
funny. In the background, I'm starting to hear some of the generic music that plays at Worlds that's giving me flashbacks.
We'll try to keep you here on the mainland. It's David Young, the 27-year-old out of Texas.
Well, I'm sure it helps. I'll be back here at the end of summer for that same meet. So
260 kilos on his first attempt here.
Nice lockout, Young.
And Young. It's a good effort there. Young gets 3 white lights, so he's on the board at 260.
Ladies and gentlemen, for Chris Vickery. Consista's up next.
Chris Vickery,
here we go.
282 and a half.
And this is going to get us started.
This guy is not messing around.
He's not, and being helped by his national open champion wife Shayna.
Right outside of Boston, Massachusetts.
Chris is battle tested. He's been in multiple international championships. I was a member of the junior national team in 2013, as I mentioned. So he's used to being in these tight battles.
2 out of 3, that lift is good at 282 and a half. And from there we'll go from Vickery to Matthew Casista.
He dodged the bench bullet earlier, so now he's just happy to be here. So,
Well, and to give you, I mean, if he doesn't hit that final bench, then this really becomes somewhat irrelevant for him. I mean, he wants to finish strong, but he's no longer a player in the game. So 285.
Consista 628 lift is good.
He's good there, so he's on the board. And with Casista on the board,
Bars loaded.
285.
I don't know who's there. Oh, it's
they don't have it showing up here, but it's 295 for Josh Peridot.
Peridot at 295
Peridot.
here in the final flight of the afternoon.
Talking about Wisconsin's own. In year 2 of powerlifting.
An interesting story, and to follow it up, the lift is good for Peridot. If I hear the story correctly, what I picked up, if it is to be true, basically picked up powerlifting after his senior year of football. Is
Yes.
that how this went down?
He just realized, hey, I'm really strong. Oh, there's this. So he was the team of one.
Well, I think I read one of the direct quotes was, I like lifting weights and I like eating food. And that was sort of kind of the impetus for getting this started.
Well, if you like lifting weights and eating food, we've got the sport for you.
Sure, we should probably take that directly to marketing right now.
That's right. Well, I mean, there's a lot of food-oriented things. Like, for example, Monet Bland that lifted this morning that had the really nice state record squat is sponsored by Donuts and Deadlifts.
Well, but nutrition is definitely a part of this.
It is, but it's not the same as, you know, you're not gonna always see powerlifters just sitting around eating grilled chicken and broccoli. You know, it's okay for us to have a pizza.
However, with My Macros Plus, the complete diet tracking solution, you can find out more about diet and how to make that work and basically do it on your phone.
Right. You can just download the app from the app store of your respective device, and then you'll know when you can eat pizza and when you should be eating chicken and broccoli.
And if all else fails, you can go to getmymacros.com. That's getmymacros.com. There's Peridot now on the board, but of course he just completed his lift.
Yeah, so now they're catching up.
It's on one side, platform number one. We're wrapping up the action here. It's Gregory Johnson is going to be making a deadlift attempt at 345 as his opening salvo.
Right.
And,
Hey,
and what was platform number two, they're taking selfies.
Right.
So we've
Hey,
got
and guess who
half the
hasn't gone yet? Botsy Bailey.
There you go. Johnson.
He's excited now. He's ready to go. This is what Greg's been waiting for. He's been walking around in his tights all weekend, ready to deadlift a little bit.
Feeling good about himself there as he basically dropped the bar and then stammered off saying, yep, I got something for all of you.
Yep.
Garrett Bailey is going to attempt 355 the first go-round. High drama. Tons of intrigue here in the final moments of the 35th Annual Open Nationals.
And really, with what his total is, Garrett's going to put the pressure on everybody else just with his opener, because this is going to put him at 940. And he's got more. I mean, that's the easiest lift he's done all day.
Well, I mean, and just, I mean, we've seen a lot of facial expressions, a lot of guys pumping themselves up for a particular lift. Bailey yawned.
Yeah,
Before
as if he
engaging
was bored,
the deadlift.
as if he was bored that he had to be bothered to do this weight.
And it, in all honesty, don't think that doesn't send a message to everybody behind that wall in preparation for their lifts also.
Right.
Because that is big boy territory right there.
540. Bars loaded for Roth.
Roth will go from 230 to 245 on this second attempt. As we are approaching, Jim, to give you some context, we're approaching 5 completed hours of broadcast here. We could be going into a 6th hour. We'll be going into a 6th hour before we're done here with this final session. As Roth waits on the judges' scoring. He's 3 for 3 there, so he moves his number up to 245.
And no extra charge, so it's just like free
At
baseball.
no extra charge. And you get a social media interaction component to it.
That's right.
Which is something I have yet to see this weekend personally. So we value added on top of the 6 hours of
That's right.
broadcasting, as it turns out. Arian Kamisi missed at 260 first time around. He's going to try to make amends for it on this second opportunity.
You know, and he may have just not get see that it looked like an opener should, but he did the right thing because Arian's a coach too. So he said, "Hey, this doesn't feel right. I'm going to save my energy and come back in a minute." And you know, he's kind of on an island. He's not up real high in the medal condition. You know, slobber knocker we've got going on in 105. So he can just be smart and go out here and make an attempt and try to add to his day.
Well, and you mentioned that, and I think that's one of the things about being a savvy veteran is knowing when to make a genuine, when to get a make and do it well, and then when to just say, hey, you know, I missed. Let's go ahead and just recalculate.
And real quick, as we prepare for George from Georgia, Arian was actually voted one of our new athlete representatives over the weekend. So congratulations to him on that. Him and I believe it was Latavia Bowens.
George Irwin, an attempt at 260. And he nails it, 260. So he goes up 15 kilos from first to second lift.
Now that we got George out of the way, we don't want Arian Kamisi. David Young, 600 pounds.
So David Young will come up with his second opportunity as he'll go from 260 to 272 and a half. Folks, don't forget, as soon as we're done with the actual broadcast day, stick around as we'll have the awards ceremony for this session coming up immediately afterwards, to where everybody will pick up their hardware and everyone will say their final goodbyes from the awards ceremony. By that time, myself and Jim Battenfield will be off the air. Jim, so I make sure that I don't miss it, thank you so much for letting me take this ride with you this afternoon, as it's been a whale of a good time.
Yeah, it's been fun. I enjoy it, and I appreciate what you've been able to bring to it. And I'll tell you what, when I turned it on Friday afternoon, I didn't get to watch much, but the little bit when I turned it on, I immediately texted Trey and said, man, that was a great call to bring you in. So we're glad to have you, and we hope to hear you at the next Cunningham production, which hopefully is the next one that is live streamed, because if you're live streaming in the U.S., you shouldn't be using anybody other than Trey Cunningham. I have to say it that way because there's a contract with Viva TV and the IPF. But
well, thank you for the kind words. I do appreciate it. As Chris Vickery will be coming on 292 and a half for his second opportunity. Vickery hit at 282 and a half just a moment ago. Vickery looks solid. It was solid. A perfect lift, 292 and a half.
Hey, you know what? He just closed the gap a little bit. Now, Botsy's looked easy, but just as I mentioned with Quentin Meyer a little bit earlier, when you get to these heavy pulls, it's not automatic. Just because you pulled 716 or 730 or whatever doesn't mean you can pull 720 or 735 right after it, because 700 weighs 700 every time you pick it up.
Matthew Casista on for his second opportunity. Started at 285 where he hit, now 295. Well, there you go. He looked like he's got more in the tank too for a third opportunity. And that'll bring up Perdot, Josh Perdot, who hit at 295 his first time around. Now going to make an attempt at 307 and a half.
677.9 bars loaded.
Folks, don't forget, for action just like this, for many, many more events than just the 35th Annual Open Nationals, you can find us with live streaming, bodybuilding.com/USAPL. It's Perdot on his second attempt, trying to connect at 307.5.
Hey, he's not out of it yet either.
And he's there at 307 and a half.
And look, and before I forget it, because you know it's a foregone conclusion, because he's in the cluster mess of the Open. I'm pretty sure that just locked up a Team 3 national title for that kid. You know, and over a 2,000-pound total before he's even 20 is pretty real. Yeah, that just put him at 917.5, which is 2022.
So Gregory Johnson, who hit on 345, one attempt to go, is now at 352 and a half.
Yeah. 777.
Have mercy.
And see, now this is where it gets interesting. Botsy just said, hey, I'm going to go for it and catch me if you can, and we're going over 800.
Garrett Bailey, 367 and a half kilos.
810.
As a sidebar, one observation that I've had is back there in that back room, powerlifting has become, from my mind, just a place where guys to pump each other up, beat each other up on the back wall, trying to get out here to the podium.
Hey, if it takes a steel chair to get the white lights, we'll do it. That's a clean lift.
$367 and a half.
Wow.
Let's take a look at
Watch
it in
this.
replay, and this is a slow-mo replay. And he looked to be in complete and utter control the whole time.
Yeah, just wow.
Final platform, final flight, final attempt.
And I'll tell you something funny. Speaking of social media,
Final afternoon.
there was some, we were kind of everybody was having kind of some back and forth, waiting for a roster. And Botsy may have been the one that started the thread. And somebody commented and said, "I heard Botsy was coming," and Botsy said, "No way, he's a Raw guy." And I'm pretty sure he just locked up the national title.
That's an amazing effort.
IPF rules.
So hey, if you're listening at home and you're watching and you think you're Raw, you think you're equipped, no, you're not, because you can do both.
So Al Roth with his third effort. 2 for 2 with his first two attempts at 230 and 245. Now he's going to take a shot at 260. Roth. And he went 3 for 3. As Roth finishes off strong. All of this started at 9 a.m. on Friday morning, and it has been a weekend chock full of exciting powerlifting action, and we've brought it all to you on bodybuilding.com/USAPL, and it has been riveting action from start to finish. As George Irwin will make his final attempt, 245, 260 on his first attempts. He hammered those. Now he'll go to 270 on his final offering.
What an effort. Good job, George.
Irwin went all out there.
Yeah, that's a good job finishing out his day. And Arian's going to try to go over 600 right here.
606 pounds, Arian Kamizi.
So Arian Kamizi missing on his first attempt at 260, connected at 260 his second go-round, and now he's going to make a final attempt at 275 to wrap up his 2017 USA Powerlifting Open Nationals. Bringing it to you from the Grand Ballroom in the Orlando International Airport. The Florida native to make his last effort of the day. Easy. Can't finish the day, but he will close with a 260 in the deadlift. David Young now on the platform. Once they set the bar, 282.5 will be his final attempt this afternoon. Young waits on the call from the official. And now he'll engage. David Young, 3 white lights. That lift is good. He'll finish at 282.5. On the afternoon as Chris Vickery will come up for his final opportunity, 302.5 on his final lift.
Yeah, and Botsy's put up a big enough number. Chris isn't even going after it.
So Chris Vickery hitting at 282, 292.5, both. And now at 302.5 for his final attempt.
It's just not there, but hey.
Can't quite come through at 302.5.
You know what, for being away for a little bit and then coming back and beating a guy like Peridot and beating a guy like Gregory Johnson like he's just done, it really says a lot for how strong Vickery is. So I'll be anxious to see him really get back to form. Not that he wasn't bad today, but I'll be really anxious to see him get back to form.
Matthew Casista, 285 and 295 is what he was able to lift his first 2 times around. He'll try to wrap up the day at 305. Matthew Casista, 3 for 3 with the white lights there, so he finishes at 305, so a flurry there for Casista. The good finish for him. So Josh Peridot will come on. He's making an attempt of 317.5.
Yep. You know, it's really, Vickery's walked off, Botsy's walked off, so now it's back to Peridot. It's back to Peridot and Greg, as we were talking about, but just not for the position that I originally thought. Because every now and then you can have a dark horse go off to the front, which is what Botsy did, and then so you still have those two battling, but it's for the bronze.
So Peridot, in his final opportunity, can't complete the lift.
Not
He'll
there.
close at a 307.5.
Yeah, and over 2,000 total.
Just
Before it's 20.
amazing numbers.
Yeah.
So Gregory Johnson.
All right, so now what that's done is now Greg has got the opportunity to pull for the silver on body weight over Vickery. And he has secured the bronze with that miss by Peridot. And I don't see Botsy, so I don't know if he's taking another one or not. No, he's got straps up in the back. So Botsy will close this out with another American record attempt.
So the spotters have set the bar. And now Johnson is on the clock. 362.5 will be his final attempt.
I'll have to watch the monitor because I have a lot of beef on my way since Capolino came and got me.
And there you are. 3 white lights and his day is done. 362.5 is the finale. We'll
Yeah.
see it. Look at the.
The silver medal pull right here for Greg Johnson.
He started what looked like the Macarena to begin with, but he finished with an incredible lift.
The 24-year-old gentleman from Louisiana is attempting to break his own Open American record.
Garrett Bailey
A pull of 826 points.
connected at 355 on his first lift, 367.5 on his second, and now 375 is the target here in the finale. And the crowd being exhorted to get on their feet.
For the last lift of the weekend.
Do we end with an exclamation point
Yeah.
here in Orlando? Garrett Bailey, the 24-year-old out of Louisiana.
This will put him over 2,100.
Can he do it?
What the
We'll
refs
wait
say.
on the judges.
No.
Does not.
Bit of a hit. Give him a big round of applause. He already owns the
So
Open
Garrett
World
Bailey
record.
will finish up on replay an attempt of 375 kilograms.
Right here on platform one, we're going to give out the medals in just a couple of minutes now.
As that will conclude the action from Orlando, Florida. As we want to thank A7 Bar Grips, My Macros Plus, Slingshot. We want to thank bodybuilding.com as well as the USAPowerlifting.com website.
Did you make it?
Jim Battenfield, it was a pleasure.
Did you hit the junior number?
Thank you so much for joining us this evening here on powerlifting or on bodybuilding.com/USAPL. It's been a blast, folks. Thank you so much for tuning in. Don't forget, USA Powerlifting, America's choice for drug-free strength sport. This is Brian Rushing signing off this evening. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you next year. Good night, everybody.
First, I'd like to thank, and most importantly, the lifters who came out here today and all of the 3 days and put on a wonderful show. Please give them a big round of applause. It seems like most every class came down to the last pulls, and that's the way it's supposed to be in powerlifting. So it was great to watch, and it was great that everyone out there on the live stream was also watching. I'd like to take a moment also to thank the people who make this possible. The referees were here, many of them all day, every day. As Gino said multiple times, they travel at their own expense. They stay here at their own expense, and they do it because it's a labor of love. Please give them a round of applause. All they have are your thanks. The spotting and loading crew did a fantastic job as well. I don't know how many times they caught a ton of weight in the air and saved lives all weekend long. Also a very long weekend for them. Please give them a round of applause, all the kids and all the people who jumped in to spot and load. Our scoring crew, there are multiple of them, headed up by Mike Zawalinski, did a great job this weekend as well, running 2 platforms and multiple flights. Please thank them as well for their work all weekend. Lastly, please give a round of applause to Dr. Robert Keller and Nora for putting on this event. Robert has continued to raise the bar in championships here in Orlando, and every time we say to Robert, we want you to do this, he says, yes, sir, and goes right on and does it. So please give him a big round of applause. Thank you, Robert. You made us proud. So with that, I'm going to turn the microphone over to Gino to give out the awards for the great champions here this afternoon. Again, thank you all for coming, and safe travels home.
Dr. Larry Malia, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Michael, you ready? Is that you, Shayna? Yeah. All right, Robert Keller's got a few T-shirts to give out. Mira. You're welcome.
Bill Helmick.
Q, he's over at his booth, is he? Is he up there? All right, he'll be back. Thank you, Kenny. That's what I say. This is my man, Mr. Baxter. Hey, Kenny, this is your nemesis. All right, there's your pal. There's your buddy. There's your pal. Alexander Crockover. It's not. It's Crockover, not Croc. Allen. Sorry. Did you call out Alan Crockover? Sorry. It's De Leon. De Leon. Say again? Oh. Q, whenever you get a chance, come on up here for the trophy presentation. Thank you. Do what? Oh, he's not? What the heck am I? Q, just come here. Thank you. He used to be 105. Thank you. That was a long time ago, Kenny. Kenny Gack the Ripper. Keeps doing that. Are you ready, Robert? Okay, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, the first category, male, Masters 4, 3-lift competition, 105 kilo weight class, just coming off of pneumonia. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause to the gold medal winner, Mr. Bill Helmick. Bill is a 10-time IPF world champion. Newt, hold on, Newt. Can you line up side by side and we'll get a photo right there in the front row? All right, they got it. Give him one more round of applause to that 10-time world champion, Bill Helmick. Next category, please. Ladies and gentlemen, male, Masters 4. Male, Masters 4, 105, Masters 3, 105 kilo weight class. Gold medal winner. A big round of applause for Gary Pamplin. Photos, front and center. One more round of applause for Gary. Next category, Masters 2, 105 kilo weight class. Bronze medal, a rounding ovation for Steve Zahn. Steve, step to the right. Silver medal, Brian Callahan. And ladies and gentlemen, the gold medal winner. Give me a big round of applause for Mr. Ray Baxter. Photos. Ray, turn your medal around, Ray. There you go. All right, thank you, gentlemen. You may step back now. Masters 105 kilo weight class, bronze medal, Alan Crockover. Silver medal, Kenny Gack the Ripper. And ladies and gentlemen, eking out the gold medal on his final pull with the minimum increase of 2.5 kilos. It was exciting. Big round of applause for Jason Johnson. That was exciting. Next category. Teen Chew category, 105 kilo weight class, 5th place, Jeffrey De Leon. Step right up there, Jeffrey. Perfect. No, yeah, you give him the bronze color. Sorry. Did Robert Keller leave? All right. He's a busy man. In 4th place, Cruz Montees. All the way over here, Cruz. Good job, Cruz. Bronze medal, Dylan Garrett. Silver medal, Wesley Brown. All right, make some room, Dylan and Wesley, in the middle there. And the gold medal winner, a big round of applause now for Marshall Messmer. All right, Newt, line up wherever you can fit in. And let's get some photos. Give me one more round of applause for these fine 5 young gentlemen. A teen 3, 105 kilo weight class, gold medal winner, Joshua Peridot. One more round of applause for Josh. Junior category, 105 kilo weight class, gold medal winner, Al Roth. One more round of applause for Al. All right, let's go. Here we go. Male open 3-lift competition, 105 kilo weight class, in 5th place, David Young. Fourth place, Joshua Peridot. And there was a tie. There was a tie between the next 2 lifters, between second and third, but the tie goes to the individual who weighs less. So with the bronze medal, Chris Vickery. Silver medal, Gregory Johnson. Oh shit, I forgot to say that. I'll say it when I bring the 120s up. What is that? It's cologne. And ladies and gentlemen, the gold medal winner. A big round of applause with an open American record in the deadlift today, Garrett Botsy Bailey. He does? All right, photos. Let's get some photos first, Botsy. Front and center, photos. Very competitive class. Look at the numbers up there. Now, I understand, everybody get your photos? I understand he's a very shy guy, but my understanding is that Botsy wants to say a few words, so we're going to hand over the microphone to him.
How's everybody doing? Good. All right. I just wanted to say a couple things. I wanted to introduce you to some of the spotters and loaders that are here today. I brought most of them here myself. I trained them myself. It's Louisiana legends, so as I call their names, I want you to come on up. Murphy Sanchez, come on up. This is my little cousin. Come on up. Ebony Sylvester, come on up. Jeffrey Sylvester, brother and sister. We call them the twins. My coach, Umar Iqbal, come on up here, man. He was spotting this week, too. Come on. Javaris Williams, you still in here? He's going? Okay. That's good. These are the people that were saving everybody this last weekend. Spotting, loading, did the best can. I don't think y'all dropped any bars tonight, did y'all? No, not a single bar today. Not a single one. I trained them all myself, and I just want to say I'm very proud of them. I'm glad they're out there on the platform with me. My coach is very emotional right now. This is actually his first year coaching. First year, and he's got me as far as I have. And got me 400 pounds worth of PRs this year. Okay? I just want to say thank you.
Hold on. And I'd just like to add, if I could, I announce competitions all over the world, you gentlemen and lady here, and I watched and listened to all of these guys literally cheer on every single lifter. I don't know if you all heard that. They were cheering on every single lifter, the only crew I know that does that. Give them one more round of applause. All right. Adam Palmer doesn't care. He's got more money to buy another light. Hey, by the way, folks, while I bring up the name Adam Palmer, he owns the company 9for9 Media. You can go to 9for9media.com on the internet and purchase a photo. He literally took a photo by himself this entire weekend of every single one of each individual's 9 lifts. He also has video. If you're interested in a video package or a photo package, you can either see that man standing on the ladder back there, give us a wave, or you can go to 9for9media.com. He is the exclusive photographer for USA Powerlifting. All right, let's get to our gentlemen. I'm going to ask you all to turn to your left and make your way off the platform, and the audience will give you a continuous round of applause. Turn to the right. Turn to the right. Go ahead. Turn to the right. Give them a continuous round of applause as they exit the platform. If anybody lost their bag, it's got a watch in here. It's got some knee wraps, and it's got some Eternity cologne, which I'm going to take the liberty of using now. Thank you, sir. I'll pay you later for that. How do I smell, Goodrich? All right. Let's bring up all of the 120 kilo lifters. All 120 kilo lifters. All right, where did Keller go? Doesn't he want to give out the bags? Hey, Johnson. Never mind. I wanted to get a photo with you. Keller, are you giving out the bags or should I just go on? All right, here we go. You ready, Newt? First category, male, Masters 4, 120 kilo weight class, gold medal winner, just coming off of knee surgery. Big round of applause for Mr. Mike Nichols. Next category, please. Masters 3, 120 kilo weight class, silver medal, Uwe Thorman. And ladies, stay up there, Uwe, stay up there. And the gold medal winner, ladies and gentlemen, hailing from Nebraska, a big round of applause for the multi-time IPF world champion, Mr. Bill Sindelar. Line up, Newt. Let's get some photos. Front and center, I see a couple of them. Way to go, Bill. Next category, please. Masters 2, 120 kilo weight class, bronze medal, Patrick McLavy. Silver medal, William Schemmel. Way to go, Jose. Way to go, William. And ladies and gentlemen, the current reigning Masters 2 world champion, now the new national champion for the USA. He hails from Rockaway, New Jersey, works out at our gym. Big round of applause for Wilson Martinez. Photos. Turn your medal around, Wilson. Next category, Mikey. Give him another round of applause. Masters 1, silver medal, 120 kilo weight class, Brian Cochran. And the gold medal winner, Matt Foreman. Photos. Thank you, gentlemen. One more round of applause. Teen 2 category, 120 kilo weight class, gold medal winner, Brandon Orozco from Carrizo Springs. All right, we got a lot of cameras here. Thank you, Brandon. Give him another round of applause. Junior category, 120 kilo weight class, gold medal winner, Enrique Lugo. Photos. All right, next category. Open category, 120 kilo weight class now. 5th place, Jose Ramirez. Fourth place, James Miador. And the silver medal, ladies and gentlemen, Enrique Lugo. And as you can see, the fight for first place was a tie. Both lifters totaled 1,015 kilos. And when there's a tie, the tie goes to the win goes to the lifter who weighs less, which was by 0.4 kilos. That's how close that was. He must have gone to the men's room before he came out. Ladies and gentlemen, silver medal winner, next year's meet director for the Collegiate National Championship down in College Station. Big round of applause for Mr. Scott Dobbins. And fellas, listen, he's a big boy. Just slide a little bit over, give him a little more room in the middle there. Ladies and gentlemen, the gold medal winner, hailing from Wisconsin, owner of the vending booth, Limitless Apparel. Give me a big round of applause for Quentin Meyer. Photos. All right, give them one more round of applause. Thank you, gentlemen. You may step back now. Everybody turn to your right. Wilson, lead them off that way, towards the back. Yeah, towards the back. Keep going. Towards the front, I mean. I'm sorry. This way. Go this way. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a round of applause as they escort themselves off the platform. Oh, hold on. Gentlemen, hold on. Stop. Robert Keller wants to give you your T-shirts. If anyone pre-ordered them, please wait a moment. Unless you know you didn't get one, you may exit stage left. Quentin Meyer, extra large. Brown, you got my visa? Okay. Schemmel, where are you, pal? William Schemmel. Get up here. Just unclip it. Just unclip it, man. Don't bend over. Robert Schemmel's right in front of you, Robert. Schemmel. All right, we're going to do the 120 plus kilo weight class, and then we're going to give out the best team and best overall lifter awards. So don't go away if you think you may be team and overall lifter awards. All 120 plus, please come up to the platform. All 120 plus, please come up to the platform right now. And we're going to do the best overall lifters by Wilks formula after that, so please don't run away now. You got second? Oh, did you really? I got you. Wow, what was your Wilks total? 585? All right, do the shirts, Robert. Mr. and Mrs. Dally. Yeah, he competed. Yeah. Steve Johnson, are you sure you got yours? Should get a few extras to make up for the other batch. Bobby Keys. Bobby Keys, you got yours? Yeah, he's got it. His. Richard Meyer is right behind you. Rich Meyer, come up for your prepaid T-shirt. Can I go, Robert? What? Thank you. All right, here we go. First category. Let me get behind you, Newt. You're the star. Masters 3. 3-lift competition, 120-plus kilo weight class, silver medal, Mr. Ted Stewart. And ladies and gentlemen, the mathematics professor. He knows how to count to at least one because he got first place, the gold medal. Big round of applause, gold medal winner, Mr. Robert Smith. Line up, Newt. And we got a couple of cameras right in the front. Over here and then over there. Give him another round of applause. Next category, Masters 2, 120-plus kilo weight class, silver medal, Steve Johnson. And the gold medal winner, Mr. Rob Keys. Photos. Next category, please. Masters 1, 120-plus kilo weight class, silver medal, Robert Mulliner. And ladies and gentlemen, the gold medal winner hailing from Nebraska, Mr. Stephen Davenport. Thank you, gentlemen. Give them one more round of applause. Next category, Teen 3, Gold 120 kilo weight class. Gold medal winner Mario Chavez. One more round of applause for Mario. Next category. Junior category. Silver medal, Juventino Torres. And the gold medal winner, a big round of applause for Michael Rodriguez. Another round of applause to them. +120 kilo weight class, open category. 5th place, James Freeman. Fourth place, Hamid Hassanin. Bronze medal, Jason Christus. Silver medal, Michael Rodriguez. All right, slide over a little, fellas. Cooper's a big boy. All right, and here we go, ladies and gentlemen, with a total of 1,065 kilos. A big round of applause for the gold medal winner, Cooper Wage. Let's get some photos. Thank you, gentlemen. You may step back now. Is that it? Did you bomb? All right, is that it? We got to just do the best lifters now. Gentlemen, would you all turn to your right and follow Steve Johnson off the platform? And the audience will give them a big round of applause as our athletes get escorted off the platform. Thank you, Jill. Teams? Are we doing teams, Jill? I'll hold on to this. All right, we're going to do Best Overall Lifter Awards and Team Awards. Teen category. Team trophy, first place. For the men's teen, Carrizo Springs. Is that teens? Yep. Wait. It's open. That's the one. What do you got? Is that it? Yours? Oh. How many more are there? All right, let's get a photo. All right, next. Don't go anywhere, fellas. The next award is the Combined Men and Women's Team Award. Carrizo Springs! Ladies, come on up from Carrizo Springs. What? Robert Keller. Wait a minute, what's that? It's right there. That's for open. I don't see one for the teams. Can I get one with him? Who's got a camera? Can I get one with this guy? Yeah. He's my friend, man.
Yeah.
He's my friend. He's my buddy.
I'm still in it.
Thank you, Joe. Congratulations, man. Good to see you, man. Good to see you, young lady. You ready, Jill? Masters Combined Team Award. Ladies and gentlemen, Team New Jersey. Tammy, come on up, sweetie. And anybody else? Wilson, come. Oh, the whole crew. Here we go. God, this whole New Jersey team is all from my gym. Wow.
You know what? I don't want to store them in the containers. Leave them. I'll give them to Eric. And we'll store them for the next event. Okay, perfect. So where do you want them? Just marked them. I've already marked them. They're ready to go. You know what? Give them to that guy right there with the blank tank top. Okay. And have him put them in the hallway.
Open category, men and women combined team award. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Team Cap Cup. Cap Cup. Come on, Joey. Come on, Cupperstein. We need Cap and Cup. We need Cap and Cup. And everybody else that wants to come up. Cap and Cup at least. We need Cap and Cup. Second place, open men's category, Team Cap Cup. Joey, stay up there. Come on back. Second place for the men, Team's Cap Cup. What else, Jill? first place. Come on, Cup. And ladies and gentlemen, the first place team trophy in the men's open category, Team Titan. Botsy, who's got a camera? Botsy will take it for you. Vickery. Thank you, Botsy. Ladies and gentlemen, the best overall, let me see that, Newt, lifter awards. Best overall lifter awards. Masters 4, best overall lifter by Wilks Formula, Mr. Alan Tepper. Give him a round of applause. $344.50. Best overall lifter, Wilks, 462.31. Masters 3. Best overall lifter, Mr. Gary Pamplin. With a Wilks of 531.56, Masters 2, best overall lifter, Eric Copperstein. Wow. Masters 1, best overall lifter by Wilks Formula, 526.95, Dale McLaren. All right, you ready? Junior. Best overall junior lifter by Wilks Formula, 559.08, Michael Rodriguez. Best overall teen lifter by Wilks Formula, 579.24, Mark Garcia. Squat Dobbins, are you here? Hey. Quinton. Oh, you're right here. God, thank goodness. All right. And ladies and gentlemen, the best overall lifter in the open category with a Wilks of 589.91, which, by the way, my man Newt Douglas was in second place by just a 1/10 of a kilo point. So give him a round of applause. Best overall, and I'm not upstaging the guy because he's not here, but the best overall lifter by Wilks Formula in the open category, 589.91, Stephen Blake LeHue. Give him a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for coming down to the championship, 2017 Open National Championships. Robert Keller would like to say a few closing words. Thank you.
Okay, for all who's left, let's give Gino a big round of applause. Great announcer. Thank you very, very much for coming. I wish you a safe trip home. Next year's championship, Spokane, Washington. Thank you. God bless you. Have a nice evening.